Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Iron Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Godlike Mutant Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. A duo of vigilantes transforms Mizutofu on their playground. The trickster is Slippery, an XH-beatingst, a snarky little sheet, if a bit cocky, an expert in finding what makes people tick, and very good at hypnosis. The Red Rabbit is quick on their feet, likes to keep the villains and heroes alike running in circles, has very good kicks, and is a skilled acrobat. Eraserhead hates them. Hitoshi is like a magician while Izuku is his assistant. They have an aesthetic. Hitoshi pretends to hypnotize the bad guys, but he's just using his quirk. They love to prank people, regardless if they're villains or not. Aizawa is so done. Izuku wears tactical gear but with a bunny mask and a red jacket with shiny buttons. Hitoshi acts like the showman and wears a purple overcoat. He also has a top hat. Izuku also has a bow staff that looks like a long magic wand, the black with white tip ones. I had sketches of their uniforms but I can't put them on AO3, so that yeah. During a Pacific night, Shouda's sleep is interrupted by a kid crashing down in his coffee shop, bleeding. Said kid is also a vigilante who is trying to arrest his villain counterpart. And now, for some weird reason, the vigilante starts to come at the coffee shop every time they can, in their civilian form, either to pet his cats or drink something. It's strange to know such lonely and sad kid is the same one kicking criminals buttes around Mizutofu. Aizawa never became a hero and works part-time at his cat cafe. Izuku is a mess. He never got one for all and is on Gen Ed at UA. Aizawa doesn't like hero society. Inko is never at home. Slowly, Aizawa grows fond of Izuku. It probably ends in angst. Sparrow is one of HPSC's most valuable trophies, the 9th place at the hero billboards, Hawk's little brother, as their marketing campaign says, and the new charming face around the teen audience, but most of all. He is the youngest pro hero in Japan, only 16, and already carrying a hero license. Sparrow knows he always wanted to be a hero but his life seems meaningless, a big thread of lies, camera flashes, and fake smiles on his face. He wants to be free, not a bird inside a cage. Izuku was diagnosed as quirkless when he was 4 years old and kidnapped as a lab rat by the HPSC. Izuku and a bunch of other kids were chosen to be subjects to an experimentation to recreate Hawk's quirk based on his DNA samples. He was the only one who resisted and survived. The HPSC pushed Izuku through the almost same trainament as Hawk's to become a hero, one of their best creations. Izuku needed to learn how to bear the weight of his wings, and his back almost atrophied. There are still scars around the wings on his back. Izuku learned how to fight very young and how to deal with the press because he was going to be a limelight hero, like his brother. Hawks and Izuku met each other when they were 13 and 6 respectively. They weren't close, since Hawks was considered flawless and Izuku wasn't. Both of them learned how to hide the pain and emotions, how to bear punishments, how to become perfect heroes. After Hawks debuted, Izuku's trainament became more torturous so he could catch up his antecedent. Izuku debuted when he was 14 as Sparrow, the featherling hero, becoming the youngest hero in Japan and very popular among the public. He met a lot of important people and heroes. He created a public persona, similar to his brothers. People loved when Izuku and Hawks were together. Izuku is considered a year older, but he is in his canonical age. Izuku debuted when he was 14, but actually, he was 13. While Class 1A are 15, Izuku says he is 16, but actually he is 15 as well. HPSC changed his age and birthday. Izuku and Bakugo don't remember each other. Bakugo knows his mother had a nephew that was his friend but he doesn't remember them playing together. Izuku has an undercut and a piercing. His hair is still green but darker and he covers his freckles. His wings are much alike Sparrow wings, hence the name. And most of the pro heroes don't like Izuku for multiple reasons, but mostly are. He is a child for safety and petty reasons. He is very tied with HPSC. He is very tied with the media. Most pro don't know Izuku also does underground missions but solo and out of Mizudafu. While Hawks prefers Endeavor, Izuku prefers All Might. They actually met each other in a charity event. Izuku also met Yaoyorozu, Todoroki and Ida in charities events and he is very close to them. He likes to surprise them going to their schools to escort them in surprise hangouts. Todoroki, since he met Izuku earlier, he has a not very stable, it's Izuku, emotional support. He is also close to Yaoyorozu and Ida before the canon starts. Izuku and Todoroki are closer because Todoroki probably saw how Izuku interacts with the HPSC and has his own theories about what happens behind the closed doors. It isn't pretty, and deep down, Shudo knows it isn't. Izuku and Hawks work at the same agency. The sludge incident happens and Izuku scolds the heroes. When the heroes' agencies backlash against Izuku, to make him apologize and go to a hero school since he doesn't have enough experience. The HAPC agrees because they want him to go to Yurata so he can spy the school, Nedzu and All Might. Izuku has older sibling energy chapter text. After the deaths of his best friends, Izuku tried to deal with his never-ending grief and his own issues until he finally became an underground pro-hero and, a few years later, a teacher in his alma mater. 6 years later, Izuku prepares himself for a new year with a new batch of students to teach, nothing out of the ordinary. Until the villain attacks start, his students' dark pasts come to light, and his hidden demons return to drown him. Not all men are created equal, Midori-sensei says, his voice low but clear like crystal. Heroism isn't about a flashy quirk or just plain kindness. It's about understanding how the world works and try to do the right thing. In your line of work, you will see yourself in situations where you ask, how is it fair? As heroes in training, you will define the next generation. Will you be better than the old ones or worse? He smiles sharply, definitely dangerous, but it fills them with determination. So, give me your best. Plus ultra style. Midoriya Izuku's pro-hero, no. Izuku takes Aizawa's place as Class 1A homeroom teacher and also teaches law and ethics. He was a general ed student with Hitoshi, and they made it to the hero course after the sports festival. The Deku squad has a different composition. After Hitoshi dies, Izuku takes up his capture weapon with great reluctance. He used to have Eskrima sticks as weapons. There was supposed to have a spin-off about what happens after the hero studies. Inko disapproved of his dream of being a hero and tried to make him choose between having her in his life or being a hero. Aizawa is Izuku's personal student. He reminds Izuku of Hitoshi. Izuku has a cat named Jellybean too, a descendant of Jellybean, a cat he, Hitoshi, and Shudo saved when they were younger. Shinsou Hitoshi, Kurogiri. Hitoshi takes Oboro's place as Kurogiri. While in canon, Dr. Kyudai wanted to take Getshou Yuta instead of Oboro. In this universe, their target was Hitoshi since the beginning. All for one stole brainwashing, and they used his corpse to create Kurogiri. Hitoshi was the glue that connected the trio, he, Izuku, and Shudo. Hitoshi had a dad who supported his dream and was waiting for him to come home. Todoroki Shudo Fubuki. Shudo takes Dabi's place and vice versa. Even though he was the perfect son, Endeavor wanted more children who were as powerful as his eldest. After Hitoshi's death, Shudo isolated himself, like Izuku, and became more rebellious. His death was from the explosion created by the terminal shock of his ice and his fire. His villain costume has a mask to hide his scar, Phantom of the Opera style. Izuku and Shudo's fight also happens at the sports festival, but Izuku manages to win before the explosion happens. Shudo stopped using his fire and dyed his hair white to erase his red side. Veteran Class 1A, plus Minoma. Minoma, Ochako, Tsu, and Mina became UA teachers. Kaminari is Hound Dog's assistant, studying to become a quirk counselor to help kids like him who have problems dealing with their quirks. Minoma is Class 1B homeroom teacher and playfully has a rivalry with Izuku. Ochako used to be 1A homeroom teacher until Izuku got his license, and Nedzu moved her to teach fundamental heroics, with her consent, of course. Tsu is the rescue training teacher, like 13. Mina is the general ed teacher. Bakugo is the 5th in the hero billboard. Kirishima likes to invite the old class 1A over to catch up. Jiu, Tokoyami, Midoriya, Shuji, and Ojiro are underground heroes. Ida, Siro, Kaminari, Sato, and Ishido are twilight heroes. Bakugo, Kirishima, and Aoyama are limelight heroes. Uraraka, Azui, Kirishima, and Yaoyorozu are rescue heroes. Kuda is a support hero. Todoroki and Hagakure are villains. Shinsou was supposed to go underground. Aizawa Shouta is Class 1A homeroom teacher for 8 years. He is known as the most hard-ass teacher in the school, and that fame is justified since he expels freshman students left and right on the first day. He isn't like Hizashi or Nemuri who try to be kind with their students and bond with them. He just makes sure to do his job, nothing more, nothing less. Shouta would rather be hated by his students than let one of them die and suffer again. He learned his lesson before. He just didn't expect his new class being targeted by villains leading to mass traumatic events, and a dorm system later, and a stubborn kid wanting to be his personal student to enter the hero course. Izuku was Aizawa's past personal student who graduated as an underground hero and died during a mission. Aizawa used to treat Izuku as his own kid. Izuku was from Gen Ed, and transferred to the hero course. Aizawa blamed himself for Izuku's death. He thought his relationship with Izuku clouded his judgment of Izuku's training and capabilities. Izuku started following Eraserhead around after learning about him and asked if he could be a hero, like what Canon Izuku did with All Might. Aizawa said yes. Izuku died when he was 19, and if he was alive, he would have been 24. Eventually, Hitoshi convinces Aizawa to train him and he starts to use Izuku's old capture weapon. Hitoshi is very stubborn and a little sheet who wants to be a hero out of spite, and to help people like him who were ostracized. Class 1A are sweethearts who like their teacher for everything he has done even if they think he hates them. Spoilers, he doesn't. Even though Shinsou and Midoriya were different, somehow Hitoshi always reminded Aizawa of his old pupil. Non-confirmed stuff. Maybe Hitoshi could see Izuku's ghost who helped him. Maybe Inko was a bad parent and Aizawa fostered Izuku when he was younger after he transferred. Maybe something similar happened to Hitoshi and Aizawa was forced to confront his fears and insecurities to help another kid close to him. Are you an angel? The child asks. Hitoshi tilts his head to the side and ponders. I prefer the term guardian. After an accident, Hitoshi is tasked to guide the soul of a child through the veil. However, Izuku won't accept death before he becomes a hero. Or, 5 times Izuku resisted death and made Hitoshi's job hard plus 1 time he welcomed death with a hug. Hitoshi is a reaper. Hitoshi was supposed to take care of Izuku's soul when he died. Izuku said nope and returned back to life. Hitoshi was bewildered. After that, Izuku could see Hitoshi just fine. Izuku was taken to foster care, where he almost died and Hitoshi tried again. Izuku made Hitoshi as his honorary big brother because he seemed lonely. Probably Izuku died because Hisashi was an a-hole and set the apartment on fire because of his quirk. Hitoshi grows attached. Izuku dies, it's not even a spoiler. Hitoshi guides his soul and is sad after because Reapers can't go to the other side. First version. In this version, Izuku leaves foster care and accidentally becomes a vigilante. Hitoshi is not even surprised. Aizawa finds him and take him in. Unfortunately, Izuku feels like he's a burden and thinks one day Aizawa will realize how much problem he is. Izuku stays quirkless and this changes some arcs. Things happen and Izuku dies. Aizawa mourns for a son, even though he didn't know Izuku loved him like a dad. Second version. Izuku stays in foster care and canon happens the same way. Hitoshi is slowly losing his sanity because of All Might and Izuku breaking his bones. Hitoshi can share his suffering with the other ghosts of One for All. Things happen and Izuku dies. Maybe Aizawa finds about Izuku's home situation and takes him in, or maybe he doesn't, smiley face. Regardless, Izuku saved people and that's enough for him to rest. He hugs Hitoshi and he holds him on his final moments. Hitoshi never finds a soul as bright and stubborn as Izuku's. Izuku hates humans. Not really. He's just not interested enough in them. They're too arrogant. to his taste and have a short lifespan. He saw empires fall, wars end and quirks rise, and he's not impressed. He just wants to enjoy the small pleasures of being a cat. This leads him to Shinsou Hitoshi, a young kid who dreams to be a hero despite the way everyone treats him. Izuku finds him interesting and decides to destroy anyone who dares to lay a finger on the kid. Inspired by Forever Severed by Willifhounds and other cat, Izuku fix. Izuku's cat name is Midori because Hitoshi liked his green fur. Izuku has a god complex, kinda. Izuku saved Hitoshi from some bullies and followed him home. Izuku is All for One and Yoichi's sibling. All for One created quirks. All for One saw humans as his worthless but entertaining toys, while Yoichi saw humans as more than just God's toys. He saw them as their mother's creations. Izuku just didn't care. Yoichi created One for All, a God's blessing he gave to a human before he died. All for One spent years trying to find his brother's gift. Hitoshi becomes a vigilante and Izuku joins him. Izuku grows attached, but he doesn't admit, not out loud anyway. Aizawa takes Hitoshi in and gets a grumpy cat as a bonus. Izuku won't admit, but he is jealous. Hitoshi joins Class 1A just fine. During the USJ, Izuku went feral because Shigaraki was hurting Aizawa, and in doing so he hurt Hitoshi. Izuku hates seeing Hitoshi sad. Hitoshi is the only one who can pet Izuku. The Kamino conflict is awkward, for All for One that is. Izuku has a Sikthy and fire powers, and maybe necromancy. His true form resembles a Nikomata, but he's not one. Midoriya Izuku loses his mother to sickness and now, he is more alone than he ever was. He is quite surprised that he wasn't put right in foster care, like what happened with other quirkless kids like him. He just isn't sure he prefers that or staying with Kaken at the same house. But instead of going with his aunt and live with Kaken, he goes to live with the person written on his mother's will, Aizawa Shouta, a name he has never heard in his life. Or, Izuku learns how to live with a present dad while Shouta tries parenthood for the first time. Aizawa bio dad. Izuku is 6-7-ish. Izuku knows, from an extent, that Hisashi isn't his bio dad because they don't look alike at all. Hisashi has brown hair and red eyes and squared features, while Inko has green hair and dark eyes, round features. Izuku has dark green and black hair, green eyes, freckles and round features. Yes, Aizawa has freckles, but they only show during the summer. Inko was sick, but she hid the sickness from Izuku until it was too late. Hisashi left when Izuku was 4. After her excuse of a husband left, Inko had to work more. The stress aggravated her sickness. When Inko died, Mitsuki took Izuku while things were getting resolved. As Izuku's godparent, she was sure she would get his custody. When was revealed Izuku would go to Aizawa, she was mad because Aizawa never showed up and she was more adept to take care of her nephew. The court didn't care about where Izuku would go, since he was quirkless. He was a waste of their time, because they could be helping kids with more important cases. They were just following the regulamentations so they wouldn't do more job than the extreme necessary. When Mitsuki took Izuku to Aizawa, he recognized him as Eraserhead and was in shock, because apparently his mother and auntie knew a pro-hero? It's a very soft story focused on hurt comfort and fluffy. Backstory time. Okay, so Inko went to UA along with Mitsuki. To make sense, Aizawa is a bit older than he is in canon, so when he meets Inko they're 17 to 18 but before the graduation. Inko got PRGT but never told Aizawa because she knew he wanted to be a hero and she was afraid of his reaction, be mad or abandon his dream. Inko was forced to leave school because of her parents and had to marry Hisashi. Mitsuki never knew about this and thought Aizawa left Inko to fend herself. Aizawa was clueless about the whole thing, if not a bit heartbroken when he read Inko's will letter for him after he took Izuku. P.S. I know it doesn't make sense because Aizawa isolated himself after Oboro's death, but remember, this is just a silly concept chapter text. When Izuku wakes up under the bridge and sees All Might flying away, he knows something went wrong, because he was supposed to be dying under Shigaraki's feet. Now, stuck in the past and without any way to get One for All again, Izuku must try to fix the future through less than legal means and figure out how to become a quirkless hero. Plan Vietas, then. At least he's not completely alone. Midoriya is tired of being nice. Shinsou is done with the universe's bullshit. An understanding is reached. Shinsou is a foster kid. He was adopted by Aizawa during the first timeline. Even though they are on good terms and grew relatively close during their vigilante shenanigans, Shinsou still has some prejudices toward Midoriya. They work it out. Izuku doesn't have one for all anymore, and he feels incomplete and useless. Hitoshi and Izuku decide they're fine with sacrificing their dreams of being heroes and their morality if their loved ones are safe and alive. They wreck Sheet and kill All for One, Dr. Kyudai, and Overhaul. They save Eri and give her to Aizawa. They incapacitate Shigaraki and Stain, and destroy the MLA and the Shai Hasaikai. They give Kurogiri to Nedzu and a few tips about Endeavor. Since there's no League, Toga, Spinner, Mr. Compress, Twice, and Magna don't become more dangerous. Hitoshi can't talk to Aizawa, two painful memories, and he can't face the fact he'll never see the dad he knew again. So Izuku talks for both of them when they meet on the rooftops. Izuku misses Yagi a lot. After they figure their sheet together, Izuku invites Hitoshi to live with him since his foster home Esikas and Inko is never at home. Canon never happens. Non-confirmed stuff. Maybe Izuku and Hitoshi go to UA but as general ed students. To keep an eye close on their old friends but they don't interact. Maybe since All for One died for good, One for All disappears leaving behind a very confused Tashinori, Night Eye, and Mirio. Prometheus is a villain. At least, that's what the HPSC says. Prometheus has been destroying the careers of corrupted pro-heroes ever since a terrible day changed his life for the worse. Prometheus is a persona, a symbol of justice in a world surrounded by lies and corruption of the people who were supposed to protect them. After a slip, Prometheus is finally revealed as Midoriya Izuku, a quirkless kid, who lives alone without supervision. Nedzu, interested in this kid, forces Izuku to be enrolled at Yui, his former dream school, and to stay under the care of Eraserhead for safety measures. And that would have been a lot less complicated if the leader of the League of Villains didn't set his eyes on Izuku, the perfect candidate for his crew, and if Izuku accepted the new chance he didn't want. Daft Pukto is inspired by change, Genesis, Yunjay 20, Stick to the Database, Trust Falls, Embed in Amber, Desperately Departing, Savage, Black Rabbit, The Foggy London View, and Datastream, Taramacti. It's another version of what it means to be redeemed. Another AU of mine. Izuku isn't a villain. People think he is one because his target is the hero society's corruption, more specifically, the pro-heroes. He is like Stain but without the murder part. Izuku is morally ambiguous and a little sheet. Izuku doesn't want to be a hero anymore, but Nedzu thinks he can change that. Also, he knew if the HPSC put their hands on the kid, something really bad would happen. Hence making Aizawa babysit Izuku. Hizashi and Shoyuta are married, so Izuku lives with both of them. Izuku and Aizawa light-hearted hate each other, not hate, but they annoy each other all the time. When Prometheus was arrested, Izuku's name was leaked, but his appearance was a secret because Nedzu managed to erase his picture before it got on the air. Bakugu is hella confused. Hawks low-key admires Prometheus, even though he wasn't supposed to. Izuku managed to put Endeavor under investigation and suspension of his license, but he isn't arrested yet. Shuto and Fuyumi stay with the Yaoyorozu family for a while. Natsuo is in college. Natsuo, Dabi, and Shuto are ecstatic with this since they hate their dad. Stain considers Izuku a true hero, just like All Might. Izuku hacks and has a lot of analysis notebooks. Some kids in UA like him and others hate him, which is fine for him even if they harass or bully him. He doesn't care. Shigaraki and All for One want Izuku so badly to join the League. Even if Izuku doesn't agree with their methods or doesn't want to be a villain, they still want him. Izuku also takes down criminal groups, but he informs only the police, not the heroes. Izuku and Hatsum just click when they meet each other. Izuku also helps train Shinsou when he declares war against Class 1A. Prometheus used to stream games most of the time. One of the reasons why Shigaraki wants Izuku in the League. Nedzu and Izuku played online chess together before. Izuku is very tiny and thin for a kid of his age. Izuku uses the profits he makes during the streams, but in the beginning he was used to not eating to pay for his equipment. He really didn't care about his own mental and physical health. Backstory time. Inko was a vigilante when Izuku was younger. A hero almost killed her and didn't care because she was a criminal. It was in the middle of the day, and Izuku was going home when this happened. He stopped to see the fight, thinking it would be cool. Izuku saw the hero take the vigilante's mask off, and he realized it was his mom. He tried to reach her, but the police standing by took him away. Inko died before the medics could arrive at the hospital. He started to hate heroes. Izuku was taken to foster care. He stayed there until he got tired of being abused and ran away. Sometime later, Prometheus debuts and gains a lot of popularity. Before canon happens, Izuku finally wins Netsu at chess, and he gets curious and tries to find the kid. He finds him and makes a deal with Tsukachi, let Izuku be in Yue's custody and Netsu will give him Prometheus' location. Tsukachi accepts, and they arrest Izuku. Aizawa Shouta is supposed to be quirkless. When you are treated almost like a second citizen or like dust under society's shoes, you start trying to do whatever it takes to fix what's wrong with yourself, and suddenly, you are walking with the wrong people and making a deal with the devil. Aizawa Shouta has erasure, but his toe joint says otherwise. Mistakes are made, but who's to say there is only one sinner? Quirkless Aizawa meets All for One at 13 and is forever in debt. This changes lots of things, including his relationship with one Midoriya Izuku. In the quirkless community, All for One is almost like a cautionary tale. Aizawa hears about him and, like any tired and angry teenager, decides to find the guy and ask for a quirk. Aizawa becomes a hero and All for One's mole for the future. After Oboro's death, Aizawa finds out about the nomification and tries to fight All for One, but the man taunts him. Who are you going to tell? The heroes, Shudakuen? By All for One's orders, Aizawa brought Tenko to All for One. When All Might starts to work at you, All for One uses his deal with Shouta to make him a spy. After this, Aizawa slowly starts to drift off from his friends. Shigaraki likes to taunt Aizawa about his traitor status. When Izuku shows up at school with One for All and Aizawa notices the signs, he panics because he thinks Izuku made a deal with All for One. Aizawa asked to change his shoe design to black and erase the signs of primordial shoes, just in case. Izuku didn't, so it was more noticeable for Aizawa. Izuku is so confused when his teacher starts to offer him quirk training and says he's there if Izuku needs someone to talk to. Izuku breaks fewer bones because of it. Izuku is still wary because teachers never liked or helped him in the past, but Aizawa seems to be the only one who can understand him. It probably ends in angst. Izuku and Hitoshi pretend to be the same vigilante, Dioscuri, for years. Little did Eraserhead know he has two chaotic problem children instead of just one. Hitoshi and Izuku no Mei. Izuku works at the same workshop as her and is kind of her apprentice. They also commission a lot from her. She knows they are vigilantes, but they never confirmed because of plausible deniability. Izuku uses modified high boots so he can be the same height as Hitoshi. No one in the precinct knows Dioscuri's quirk since they have a lot of equipment to fake quirks. Almost everyone in the underground thinks they have multiple quirks like a certain myth. That certainly scared Tsukachi to death and interested All for One. Dioscuri uses they-them pronouns to reference the fact they are two people, but everyone thinks they are non-binary. Both Hitoshi and Izuku have voice modifier modulators so they can use the same voice. Every time one acts like Dioscuri, there is another one hiding. As a secret backup, just in case, and they make sure to look like a clone quirk. Dioscuri is really famous, thanks to the internet. The underground's forums are crazy for them. And they were known for being very neutral unless you deserved it. They fooled almost everyone for 5 years. Except for somehow Todoroki, who was very active in the forums and made a theory about it. No one believed. They use domino masks. They make sure to only show their eyes so they can't be recognized chapter text. When Izuku is 7-year-old, he gets a best friend and brother. When Hitoshi is 7-year-old, he settles and never lets go. If asked, Midoriya Inko has 2 sons, blood or not. I like Aizawa Shouta adopts Shinsou Hitoshi, but I think Midoriya deserves to shine. So, I gave her a foster license. After many bad placements, Hitoshi grows bitter and thinks he'll never find a place to call home. When Inko fosters Hitoshi, she recognizes some signs since she has fostered before and has seen some cases of abused children. She's a lawyer in this. Izuku is ecstatic to have Hitoshi, since he likes the idea of having a sibling, but Inko advises him to keep distance so Hitoshi doesn't overwhelm and to not ask about his quirk because Inko suspects it's a touchy subject. They don't say anything about Izuku's quirklessness because Izuku is afraid Hitoshi would hate him. Hitoshi and Izuku share a room. When there's no threats of muzzles or other things, Hitoshi thinks it's because they don't know what his quirk is. Hitoshi is transferred to Aldra. One of the teachers forces Hitoshi to reveal his quirk, and while some of his peers start to treat him badly, Izuku continues to follow him around. Hitoshi, surprised Pikachu face. When they go home, Izuku reveals they already knew about his quirk and Hitoshi asks why Inko never did anything about it. Inko calmly explains that she wouldn't muzzle him or anything like that. Izuku is horrified. When Hitoshi sees Izuku being bullied for the first time, he tries to scare them away but Bakugo laughs at Hitoshi's face and taunts him for defending Deku. Bakugo accidentally reveals Izuku is quirkless. Hitoshi doesn't give a f about it. The kids start to bond more. Hitoshi is bewildered that Izuku has Eraserhead merch. Hitoshi slowly adapts living with the Midoriyas, even if he thinks it's temporary. Inko is so happy Izuku and Hitoshi get along well. A mother's worry. Later, Hitoshi reveals he wants to be a hero. Izuku is the first to support him. Inko is hesitant but also supports him. Izuku says they'll be both heroes. This opens a can of worms. Inko wasn't sure Izuku could be one because of his quirklessness and that it was very dangerous for him. Even though Izuku wants to be one, he always seeks for validation because no one, not even his mom, truly believes he can be a hero. Inko thinks he doesn't know her opinions, but he does. Hitoshi believes Izuku can be one. Hitoshi doesn't think it's fair Inko believes he can be a hero but she can't believe her son can. Inko tries to explain him. However, Hitoshi is not easily convinced and, while he's afraid of arguing with his foster parent, that never ended well, Izuku is his best friend and he would be a terrible friend if he didn't say anything. It's not like she doesn't worry for Hitoshi, she does, but Hitoshi has a quirk to defend himself. She is a good parent but even moms have their faults. Hitoshi kindly but firmly opens her eyes about her worries and that Izuku is just as capable as him. Inko doesn't change her opinion abruptly but she slowly gets used to the idea that Izuku is not changing his mind. And besides, they will be heroes together, they will protect each other, and she'll always be there to worry and wait for them to come home. Aldra's case. Why Inko didn't open a case against Aldra? She tried, but it didn't work because few would support a quirkless kid against bullying. Inko saw her son's bruises and talked to the school about it. It didn't work and Izuku started to hide the bullying to not worry his mom. And because he knew every school would be like Aldra, it wasn't worth to transfer. Inko notices because she knows when her baby is hurt and doesn't confront him about that, but helps him with the bruises. When Izuku tells him about it, Hitoshi doesn't like it, but he understands Izuku's reasoning. Inko wished there was at least one school that would be kind to her boys. Just one. The adoption. One day, Hitoshi's social worker comes to take Hitoshi. Hitoshi is sad but resigned. Izuku is heartbroken and hugs Hitoshi. He doesn't let go. The social worker gets impatient and nastily tries to grab Hitoshi and separate him from Izuku. Inko doesn't hesitate to stop her and declares she will adopt Hitoshi. The social worker is clearly shocked and awkwardly tries to convince her to not do it. She tries to tell Inko Hitoshi is a villain in making. Inko is furious and tells her with all the words that she knows what she's doing and that she can easily open a case against the social worker for quirk discrimination. Midoriya is scary. The social worker guarantees she'll start the paperwork and hastily leaves. Hitoshi is happy but also confused and worried because now Inko won't receive government money anymore. Inko cries a little and kindly tells Hitoshi she doesn't care about the money. He is one of her sons, regardless of blood or quirk. Hitoshi, Izuku and Inko spend the afternoon together watching All Might movies. They are still shaken, but now, Hitoshi sleeps knowing he will never leave. The sludge villain incident. It starts like the same. Since it doesn't make sense that he can possess two people at the same time, the sludge villain only possesses Izuku. Hitoshi is too panicked to use his quirk and tries to break Izuku free. His hands get stuck in the sludge. When All Might saves them, Hitoshi desperately tries to wake Izuku up. All Might tries to help, like he did to Kanon. Hitoshi stops him and forces him to call an ambulance. He does, and tries to leave, but Hitoshi grips his clothes, angrily telling he can't leave because Izuku is a victim and heroes need to stay with the victim. However, like in Kanon, All Might is at the limit and he can't reveal his true form to a random middle schooler. So, with a guilty heart, he pries Hitoshi off and leaves. Hitoshi stays alone under the bridge, waiting for an ambulance and for his brother to wake up. Inko is called to the hospital and frets over them. Hitoshi reluctantly tells her what happens and Inko tells him how brave he was. Hitoshi. When Izuku wakes up, Inko kisses his forehead and finally cries. After Inko goes away to talk to the doctors, Hitoshi tells Izuku what happens. This is all I have for now. It's the laws of meta-regulation were recently declared, and Japan is on the edge of a civil war. Those who have meta abilities are revolting against the government, and terrorist attacks are all over the country. A great portion of the metas are ostracized and considered too dangerous to keep living, so they try to survive by any means, including breaking the law. That motivates a group of individuals who want to protect and help those in need. Before the heroes, there were vigilantes. And before the limelight, there was the underground. When Cloud9, a famous vigilante in the local community, goes missing, Soundwave, an elusive criminal, contacts an informant to find him. Sounds simple, right? Well, Izuku, better known as Mouse, begs to differ. Could say is inspired by Ketterdam, Six of Crows, District 3, Katana Zero, Zon, Arcane, and the Red District, the Red Strings Club. Muzutafu is the youngest city in Japan, popularly nicknamed the Pandemonium. Also, it is one of the cities with a big concentration of metas. The crime rates are high, especially in the Red District, the lowest part of the city. People who live there are named downers. Izuku is an informant named Mouse. Quirks are called meta abilities. The HSPC is a government program to deal with the metas. They also kidnap metas. All for One created a cult. Shirigaki is still his apprentice. The Meta Liberation Army is somewhat allied with All for One. Kurogyari owns a neutral ground bar where most of the characters stay. Bakug, Oboro, Shinsou, Yaoyorozu, and Kurashima are vigilantes. Kaminari is a hacker and Jairu is an informant. Raraka, Mike, Hagakure, Compress, and Siro are thieves. Aizawa, Kayama, Yagi, Tsukachi, and some other heroes are part of the police. Shoyuta and Namuri are cop partners. They are all quirkless except for Tsukachi, who pretends to be excellent at lie detection through body language, but it's just his quirk. Somehow, Aizawa and Midoriya, because of Yamada, were investigating Oboro's disappearance at the same time. Jairu and Izuku like to gossip a lot. Oboro was kidnapped by the HSPC. Izuku gets caught in the crossfire and discovers the skeletons in the government's closet. Maybe he finds the existence of Hawks and they both team up to kick the commissions, but I don't have much plot-wise, but I have a lot about the characters. I created a more heartwarming version of Under the Red Lights, with slight changes, named Barman's Guide for Apprentices. Probably I'll change the title and will publish it later. Izuku decides it's finally enough and falls from the same building All Might crushed his dreams. It's not like people would miss him, and besides, he will finally be able to rest. His mom would be free of having a quirkless son, and Kaken may explode fireworks when the news comes. Well, there is just a problem. Izuku technically died, but he's alive. What a wonderful joy! When he finally gives up, the universe doesn't let him. Death is certainly a strange concept. So what does Izuku do? He starts saving people, of course. If he couldn't have been a hero without a quirk, now that he has one, he can. Of course, illegally because he is pretty sure he was declared dead. Now he also has the advantage that he can't die, so he isn't afraid of Sheet. Everything can hit him now. Of course, in Izuku's journey to be a not vigilante, there would be nosy people, and it happens to be fricking Eraserhead. How can you kindly ask one of your favorite heroes to F off? Izuku commits suicide after he saves Bakugo from the sludge villain. Izuku has claustrophobia because he was buried alive and had to dig with his own hands to get out. The Bakugas showed up at his funeral, but Inko didn't. Katsuki deeply regrets it. Inko wasn't a present mother, being neglectful, so Izuku was pretty much on his own when he was alive. When he died, Inko left the apartment. Izuku's skin is cold and pale. His quirk makes him starved. He does need to sleep but doesn't tire easily and requires fewer sleep hours, except after he uses his quirk. Izuku becomes an adrenaline junk. Since he can't die, Izuku is more reckless and self-sacrificial. He still uses his head to study his opponents, but if he needs to die, then so it be. Eraserhead concerned noises. Izuku makes a lot of death jokes, which doesn't help his situation. Izuku almost scared the shit out of Aizawa because one day he passed out of alcoholic comatose. And the other thought he was dead. Well, he was, but it was a fun night to Izuku. It definitively wasn't for Aizawa though. Dabi and Izuku met when they were buying hair dye. Dabi is a vigilante, not a hero chapter text. Izuku has been a vigilante for more than a year, ever since his life changed for the worse and he found himself alone, forced to grow up much earlier than he was supposed to be. After multiple meetings with a certain pro-hero, Izuku is forced to face his own emotions, learn how to trust again, and, maybe, finally answer his question. Can he still be happy after everything? Izuku has been a vigilante for a year after he was rejected by U.A's school board. Izuku's vigilante name is Bug. Bakugo almost killed Izuku one day after the sludge incident because of how Izuku made him look weak, and to teach him a lesson to stop looking down at him and stop pretending to be a hero. An unknown hero, Ingenium, found Izuku bleeding in an alley and took him to the hospital after fighting the hospital staff because of their quirkus treatment. That's the reason why Izuku is alive. Izuku is hard of hearing. This makes his vigilante work difficult, since he doesn't have the money to pay for hearing aids, but he still tries. In this universe, Bakugo receives one for all because life isn't FING fair. With the League's attacks, Aizawa is busy protecting his class, giving opportunity enough to Izuku learn by himself how to become a vigilante. Izuku used to go to a normal high school, but he was expelled because of discrimination and just never enrolled in another one. He's now trying to find a second job. Izuku sold all of his hero merch to gain money. Izuku works in a pharmacy. Previously, Izuku lived in his childhood apartment using the money his mom left for him and the money he got from selling all of his hero merch, but the taxes got higher, consequences of the villain attacks, and weren't enough to sustain himself, so he had to find a job. His payment was lower than a normal employee's because Izuku is a teen and he is quirkless. He moved to a cheaper apartment in the lower district and started patrolling around the area. At the same time, Aizawa started patrolling in the lower district to find the rest of the League. That's when both meet each other. This happens 2 months before the end of the year. Izuku meets Dabi sometimes because he comes to the pharmacy to buy hair dye and burn cream. Izuku always makes sure to add bandages or energetic jelly beans, because Dabi always looks ready to pass out. Izuku's vigilante persona is well known in the clandestine clinics, where they treat the outcasts. Izuku had to learn by himself how to do parkour, how to fight hand by hand, how to build gadgets, etc., but at the cost of his hands, some broken bones, multiple concussions, multiple broken bones, and other injuries. His training for the U.A entrance exam helped him learn, but it still was hard as F. Izuku didn't have time to truly grieve his mother's departure because he had to focus on trying to find a way to sustain himself without help and his vigilante work. He had a problem with repressing emotions since his childhood, with the bullying, his mother's neglect, and everything in between. Izuku has implied he has suicidal tendencies, even if unconsciously. Izuku also is afraid of people trying to catch him because being a vigilante is the only way he can be a hero, and if he isn't a hero he can't be anything else, and he will die. Izuku has sleeping problems. Izuku is trying to not trust Eraser, while Aizawa just wants to put this kid in his class, and maybe give him a blanket or coffee, or even a hug. Aizawa always says Izuku has potential and that he would be great in the hero course, but Izuku always deflects or just ignores it, because it's painful. Deep down, Izuku, besides being scared of destroying his only chance because he trusted a hero, is afraid Eraser is like everyone else, so he keeps his status close to his heart. Todoroki never had a reason to use his fire. Izuku saved Ingenium's life after finding Stain by accident and convincing him Ingenium was a good hero. Tensei still had to be in a wheelchair, but only temporarily. I created a playlist for this AU Rebirth, Regrowth chapter text. Why do you want to help me? I'm a villain, the boy said, his voice hoarse from disuse. Because that's what he was, just a boy, regardless of the pitch black covering his face and his many eyes staring at Nedzu, making his fur stand like prey against a predator. I think you made a mistake. Nedzu answered, his wide feral-friendly smile softened, imperceptible for an untrained eye. The boy's eyes never leave him, and that is all right. Accidents happen. I do not think you are a villain. Then I guess you are the only one who thinks otherwise. Midoriya Izuku murdered his mother, Midoriya Inko, and his father, Midoriya Hizashi, in cold blood. At least, that's what the media said about the gruesome death of the pro-hero dragon 10 years ago, but they couldn't be more wrong. Izuku, diagnosed as quirkless, manifested a quirk. His quirk? Allow him to intermediate between this reality and the void, an unknown dimension of darkness and inexplicable entities, through his emotions. Too dangerous to be loose in Japan, the Hero Commission sends Izuku to be locked in Tartarus when he's 5 years old, away from the outside world. Years later, Nedzu stumbles into a report about an intriguing prisoner in Tartarus and decides to investigate to quench his boredom. Izuku calls his quirk entities, and their dimension void or abyss. Izuku at first was diagnosed quirkless, but he manifested his quirk during a fight between his parents. Hisashi was abusing Izuku because he was quirkless. Inko found out and tried to protect her son. Hisashi attacked Inko, and Izuku wanted to protect her. His quirk manifested, and since his emotions were out of control, the entities killed both Inko and Hisashi. In this universe, Midoriya Hizashi was a pro-hero named Dragon. Hisashi was a daylight hero, so that's why the case appeared in the news, painting Izuku as a villain and a cold-blooded killer because of his quirk. In Tartarus, they were testing and experimenting on Izuku's quirk since it was a portal to another dimension. It was not fun. When Nedzu discovered this, he was enraged. Izuku is used to staying still in the same position. He is relatively small than the other kids of his age. He used to write letters for his favorite heroes in crayons, asking for help. Erasure doesn't stop Izuku's quirk from working, but it scares the entities for some reason. That's why Aizawa is fostering him. Izuku is completely silent when he's not talking. He scared Aizawa many times because he couldn't hear Izuku's footsteps. The entities are sentient, but most of the time, they reflect Izuku's emotions and states of being. However, they can use his body for their own will if Izuku is unaware or out of control. Most people are uneasy and wary of Izuku because the entities activate people's fight-or-flight instincts and, of course, because Izuku was accused of being a villain on live television. Izuku is touch-starved and socially awkward. Because of their predicament, the HSPC hired nannies to take care of Izuku's education and document everything that happened outside of their experiments. Most of them weren't kind. Some of them died. The entities are focused on protecting their intermediate because it's their only way to manifest inside reality. Parental Nedzu is strong in this. Aizawa was terrified at first, but now he's learning to get used to it. Izuku always suffers from guilty about the accident and has no sense of worth. Izuku has to learn how to smile again, like Eri. Emotions and manifestations. Anger, wild tentacles. Sadness. A hole covers his face. You can't see anything but pitch black. There's a waterfall of tears leaking through it if Izuku is crying. Hunger starvation, petal face. Too many teeth. Happy neutral, normal face. Anxiety, eyes following him around. Curiosity vigilance, multiple eyes, each full of concentric circles on his body. Do not confuse it with anxiety. He's covered in darkness like he's just a shadow silhouette. Self-doubt guilty. A person like Shadow appears behind Izuku and seems to be choking him. Meltdown overwhelm, black glitching form. Threat intimidation, rupture on his face. Open his mouth inhumanly more, showing more teeth. Lying, shadow-like tentacles seem to enter his mouth. Izuku doesn't seem affected by it. Fear. He's covered in darkness like he's just a shadow silhouette. Do not confuse it with curiosity vigilance. And it looks like he's melting. Normally only one of his eyes is showing. First version. Nezu learns about Izuku 10 years after the accident. So Izuku is 15 years old. He manages to make a deal with the commission to put Izuku under probation order so if he graduates, he gets to be free. More plot-focused. Tokoyami and Dark Shadow are Izuku's first friends. They call Izuku void-touched. Bakugo is afraid, but he shows it through anger, not cool. Class 1A is conflicted. All for One is interested and creepy. Izuku is ecstatic and terrified because he doesn't want to mess up again. After his classmates tentatively start to interact with Izuku more, probably during the dorms arc, Kaminari is bewildered by Izuku's limited knowledge about pop culture in general and tries to show him everything. All Might finds Izuku an endearing child, if a bit strange, when he sees Izuku following Aizawa and Nezu around like a lost duckling. He will admit that when Nezu told them Izuku would be a student, Toshinori was wary because of the whole accident, but he can't exactly believe it anymore when Izuku is introduced to the teachers. Izuku suffers a bit of bullying from other courses' students, but Nezu takes care of it, smiley face. When Eri is rescued, she and Izuku are glued together. She follows Izuku everywhere. Second version. Nezu learns about Izuku 3 years after the accident. So Izuku is 8 years old. He manages to make a deal with the commission to put Izuku under probation order. Aizawa awkwardly tries to teach Izuku how to be a normal kid. Nezu is a recurring guest at Aizawa's house. Aizawa doesn't even try to stop him. It's more fluffy and domestic rather than plot-wise. Sometimes a family is a human disaster of a dad, the most intelligent being in the world, and an eldritch kid who can talk to dark entities, and, of course, a cool DJ uncle and the best aunt. Midoriya Izuku has a mom. She's just always at work. Yes, she will pay the rent, and yes, he's doing well at school. No, his classmates are not bothering him, he's just clumsy and is an attention seeker. No, he won't try for the UA exam, and he doesn't patrol the neighborhood to save people. He's just a useless Deku, and he's fine with that. Shinsou Hitoshi is doing well at his foster home. No, his foster parents aren't wasting the government money on expensive stuff and neither in travels around the world. No, he doesn't live alone most of the time, and yes, his teachers are very good for even letting him watch the classes with a quirk of his being close to their students. And no, he doesn't walk around the city at midnight to see cute strays, no sir. Inspired at Theodore.ld TikToks. Here. I know it's about Dabi and Izuku, but Hitoshi is there too. It's mostly two sad kids creating a friendship and trying to survive against all the hardships of the world. Izuku and Hitoshi meet multiple times at a laundromat and awkwardly don't say anything. Until Hitoshi sees Izuku's customized Eraserhead pin and he thought he was really cool. As much as I love Dadzawa and he appears sometimes, it's not Dadzawa focused. Dabi makes random appearances because I also enjoy Big Brother Dabi. Not plot, just vibes. Hitoshi is a foster kid with many bad experiences in foster care, but instead of abusive, his foster parents are neglectful. His foster parents use the money the government gives them to take care of Hitoshi and spend it with expensive stuff and travels around the world. At first, Hitoshi loved the prospect of living by himself, but soon enough, it became a lot to take care of a house with almost no money. He works little jobs around the neighborhood so he can eat. His house is without energy. So he uses a laundromat to do laundry. He also likes to stroll at midnight, because of insomnia, to see cats. He met Aizawa when they both saw the same cat. Aizawa noticed Hitoshi walking around and lying through his teeth when asked about his parents. He also saw the bruises from bullies. Aizawa is worried. Izuku. Inko never stays home, but sends money sometimes. One of the reasons why Izuku is in the denial about his mom being a bad parent. Izuku lies a lot. Izuku sold most of his hero merch and also does little jobs, not around his neighborhood, because everyone knows he's quirkless. Izuku accidentally became a vigilante. He doesn't do that on purpose. His laundry machine broke and it was easier to use a laundromat instead of buying a new laundry machine. Izuku knows Aizawa and they occasionally meeting during patrols. And he noticed Izuku is very skittish. Aizawa is worried. Superscript 2. Midoriya. Izuku is the only survivor of the 1A class after All for One takes over Japan. All of his family, friends are gone and he can't use One for All anymore. The future is a mess of ashes and destruction. Izuku and Tenko are the only survivors of the fallout and they discover something that can fix everything. Unfortunately, things never work and Izuku is sent to the past alone, with the weight of the world on his shoulders once again. He won't fail this time. Another time traveler, Izuku. When Izuku ran away during his vigilante arc, the villains under All for One's orders kidnapped him. All for One wanted Izuku because of the One for All. Yes, Izuku was tortured to the point All for One broke OFA and rendered Izuku practically quirkless again. Izuku didn't bend to All for One wishes but he paid a price. All for One betrayed Shigaraki by stealing Decay and almost killing him. In their fight, Shigaraki lost an ear and has a scar that goes from his mouth and crosses his cheek. He also became blind in one eye because of a Nomu. The League and the whole Class 1A died. After his betrayal, Shigaraki uses his real first name, Tenko. He disowned Shigaraki Tamura and the Shimura surname. Theme song, As the World Caves in Maltese. Playlist. Tenko and Izuku have a rough start because of their previous conflicts and Izuku's grief. Tenko had a hard time grasping his mentor betrayed him. Inspired by Viridian, Silver Mist anime lover. When Izuku is 8 years old, his mom dies neither to a villain nor a disaster, but to a horrifying supernatural creature, and he goes living with a strange old man who insists that he knew his dad, who disappeared years ago. Instead of becoming a pro-hero, Izuku trails another path, a more dangerous one, and becomes something else. While still saving people, of course. A demon slayer crossover AU somewhat. Izuku belongs to the Kamado bloodline on his father's side. His father was a demon slayer. Hisashi disappeared when Izuku was 5. Izuku thought he left because of his quirklessness even when his mother told him that wasn't true. Inko died when a demon tried to attack Izuku. She gave him her wisteria necklace. Gran Torino was a demon slayer and knew Hisashi. He adopted Izuku after learning Inko died to honor his friend's legacy and started to train him. Izuku inherited his father's earrings. Izuku trained in the same place Urokodaki trained Tanjiro. Izuku uses water breathing, thunder breathing, and sun breathing. Izuku is fairly known and respected by the demon slayers, especially from the countryside. World building. THS breathing styles are difficult to skill for quirked people since quirkless people created the breathing styles. Quirkless demon slayers, even if rare, are more skilled. Tsukachi knows the demon slayers since he is also a Kakushi. There is a whole department in the police for the cleanup and erasing any indication of demon slayers' involvement. The only ones who can become demon slayers are the traditional families who passed the dance's breathing styles. Quirkless demon slayers work more in the countryside because they don't suffer discrimination. There is a small reunion point for demon slayers in every province of Japan. In Mizudafu and Hosu, there are a restaurant and a coffee shop respectively. The demon slayers have a kind of radar to track demoniac activity. The Hatsum family is a family of Nichiren Blades blacksmith. Ms. Joke, Sir Night Eye, Gran Torino are demon slayers, along with other heroes. Fumikage knows the shadow-breathing dance but he wasn't trained to become a demon slayer. Todoroki Rei's family side are demon slayers. Her uncle is a Hashira. Shimura Nana was a demon slayer and a Hashira. Some nomis are experiments using demon blood and quirks. Sometimes in the dark, Shoyuta lies awake, slowly recovering from a nightmare, trying to regulate his breathing, and feels a hollow ache inside his chest. Of course, he is used to it, but it never fails to hurt his heart. 2 doors away, there is an empty room with an empty bed, dusty toys, and old posters. Today, Izuku would be 15 years old. It never gets easier, Shouta thinks bitterly. 8 years ago, Aizawa Izuku was kidnapped and declared dead. The investigations were useless, and Shouta never was the same again. Years later, Eraserhead meets Null, and his whole world shatters. An updated version and fusion between the old draft of this one and another AU of mine called How to Find a Family. Also based on another AU called The Hybrid Shadow. I'll post those someday. Izuku manifests erasure when he's 4. Hisashi abandons them soon enough. Due to personal reasons, Inko takes Izuku to her sibling's house. After a fight, Inko leaves Izuku behind with Aizawa. Midoriya Izuku becomes Aizawa Izuku, and Shouta adopts him as a son despite being his nephew. Even though he's quite young and relatively new in his career, Shouta harbors Izuku after his mother's abandonment. Izuku and Bakugo are still friends even after everyone calls Izuku a villain. One day, Izuku is kidnapped, and Shouta snaps. They never found Izuku. What no one knew is Izuku was kidnapped by All for One and Dr. Kyudai after he found out he had another chance to put his hands on erasure like he always wanted since Oboro's death. Years later, during one of his patrols, Aizawa meets Null, who's a vigilante. He doesn't know why, but Null feels familiar. Then his new class is targeted by villains and Katsuki is kidnapped. Aizawa feels like he's living his nightmare once again. Null tries to free Katsuki at the same time the heroes find the League's base. On national television, Null comes to All Might's aid and faces one of his worst nightmares. Of course, All for One recognizes Null and tries to incapacitate the vigilante before he tries to touch him. Null doesn't have much choice other than open his eyes. All for One is defeated and Null is arrested. Aizawa feels so lost and relief. Null Izuku. Null was experimented on over and over again. He was Dr. Kyudai's personal toy. Null's erasure is supposed to be stronger than Eraserhead's erasure since it has more reach and can erase more than one quirk. It's Seikis because it always hurts to open his eyes. Null uses a BLNDFLD, so he doesn't open his eyes. Dr. Kyudai liked to put Null to fight against his Nomus. His quirk doesn't only depend on visuals. Null can also nullify quirks by touching people. He also uses gloves. Null also has a regeneration quirk. He was supposed to be a Nomu, but Null escaped before Dr. Kyudai could begin the nomification. Technically, Null killed Dr. Kyudai so he could escape. He didn't. The a-hole is still alive, but Null doesn't know that. Null's memories are a bit hazy, but he remembers a little bit about Shouta. When he meets Shouta, he doesn't recognize him at first, but when he realizes he has a full panic attack. Izuku doesn't tell Shouta about his identity because he's not the same he was before and is afraid Shouta will not accept him back after everything. Izuku is scared Shouta will be disgusted with him. Aizawa Shouta. Shouta grieves for Oboro and Izuku. The guy becomes more of a mess than he was before. He hasn't spoken to his friends has been years. He doesn't teach at UA, focused on his personal investigation to find Izuku and his patrols. Until Nedzu kindly coerces him to join his staff next year. More like he forced Aizawa to become a teacher. Nedzu was Aizawa's mentor during his school years. After they meet again at the UA, Katsuki sometimes slips to Aizawa's new office and stays there for lunch and they don't mention it. They don't talk during these, they just coexist in grief. Backstory time. Inko and Shouta are blood siblings. They used to share the Aizawa surname. After Shuta's quirk manifested, he was considered a villain even inside his household. Their parents divorced because of his quirk and their father left them. Since Inko is older than Shouta, she left the house after high school. Inko still blames Shouta for their family's fallout. Shouta grew up neglected by his mother and considered a villain by his sister. So when Izuku manifests the same quirk as her sibling, and that makes her husband leave, Inko is furious. During their whole lives, Izuku and Hitoshi had been told they wouldn't be anything other than a statistic and a villain. Dreams were shattered, and being a hero became nothing but a tainted memory. Years later, and with blood on his hands, Izuku lives with the guilty of being a creator of abominations. And when he looks at the pristine uniform, Hitoshi lives with the guilty of being a wolf in sheep's clothing. It's never easy. After their capture, they are offered a chance to redeem themselves and become part of a corrupted system that destroyed many lives. The answer should be simple, but it isn't when they also want to keep Eri safe. And they can't do that alone. Izuku and Hitoshi met Eri much earlier and saved her from overhaul, putting them in danger in the underworld until they made a deal with All for One, so no one could reach them. Izuku hates that decision but also doesn't regret it if that means keeping Eri safe. Both of the boys are morally ambiguous and gray. Their moral compass is what is best for Eri. They chopped Overhaul's finger off in one of their fights. Eri loves her Nissans, but she hates it when they get hurt or do bad things. While Hitoshi was the League's spy, Izuku was working with the doctor, unfortunately. He had nightmares of seeing the corpses or transforming his siblings into a Nomu. All for One saw Izuku as just a pebble compared to his siblings. But his intelligence was very useful. Izuku analyzed the sports festival. When the Class 1A had their first English class, Hizashi had a panic attack after he left because he saw Hitoshi's muzzle scars. Nedzu made some moves to keep the kids away from their sentence if they were rehabilitated so they could be together. Izuku and Hitoshi had to wear a tracker on their legs and live with Eri under Eraserhead and present mixed custody. During the summer camp attack, Hitoshi saved Koda because he hates seeing children in danger, and Koda has the same age as Eri. He just tossed Koda in Aizawa's arms and ran after that. Sir Night Eye heard about the famous Deku and Siren, who chopped one of Overhaul's fingers off and stole something from him, was at the UA and went to talk to him to help the investigations. He just didn't know Deku and Siren were children and the thing they stole was Eri, who was also a child. He is very freaked out because children survived Overhaul. Backstory time. Izuku and Hitoshi met when they were young kids. Inko shut Izuku out of the house, and Izuku started to wander around the city. He found Hitoshi muzzled and hurt in an alley and helped him. Izuku went missing when he was 11 after his mother almost killed him, and he ran away. Inko started drinking and taking more shifts after Hisashi left them because of her son's quirklessness. So Izuku didn't see her barely at all, or when he saw her, she would hurt him. And to make it worse, he had to endure bakugo at school. On the same night, Hitoshi was thrown out of his foster home. A parallel between the first time they met when the roles were switched. They started doing jobs in the underground since they were kids and couldn't find a normal job. Luckily, or unluckily, the underground doesn't care about age or quirks. A few years later, Eri tried to escape and found Izuku and Hitoshi. Since this is one of my oldest drafts, it doesn't have a summary. Maybe I'll reform this one later and make an updated version? Midoriya worked with the LOV and All for One being his protege with Shigaraki. He was their analyst and helped with the Nomu project without knowing about Dr. Kyudai and All for One's plans. Dabi was one of the students in the rehabilitation program at the UA and became Nedzu's personal secretary after graduation. He was 17 when he entered and graduated at 21. UA already had part of the dorms because of the rehabilitation program. Aizawa was also part of the rehabilitation program when he was young because of vigilantism. Nedzu is currently helping Dabi to get custody of Shudo, since his siblings are already adults, and to let his mother get out of the hospital. Dabi was Nedzu's personal student, just like Aizawa was during his school years and Izuku during the rehabilitation program. Midoriya turned himself up to the police after learning the truth about the Nomus, and Nedzu got interested in his intelligence and his story. Aizawa is the rehabilitation teacher, and Midoriya shares classes with 1A, except for heroics. Midoriya was part of the foster system. One of his foster parents was a criminal who encouraged and manipulated Izuku to do quirk analysis and sell them. Little by little, his mentor made Izuku part of the underground until it was too late. And then, his guardian put him to work with All for One and disappeared. All for One forced the guy to hand Izuku to him after seeing his intelligence. Midoriya has therapy sessions. Midoriya started to say he was a murderer because of his analysis. 3 people died and became the thing that almost killed 1A in the USJ incident and probably many more. Even being a villain informant, Midoriya still has the desire to protect and help people, even if he represses his emphatic side, because people took advantage of it before. Izuku's villain's name was Silver because of his helmet and because he dyed his hair in silver white. All for One makes Izuku see the Hero Society's faults. Izuku had an undercut when he started the rehabilitation program. During his stay, Midoriya's hair got too long that covered his eyes, so the 1A girls tried to cut his hair. Midoriya wears a lot of black. Midoriya and Nezu play chess sometimes. During the internships, Izuku helped Ida and Todoroki but almost got kidnapped. After that, he needed to wear a tracker. Most of the events happen like in canon, but the overhaul raid and the summer training camp arc switch, so Eri met Midoriya before they went to the summer camp. Since Izuku worked with the Shy Hasaikai before, Nezu recommended Midoriya to Sir Night-Eye, who reluctantly accepted. Midoriya just participated in the sports festival because Aizawa saw he had potential while Izuku was training Shinsou and pressured him, annoyed me, to join it. For 5 years, Izuku has been acting as Midoriya, a vigilante in Mizudafu, protecting the people and saving lives. His life isn't great, but his second job makes it better. At the beginning of the exams for high school, Izuku tries to balance his vigilante duties with his personal life, trying very hard to follow his dream to go to Yui, the school for talented kids, while avoiding his mother's wrath and Detective Aizawa's advances to arrest him. When the upbringing of criminals and riots around the city turns his life into a mess, Izuku finds himself struggling to understand he can't save everyone. Inspired by Spider-Man, specifically Peter Parker and Miles Morales, and many vigilante Izuku fics, including A House Divided Against Itself by Beyond Cloud's 777. In this universe, quirks are called meta abilities. Metas aren't seen in a positive light. A majority of the population isn't meta. Izuku and Inko's surnames are Akitani, while Izuku's vigilante name is Midoriya. Midoriya is a reference to his natural green hair. The League is commanded by All for One and has more members than in canon. The Meta Liberation Army exists. Yui is a school for talented kids, and has the same fame as its canon version. Nezu still is the principal, but he is a metahuman instead of a quirked animal. Izuku and Inko don't have a good relationship. Aizawa is just a detective really close to lose his sanity. Think of him as the Commissioner Gordon or something like that. Tsukachi is his partner. Izuku inspired his gear and outfit in many comic books. Marvel and DC exist. Yagi is Izuku's homeroom teacher and like a mentor figure. Izuku is collecting parental figures left and right to compensate his lack of a decent 1HJ. Hitoshi and Izuku know each other because they were grouped together to do an assignment, and used to live in the same neighborhood. Hitoshi still has brainwashing. Mutations aren't a thing yet since this is when quirks are starting to be a thing. Metas aren't happy with their status in society. The HPSC is a governmental program to hunt down metas. Shirakumo almost died because of this, but All for One saved him. Shirakumo was Aizawa's childhood friend, but he disappeared. That's what inspired Aizawa to become a detective. Dabi manifested a superpower and his father almost killed him. Endeavor is a minister. Shimura Nana is a minister and she advocates for Meta's rights. Yamada is a teacher at UA. I'm still not sure about Izuku's quirk. Tumblr where I posted some sketches of the US. Maybe I'll post more, at Night Shadow 1607 chapter text. 5 years ago, Tsukachi called Eraserhead to pursue Hybrid, a young vigilante who was after All for One, a myth in the underground. Tsukachi, afraid Hybrid would kill himself if they didn't stop him until too late, asked Eraserhead to catch him. Since then, Aizawa didn't have much success, not when the kid was slippery and hostile towards anyone who tried to arrest him. It took a long time to gain his trust, but Aizawa still feels he is not even close to solving the mystery behind Hybrid. When the rumors of a dangerous organization start to rise, Eraserhead offers a deal to work together to defeat them and, in the end, Hybrid will need to turn himself in to the police. With this new partnership, Aizawa starts to learn more about why the kid is so reluctant to become a hero. Izuku is 14 to 15. The story begins 1 month before the entrance exam. Hybrid starts when he is 9 years old. He was a shadow vigilante, but then he saved a journalist and they wrote an article about him, finally making the police notice him, much to his annoyance. Izuku's quirks are shadow manipulation, shapeshifter, regeneration, minor telekinesis, teeth, haze dream and fire breathing. The reason why Izuku didn't become mindless was because Izuku's quirk factor can hold multiple quirks, like his grandfather's. Izuku's vigilante name, Hybrid, is a reference of his monstrous appearance for the criminals. Izuku and Bakugo knew each other as childhood friends. Inko is All for One's daughter. She ran away because she discovered he was a villain and left before Izuku was born with her husband. She changed hers and Izuku's surname to Midoriya. Years later, Dr. Kyudai alerts All for One about Inko and Izuku and he goes after them. Midoriya Hisashi was an underground pro-hero named Dragon. All for One went after him to find his daughter and killed him when he didn't budge and stole his quirk. Izuku is a gnome. Izuku has trypanophobia, fear of needles, and latrophobia, fear of doctors. Izuku didn't set a foot in a hospital since Dr. Kyudai's routine calls. He usually treats himself since he has regeneration. Izuku's appearance is completely made up since he doesn't remember his original body. Izuku's natural hair was dark green, but it became white after the physical and emotional stress he went through as a child. If he stops using shapeshifter, Izuku's original form appears to be a distorted shadow since Izuku's body was destroyed. Izuku has nasty visible scars. Izuku has been homeless since he escaped the lab. Izuku has a radio that catches the police's radio frequency. He also hears present mix radio show. Tsukachi was very much worried about Hybrid when they discovered he was a kid and was after All for One, the same guy who hurt Toshinori. Izuku has his notebooks but they are encrypted. There are 32 in general, with cataloged villains as well. The notebooks are more about quirks than heroes, but there are some profiles if Izuku finds someone interesting. Midoriya Izuku was declared dead. Izuku thinks of himself as a monster, hence why he has no self-regard of himself. And no self-preservation because of his regeneration quirk. Izuku hates looking at himself in the mirror. When Izuku finally turns himself in, as his part of the truce, Aizawa kindly forces Izuku to live with him. Of course, Hizashi was very eager to meet the kiddo. Izuku hates that he is invading their personal space even though Eraser always remarks that he isn't. Nedzu, who was really excited to meet Chimera, let him move in the dorms with Aizawa and Yamada. He also allowed Izuku to watch every classes he wanted because Izuku wasn't an official student and hadn't been in school for years. Izuku and Yagi are wary of each other. Yagi isn't used to kids like Izuku and because this kid is his nemesis grandson who also has multiple quirks, and was trained to kill him. Izuku, on other hand, is because all of the suffering he and Tenko went through was to kill All Might, and he is naturally wary of everyone except Aizawa. All for One burned Inko's apartment down and kidnapped Izuku straight from the police station. When Mitsuki and Masaru went to take Izuku home, they realized Izuku went missing. But it was already too late. Izuku is a fast learner. Aizawa and Hizashi have 3 cats, Bstard, Tabby, Takoyaki, Calico Japanese Bobtail, and Orion, Black Stray. Legend says eons ago when the greatest evil poisoned the earth, a warrior chosen by the gods wielded a weapon from the stars and banished said evil from its power. Generations of brave warriors were chosen, and one by one, they wielded the same sword to protect people. Until evil returned, and the gods chose a human to fight. You are blessed by the gods, his mom used to say, I can see it in your eyes. Who would have thought she was right? Izuku, a human, a weakling, and an orphan, is marked by the green lightning. It sounds like a joke. The gods were mistaken, people say. However, that is not right. The gods are never mistaken. Somehow, the almighty warrior and King Yagi Toshinori can see why the gods chose him. Izuku can't, but it doesn't matter. He will not let evil thrive. If he has to fight, then so it will be. Inspired by Legend of Zelda, Breath of the Wild and other fantasy works. Humans are considered inferiors by other races because they can't do magic. Izuku was chosen by the gods to defeat All for One. Izuku is the 9th champion, while the previous holders of the One for All are the other champions. Yagi is sick after years of fighting for his kingdom, so he can't wield the sword, but he still carries it everywhere. Toshinori is also the king. Nedzu and Mirai are royal advisors. The sword is a gift from the gods, so it has divine properties. All for One was a god who was banished to Earth with half of his powers. He wants the sword because it can help him achieve his former godhood again. Izuku is an orphan and tries to survive by stealing people. He also helps other orphans to survive. He was caught by the guards when the gods marked him. Izuku was taken to the All for One follows Shigaraki, the regent prince of the Kamino kingdom. All for One met Shigaraki when he was a kid and used his father's mistreatments to make Shigaraki trust him more easily. All for One's weakened form looks like a shadow. Kamino and Yui are rival kingdoms. Guards start training at 15 years old. Toshinori has human ancestry. Some of the nobles' families are the Todorokis, the Yaoyorisis, the Idas, and the Bakugas. He sprays paint across the walls of the subway, across the billboards and alleyways. Messages, poems, or just random things, be drawings or quotes. Anything to leave his mark in world. People won't know who wrote these, but maybe they'll remember his words. He's tired of being forgotten. Izuku has a quirk that makes everyone forget his existence. It's a lonely life. Like the summary implies, Izuku has a collection of paint sprays. He likes to paint murals, write messages, phrases, quotes, poems, and draw doodles. Most of the things he stole. Every time Izuku is found by Eraserhead, who always forget who he is. Eraser thinks the murals are pretty, but it still is vandalism. Izuku likes to mess with him, sometimes. Izuku calls the put your hands up. People can hear him in the audio, but they won't remember Izuku specifically, even if Izuku says his name. People can also see him in recordings but not in photos. Izuku lives in an abandoned building. He saves people sometimes. He likes to meet Hitoshi, but he introduces himself with different names. Izuku meets his mom, just to see how is she doing, but it hurts a lot. Izuku was on the edge of a roof multiple times, but ironically, there was someone there to take him down. Since his world is his Oster and there's no one to stop him, he is trying to learn every nook in Mizudafu. He knows lots of people. Izuku has a notebook for quirks and for people's personal information. Weirdly, Izuku can telephone people, but they can't telephone him. This is more of a concept rather than a plot chapter text. Midoriya Izuku is a dimensional hopper. He explored worlds most people didn't even know it existed and saw incredible things. That sounds cool, right? No, it is not. Even since he manifested and was launched across dimensions, Izuku is alone in a multitude of multiverses, never in one place for too long. After 10 years by himself, Izuku gave up trying to go home. Now, he just goes with the flow and waits for the inevitable. However, during one of his short journeys, Izuku meets Eraserhead, who accidentally saves him from his powers and gives him a way out. Izuku knows this is only temporary and one day, Aizawa-san won't be there to erase his powers on time, but Izuku can't help but hope. Izuku's powers are inspired by America Chavez. Izuku explored multiple dimensions, but in every single one, he didn't exist. He found dimensions where people didn't have powers, where Earth was dominated by aliens and many others. In his dimension, heroes didn't exist and quirks are called superpowers. Izuku can dimension hop, but he can't control where to and when he does it. Sometimes he hopped when he was sleeping. So when Aizawa asked him why he was awake at that time in the morning, Izuku explained to him and Aizawa was concerned. The PRD Izuku stays in a dimension can vary between 5 hours or months. The longest he stayed in a dimension until now was 3 months. Izuku misses his mom a lot. Izuku has attachment issues. If All for One somehow kidnapped Izuku, he could use his homesickness and promise he would find a way for Izuku to go home. But Izuku wouldn't betray Dadzawa. Or would he? Smiley face. In a society where quirks mean anything, of course there would be discrimination against those who don't have power. But the root of cruelty goes deeper. Children who have failed to manifest a quirk are taken in the dead of the night to become part of the Blossom, a project to force quirk manifestation and clean the impurities in society. If you asked, people would say 20% of the world population is quirkless. If you asked, people would say Japan doesn't have quirkless people. One of these statements is false. Phi is 9 years old, and he feels like he's closer to death. He's hanging by a thread. If he doesn't manifest a quirk before his 9th birthday, he will be exterminated. He will never see his brother again. No, that can't be. He said he would find Kappa when he manifested, and they would be reunited again. He promised. And Phi never breaks his promises. Or, Phi escapes the blossom to find his brother, and he finds a family. The blossom is tied with the HPSE. Kids who manifest strong quirks are most likely to train to become heroes. They are transferred to the Paragon, a specialized unity to train powerful kids, like Hawks, and then taken by the HSPC. The HSPC's involvement in these things is completely erased. The blossom collects a batch of children and names them after the Greek alphabet. Izuku is Phi, Phi, while Hitoshi is Kappa, Kappa. Hitoshi manifested brainwashing when he was 6, so he was taken away. His quirk wasn't considered strong, but it was very useful for the HSPC. Hitoshi ran away and was found by Aizawa, who took him in. Quirk doctors from a public hospital are tied with the HSPC. That's how they find quirkless kids so easily. Even though quirk discrimination is present in canon, it's more prominent in this universe. People are classified by their quirks. Everyone gets a color. Blues are emitter types, weak quirks. Yellow are emitter types, average quirks. Red are emitter types, powerful quirks. Purple are emitter types, dangerous quirks. Black are quirkless. Green are mutations. Gray are passive quirks. The classification depends on the doctor that diagnoses you. Izuku never manifested a quirk. It was his death sentence. Izuku is the one and only Prince of Hell, spawn of the Monarch and Lucifer. Years ago, his father departed from his place as King of Hell and opened the gates, allowing demons to enter the human realm as they saw fit. The Monarch, Inko, stepped up, even though she didn't have absolute power. Only the king could control Hell and close the gates once again, and Prince Izuku, as in his right when he completed 150 moons, is the next in line to the throne. However, his father left with the royal crown, the artifact that crowned the king and would concede total control. As she learns this, Monarch Inko, Queen of Hell, sends her son to retrieve the crown and return with Lucifer. And she won't mind if Izuku sends some demons home through his journey. Izuku is going to force his dad to come home after spending years buying milk HJ. All for one is Lucifer is Hisashi. Inko is said. Inko is a present, if a bit overworked, and loving mother, even if the way demons show love is different from humans. Izuku is unhinged. Izuku has a scythe. I love giving Izuku a scythe. Izuku accidentally saves Bakugo and gets one for all. The slugged villain was a demon. Izuku doesn't understand the concept of quirks that much. His hellish powers aren't visible if Izuku doesn't want people to see them. Toshinori truly believes Izuku is an orphan. Time runs differently in Hell. For Inko and Izuku, Hisashi years ago, when Izuku was 4 moons. However, for humans, it has been 200 years. Aizawa thinks Izuku is a vigilante because he saw him running through alleyways during some of his patrols. Even though he is the Prince of Hell and really powerful, Izuku isn't omnipotent. Izuku likes human sweets and their blue sky. Hell is described as cold instead of hot. Izuku smells like sulfur. Just a random AU. Additional stuff. Inko and Hisashi's story is a bit like Hades and Persephone. That's why Inko didn't go after her excuse of a husband herself, because she is binded. Also because she is a good mom and wasn't going to leave her son to raise himself. Izuku is a hybrid, that's why his eyes are different, Zagrus vibes. Every human just assumes it's a mutation. Hell is, by all means, more like the underworld than hell itself. But it has demons, the devil and all the circles. The hell is divided between minor demons, deceased souls, major demons and the royal family. Major demons are the other princes of hell and their clans. Izuku, Inko and Hisashi belong to the house of Lucifer, Morning Star. All for one still has the crown. When he came to Earth, he met Yoichi and raised him like a sibling son pupil, ignoring the fact he had just abandoned his son. The story is the same. He gifted Yoichi with powers. Yoichi used it to stop his brother because he didn't agree with All for One, and gifted his power to another person. Hisashi felt truly betrayed that day. Izuku makes most people unsettled. After a raid to an illegal ring fight, Aizawa Shouta finds himself taking care of the central piece of the case, a 12-year-old fighter raised in captivity, Chimera. The problem is Chimera is severely traumatized and injured, without mentioning his feral behavior and lack of communication, besides growls and hisses. This isn't unexpected, but as much as he acts like a feral animal, Chimera is a kid who needs a home. He just hopes he won't mess up badly. Izuku was born with a mutant quirk. I'll post the design on Tumblr. When Izuku was born, his parents abandoned him because of his quirk, and he lived on an orphanage until he was 3 years old. He was kidnapped by quirk traffickers and sold to an illegal underground fighting ring. The cage is a fighting ring that focuses on entertainment of the public with sadistic methods. Their crimes include illegal quirk usage, illegal fighting, money laundering, illegal wager, quirk trafficking, child endangerment, and child abuse. Their fights are secretive and their public is directly invited by the staff. If you don't have an invite, you can't enter. Aizawa was sent to go undercover, and that's how he found out Izuku existed. Izuku's fighter name is Chimera. In a safe environment, Izuku behaves like a feral kitten, or so Shouta says, and like a bird. Izuku likes to climb things and people. He doesn't hesitate to fight dirty using biting, scratching, and other stuff. Izuku was fighting for his life. The staff used to put a muzzle on Izuku when he wasn't fighting because he always tried to bite his handlers. Sometimes they put a muzzle on him before the fights so it would harder for Izuku to fight. Sometimes Izuku likes to play with Aizawa's capture weapon and he has to pry Izuku off. It's like untangling a cat off from a yarn ball. Izuku and Bsrd, Aizawa's cat, like to playfully fight each other. At first, Izuku never left Aizawa's guest room and he would growl if the hero put a foot inside the room. He made a den with the sheets and pillows. Izuku's wings are completely torn, so he can't fly. His tail is soft but it can sharpen like an arrow. His legs aren't like human legs. Pro-hero Eraserhead, Aizawa, he's like a kitten, it can't be that hard to take care of him, Shouta. He's a dork. Izuku is capable of human speech but it's like a 3-year-old. Normally, his instincts wouldn't influence him that much, but because of his life, Izuku relied on his instincts to survive, so now most, if not all, of his actions are guided through predator instincts. Izuku has 2 rows of teeth. Aizawa had to get Recovery Girl because Izuku almost rip off his wrist. Izuku can be overprotective and clingy. Todoroki Tuya was 15 when he got free from his father's clutches but lost the way to save his siblings. To everyone, the oldest Todoroki died, and for Tuya, he might as well be. During one of his trips to find food, he meets a small green child who imprints on him like a baby duckling. Months later, Tuya finds 3 new younger siblings to protect in this unfair world. After one of his siblings gets sick, Tuya finds a solution, but for that, he needs to learn to trust again and trust a pro-hero of all things. Tuya wakes up from his comatose a year earlier than canon. Tuya doesn't change his name to Dabi yet. During his time on the streets, he finds little Izuku, who lost his mom recently and was thrown out by his dad. Tuya shares a sandwich with him, and Izuku starts to follow him around. He's not amused, shut up. Izuku is 7-ish, I think. Todoroki relates a little bit with Izuku because they both have trauma related to their dads and being considered a failure. Tuya relents and lets Izuku stay with him. Sometime later, Izuku finds Hitoshi. Hitoshi had just run away from his foster home after a bad night. Izuku brings him to Tuya to help him take Hitoshi's muzzle off. Since Izuku brought Hitoshi for him, Tuya couldn't leave the kid behind. He's not a monster. So now Tuya has 2 little kids following him, and while he pretends they annoy him, he's slowly getting attached. Sometimes Tuya is reminded of his siblings and he gets sad. Hitoshi is quiet and reclusive, but he minutely starts to talk more. Tuya is not proud, yes he is. And then they find Toga. Tuya is almost 16. Living in the streets is hard, and sometimes Tuya has to steal because he can't get money. And he does some illegal services. Izuku and Hitoshi don't like that, so he does it when they are not with him. They found an abandoned building in the lower district, and now they live there. Himiko accidentally attacked Izuku because she was starving and she couldn't find animals for a while. Tuya is stressed and concerned, so he's harsher than he should have been. So, of course, Himiko starts crying, and Izuku tries to help her. Himiko joins the group, and even Hitoshi starts to like her, so Todoroki doesn't have much option other than let her come with them. The months go by, and Tuya starts doing more dangerous jobs to get more money. Eraserhead keeps finding a kid in shady parts of Mizudafu, and he's worried. Aizawa tries to approach Tuya to get his trust, but the kid is slippery. Tuya is scared of Aizawa finding out and separating his new little family. During winter, Himiko gets sick. Todoroki tries multiple things, but it wasn't working because they lived in a cold and moldy place. Desperate times call desperate measures, so Tuya goes after Eraserhead. He doesn't like it, but he can't find anyone else. Aizawa helps them and offers his home for them. Tuya is reluctant, but he knows the other kids also can get sick. Hitoshi automatically likes Aizawa's home because he has cats. Tuya threatens Aizawa if he dares to do something to his siblings. Yes, Tuya threatens Eraserhead inside his own home. Basically, the plot is Tuya learning to trust a parental figure again, hurt comfort, the kids' shenanigans, and domestic fluff. Aizawa becomes a father of 4. 5, if you count Eri later in. After Aizawa adopts all of them, it's not a spoiler, you guys knew he was going to adopt them. He contacts Nezu to help him get a new identity to Tuya. I don't want to go to Udada. Hizashi stops his grading and looks at Izuku. The boy is hesitant, shoulders hunched and head hung down, his wild hair covering his eyes. The image reminds Hizashi of the first weeks after Izuku started living here, and his heart twists a little bit. That won't do. That's fine, he says carefully, tucking his student's papers away to give his son full attention. Do you want to tell me why? Izuku hesitates but shakes his head. That's all right, and he makes sure to tell him that. That's okay. Do you have another option? Hizashi asks. He knows Izuku tried for other schools besides Udare. Some were known names, while some were small schools, compared to his alma mater, but good nonetheless. Only a few returned with an acceptance letter. His sunshine slowly signs Ketsubath, and later, Hizashi will tell Shoyuta how relieved he was. He doesn't know what he would do if his sunshine gave up of his dream. How Izuku and Hizashi found a family in each other. Dadmic. The story starts a little bit before Izuku meets All Might. Izuku has been in foster care since his mother died, and it wasn't a good experience. Hizashi has an emergency foster license if he needs to protect children, or something like that, hero stuff related. Izuku's last case was the final straw to his social worker, who warns this is his last chance and threatens to throw him on the streets if he doesn't behave. Obviously, Izuku is scared. Even though Hizashi is very social, Izuku doesn't speak much and only talks when necessary. So most of their conversations are one-sided. Until Hizashi finds out about his analysis hobby and tries to ask questions. Izuku hides the bullying and is very adamant to stay at Aldra even if Hizashi suspects there is something wrong. Izuku knows Hizashi is present Mike, and he freaked out at first, but since Hizashi never said anything, Izuku kept quiet. When Hizashi goes to the radio station, Izuku likes to listen to the Put the Hands Up. Hizashi calls Izuku Sunshine or Green Bean. And other cute nicknames, but those are the most frequent. The rooftop incident happens and Hizashi is worried because clearly something happened to Izuku. Izuku gives up being a hero for a while. One day, someone calls Present Mike to ask if they could be a hero with a week. Of course, little listener. Like a best friend of mine said to me before, quirks are just tools to level the field. They don't measure potential, and I stand by that. Anyone can be a hero. Anyone. It will be tough, but it's worth it in the end. Izuku, reminded by All Might's speech, gets angry because, are all heroes hypocrite? So when Hizashi comes home, Izuku is deadly quiet, and not his anxious quiet, but a type of quiet that makes Hizashi stop. Izuku very quietly asks, "Did you mean it? Izuku? What's wrong? Did you mean it? Mean what? What you said on the radio?" Izuku's voice gets louder. Did you mean that at all, or did you say that to preserve your reputation, or was it for pity? Hizashi wants to ask how Izuku knew who he was, but he doesn't. I meant every word of what I said. No, you didn't, his voice snarls. You didn't. No one does. Not even All Might does. When they say anyone, they are lying. No one considers quirkless people. We aren't anyone, we are nobody. That's the difference. Do you want to be a hero? He hesitates. I wanted to. Do you want to be now? It doesn't matter what I want. I need to be realistic. It's clearly someone else's words, and that makes Hizashi's blood boil. Anyway, Izuku vents because he has been carrying this weight since All Might left him behind, and Hizashi listens to him and promises to help him. After his outburst, Izuku is mortified because now Yamada-san will call his social worker and he'll need to live in the streets. He even prepares his bag. Except nothing happens. Instead, Hizashi sits with him to talk about what he'll need to do until the applications for hero schools open. Izuku is so confused. Hizashi softly tells him he meant every word of what he said, which includes finding someone to train him because he's not sure Izuku is compatible with his fighting style. I don't need to say there's a lot of tears after that. Hizashi introduces Izuku to Aizawa. Aizawa doesn't mind training Izuku since he wants to be a hero. Hizashi is slightly jealous because Aizawa starts to train Izuku with a capture weapon, but after seeing Izuku smiling, his jealousy vanishes. Izuku starts to trust Hizashi little by little, and that makes Hizashi's heart soar because he's so happy. When the acceptance letters start to come, Hizashi approaches Izuku with the idea of adoption. He asked for the paperwork during the year and it finally arrived. Izuku says yes. At first, Izuku wanted to go to U today and he even passes the exam, but his encounter with Bakugo and discovering All Might will become a teacher there makes him change his mind. Hizashi takes it in stride and supports Izuku's decision even if he doesn't know the reasons. Izuku goes to Ketsubutsu instead of Yuda. Since Ms. Joke works there, and Aizawa knows her, Hizashi is less worried because she can protect him if something is wrong. Izuku unsurprisingly thrives as a hero student and he finally has friends who don't care about his quirklessness. When the U-data dorms are created, Izuku is forced to transfer because Hizashi would be living 24/7 in the dorms. It's a very long night when Hizashi tells the news. Izuku finally confesses what happened during his childhood, about Bakugo and about All Might, and why exactly he doesn't want to leave Ketsubutsu. Hizashi is this close to punch his coworker. Izuku's friends and classroom give him a goodbye party, and promise to keep contact. Class 1A accepts Izuku with open arms with some notable exceptions. Bakugo cough. Hitoshi also transferred to Class 1A. He and Izuku bond. Izuku also bonds with Uraraka, who he saved during the entrance exam. Izuku is mostly tense during the classes because he sits behind Katsuki. Hizashi asks Izuku if he can tell Aizawa so they can do something about it. Izuku doesn't want to, so Hizashi says to at least put his desk somewhere else. Non-confirmed stuff. Maybe there's a bit of eraser me. Sometimes a family is a tired and grumpy vigilante anti-hero and his two little menaces whom he loves very much but doesn't admit. Yes, I'm targeting you, Dad. 7 years ago, the vigilante Bakaniko finds a kid with a muzzle on their face and promptly takes them home. Later, he finds a kid in a dumpster and also takes them home. It was just so he could contact Tsukachi to make a report and get rid of them. But with 2 pairs of puppy eyes and a warm heart, Aizawa Shouta begrudgingly accepts his fate as a single parent. Nikomata, a creature from Japanese folklore, described as a cat with a biforked tail. To gain revenge against those who wronged it, the spirit may haunt humans. Vigilante Aizawa. Aizawa never got to transfer to the hero course because, at the time, the school board was full of assholes, and Nedzu wasn't the principal yet. Aizawa works as a janitor. He's contracted to clean anything, from offices to old crime scenes to heroes' messes. Aizawa's vigilante name was Bakaniko. Aizawa and Tsukachi have a weird relationship where they banter around, but Tsukachi still tries to arrest him. It's wild. He found Hitoshi when he was 6 years old. He was on patrol, and Aizawa mistook him for a stray. Hitoshi likes to tell this story to unknown people to embarrass his dad. Aizawa took him home to take his muzzle off. He was going to take Hitoshi to the police station, because he's not good with kids, but the fear in Hitoshi's eyes makes him hesitate. Hitoshi takes the couch for the night. Shouta says it's only temporary. Hitoshi hesitantly tells Aizawa why he was with a muzzle, and he is horrified. Yeah, the kid can never go back there. Until Aizawa can find a good home for Hitoshi, he lets the kid stay with him. He even cleans his spare bedroom. At first, they're not close. Hitoshi is still skittish, and Aizawa gives him space. Hitoshi goes to school while Aizawa goes to work. At night, Aizawa makes dinner and leaves for patrol after Hitoshi goes to sleep. One day, Hitoshi calls him from school because the principal wants his guardian there. So Aizawa goes there and finds Hitoshi with multiple bruises. And he sees another kid badly pretending to be scared. The principal and teacher ramble about Hitoshi using his quirk on a classmate. His bullshit senses are tingling. He knows something is wrong. He asks for proof and the principal shudders, trying to convince Aizawa they know it was Hitoshi, but he still wants the camera footage. They don't give the footage, and Aizawa claims if they don't want to show the footage, Hitoshi is not guilty. The other kids' parents, the principal, and the homeroom teacher try to argue with him, but Shouta simply guides Hitoshi away, wanting to go home to treat his injuries. Hitoshi is confused and asks why Aizawa didn't believe the school. He says it was because he recognized the signs, and it's obvious that everyone else was lying. After that, Hitoshi starts to get closer to Shouta. Aizawa calls his contacts to forge some documents, and Shinsou Hitoshi becomes his foster son. He also goes after Hitoshi's former foster parents and gives them a smiley face. During one of his jobs, he finds Izuku sleeping in a dumpster because he has nowhere else to go. Saying Izuku was scared out of his mind, it's an understatement. Since Hitoshi is at school, Aizawa takes Izuku to eat something and brings him home. Izuku innocently tells him his mom shut him out of home, and he has been on the streets for 2 weeks. Aizawa is horrified. Superscript 2. Hitoshi is hesitant to share his spare room with Izuku, but Hitoshi starts to soften for Izuku. Meanwhile, Aizawa goes after one Midoriya Inko. It's not a fun talk, and Aizawa goes back home fuming. He also adopts Izuku. Even though Aizawa hates Hitoshi's school, he thinks if Izuku and Hitoshi were at the same school, it would be more bearable. So Izuku transfers to Hitoshi's school. Life goes on until Izuku notices Aizawa-san slipping out of the window in the middle of the night. Like a 7-year-old kid, Izuku is curious and wakes Hitoshi to theorize. They both start following Aizawa-san and find out he's a vigilante. Why didn't Hitoshi figure it out before? Well, it wasn't obvious Aizawa was one. To be honest, he thought the guy was homeless when they both met. One day, a hero notices 2 kids on a rooftop while he's fighting Bakuniko and asks, "Do you know them?" Aizawa isn't amused. He scolds them for following him. Honestly, you kids have school tomorrow. But Hitoshi and Izuku refute him, saying they were worried about him and that he could be arrested. Who would take care of them, tuck them good night, order for takeout, and train them to become heroes? They make a deal. They stay out of the fights, hiding at a safe distance, and they would serve as a lookout as long as that didn't affect their grades and they were out of trouble. Aizawa teaches them a bit of self-defense, just in case. During a patrol, Aizawa is badly injured and the kids act quickly. They throw bricks at the bad guys, and Hitoshi uses his quirk to make them leave. Of course, they are grounded, but Aizawa starts to train them because if they want to be problem children, at least they should be capable of getting out of trouble. Quickly, Aizawa's vigilante name changes to Nikomata. Just a family of vigilantes terrorizing villains and heroes. Probably Izuku and Hitoshi will still go to UA, but more experienced than most of their classmates. Storge, Stri Storgai from ancient Greek Sigma Tau Omicron Rho Gamma, Storg, love, affection. Familial love refers to natural or instinctual affection, such as a parent's love towards offspring and vice versa. How far would you go to keep your kid safe? If Shouta were to answer, he would say pretty far. At 21, he becomes a parent. He doesn't know how to do this. Based on this post, here. Quirks are rare and feared. Shouta, or 11, was an experiment and raised to be a soldier. His quirk is an erasure in this AU. Genesis took Shouta's DNA and tried to create a more apprimated version of him using volunteers. And it worked years later, but it did. Shouta only found out years later, when the baby had some months of life. Shouta was the one who picked the baby's name, Izuku. 11 escaped with 22 because he learned Izuku was supposed to kill him after completing his training. Shouta wasn't worried about being murdered. No, he was worried about the baby experiencing the same things Shouta did when he was young. He has a kid. Will not be a soldier. Not if Shouta has something to say about this. Shouta is unbearably soft toward Izuku. Izuku is almost like a carbon copy of Shouta, except for some additional stuff because of his mom. Just a dad trying to raise his son in the best way possible while dealing with his traumas and running away from monsters. Sounds fun. I don't have a plot for this, I'm sorry. Izuku is a good baby. Wait. You want me to become a vigilante? Izuku gapes. His eyes flick wildly between Aizawa and Yamada. Shouldn't that be illegal? Aizawa-sen blinks. I didn't say that. Izuku frowns. Yes, you did. The man shakes his head. No, I said if you, by any means, decides to fight crime by yourself, I would train you, and you would accompany me during patrols. It isn't vigilantism because you don't have a quirk, therefore, can't be accused of quirk usage. He never thought about that. He hears Yamada-san mutter bad words behind Aizawa-san's back. After the UA school board denies his entry in the hero course, and any course in the school for that matter, Izuku can't help but think Kaken and everyone else were right. Until a knock on his door presents him a new opportunity. Version 1. Morally ambiguous Aizawa Shouta, because no sane hero would suggest to a child to become a vigilante. Hizashi doesn't agree with this, but he's there to be the voice of reason. Izuku is completely confused and going with the flow. Izuku technically should be in Class 1A, but the UA school board simply denied his entry. He can't be a student. They claim is because of his black marks, which Shouta calls bullshit. Midoriya was one of the best scores in the exam, even if his score in the practical test were a bit miffed, but Aizawa was already interested. Netsu implied Aizawa should investigate Midoriya Izuku, because he couldn't do anything about the UA school board decision. So Shouta started digging through Izuku's historic and was flabbergasted. Aldra really did Izuku dirty. He has many black marks, they were not even trying to hide. So Aizawa dragged his husband to Midoriya's address to meet the kid. Shouta no, Shouta yes. Why didn't Izuku try for other hero schools? Because they weren't in Mizudafu, he doesn't have money to move to another city, and UA gives scholarships. Inko is there but she just doesn't care, in a bad way. Izuku, of course, accepts, because what hero fanboy would turn down an offer to be trained by the one and only Eraserhead? And present Mike. Aizawa is a little sheet. Mike is so done. Crack treated seriously. Inspired by setting a new precedent by Shadecrawler. Izuku's vigilante name is Pipesqueak, or Pipes for short. Guess who suggested that name? Everyone has a nickname for Izuku, and Izuku is confused because none of the nicknames are calling him useless nor insulting him. Izuku suggested Deku but Hizashi denied it. Izuku told them a little bit about Aldra, and saying Aizawa and Yamada were horrified is an understatement. Izuku uses a bicycle helmet to protect his head during his stunts. It's a bit cute. The police doesn't even blink when they see Izuku following Eraserhead around. It's just amusing at this point. I don't know how the League's attacks work in this AU to be honest. I also don't know who receives one for all. Version 2. The UA school board denies Midoriya's application to the entrance exam. Netsu implies something is wrong to Aizawa, who decides to investigate. Everything is the same but Izuku has more 10 months of vigilantism and training before he goes to high school and before the League's first attack. Izuku is used to living alone. That's how he has survived most of the time in a Warzone. People will only get you killed during an apocalypse, and while there's not much to live for, Izuku prefers surviving. Kindness is a weakness survivors can, and will, explore, regardless of whether you look like a sad orphan. If you live long enough, you'll learn the lesson, and Izuku learned the hard way. However, This changes a little girl falls into one of his traps around his camp. Izuku is a lone survivor who lives in a sanctuary in a forest on the outskirts of a destroyed city. Izuku uses a gas mask and has a rifle. One of Izuku's legs was wrongly healed, so he has chronic pain sometimes. This is not a retelling of Tlu. I'm just using its system. Eri is a bit older, like 8 to 9, and she was adopted by Aizawa and Yamada when her mother died due to complications in childbirth. Eri and Hitoshi are siblings. They were separated when an attack destroyed their former shelter. Eri doesn't know where her family was relocated, and she has been looking for them. Technically, Izuku lives in Kurume, Fukuoka. Kurume is a war zone between rival gangs. Izuku used to live in a QZ with his mother when he was a kid. Inko was young when she had Izuku, and she was a firefly. During a rebellion gone wrong, Inko was killed, and Izuku ran away outside the QZ. Stain found him and taught him how to survive. Unfortunately, Stain didn't survive. Izuku was with a group of survivors, but they abandoned him with a horde of infected. He almost died. Izuku has killed before. If it were any other person, Izuku wouldn't have helped, but Eri was just a little girl. No kid should be surviving alone, the hypocrisy. Zukin is Eri's new big sibling. She wonders if her dads would adopt Izuku too. Non-confirmed. Maybe Izuku is immune? Fun facts. In the drafts, Aizawa was supposed to be lost trying to go back to his family. Izuku would snoop his stuff and find a photo of him with Hitoshi and Eri. Izuku would also have a dog, Nana. Nana, somehow, would convince Izuku to help Aizawa to find his family. Nana is an intelligent girl. They don't deserve to become orphans or wait for a dad who maybe would never come back. Izuku's logic? Aizawa getting attached and being like, Zashi won't get mad if I bring a stray, right? Hitoshi and Eri would like a new sibling. They'll like Nana. We're F-ed, Hitoshi spits, trying to hide the fear in his words. We're so F-ed. Hitoshi, he warns. No, seriously. Why did you think this was a good idea? Why did I think it was a good idea? Honestly, Izuku didn't know too. Just shut up and keep your cool. He hisses, not keeping his own cool at all. During a mission, Hitoshi and Izuku find a little girl without knowing the implications of the Empire trying to find her, whatever it takes. A Star Wars X MQ crossover by an author who knows the equivalent of nothing about Star Wars. Hitoshi and Izuku work under Overhaul's criminal syndicate. It's not nice. At least they have a roof under their head between missions and, questionable, food. Unfortunately, they have to pay for arrangements, and they pay with the missions. Izuku and Hitoshi were orphans taken from the streets and met each other while working for Overhaul. After one mission together, Chisaki put them to work together all the time because of their efficiency. The guy is an a-hole. Eri belongs to a force-sensitive race called unicorns. She has long hair, a little horn, and kitten paws. I'll post the designs on Tumblr. Chisaki wants Eri as a weapon for his evil and corrupted schemes. The Empire is trying to find all of the Force sensitives. All for One is Palpatine, and Shigaraki is a Darth Vader ripoff, kind of. If it was canon, Wayfaring Rogues would be between Revenge of the Sith and A New Hope. Izuku is a proud honorary big brother, while Hitoshi is a reluctant, but also proud, honorary big brother. What do you do when the entire galaxy is after your new adopted sister? Improvise and cause chaos. Hitoshi and Izuku are little sheets. Izuku likes to carry Eri in a sling. She has a habit of wandering off. She's very curious. The Shai Hasaikai base is in Tatooine. Hitoshi hates Tatooine. He also hates Chronostasis, the right-hand man of Chisaki Kai. You hate everyone, Toshi. Everyone gives me a reason to hate them, so you hate me? Sad face. I didn't say that. The kids find Yagi Tashinori, an old Jedi master hiding from the Empire. He was almost fatally injured, and now he can't fight. He's a sweet guy. And he lives with Gran Torino. Also, a Jedi master, who they are pretty sure is now senile. Shirokamo is a Sith who is an inquisitor and likes to annoy Shigaraki. Shirokamo was a Jedi who turned to the dark side. Aizawa and Yamada are bounty hunters. Kaminari is a terrible guide. Based on Izuku and Hitoshi's previous experiences, they meet each other sometimes to spill the tea. Kaminari's dad is a mechanic and fixes ships. Kaminari stays there most of the time. Jiren is an informant the kids know because of old jobs. The Empire finds him and forces him to betray them. Think about the Mandalorian plot. That's it. With many changes, obviously. Midoriya Izuku disappears after All Might shatters his dreams. The last time he was seen was after the sludge villain incident. No one notices his departure. Months later, a young boy lands on a dumpster in a dark alley in the Red District, drowning in a loose suit, with blood on his face and with a broken briefcase. Somehow, these two events are connected. The countdown for the apocalypse begins. Let's hope for the best. A time traveler assassin saving the world? More likely than you think. Technically an Umbrella Academy AU, a very old one for the matter. Also inspired by Viridian by Silver Mist anime lover. Izuku plays Five's role, trying to stop the apocalypse. The handler found Izuku when he was about to jump from the roof. The Temps Commission modified Izuku's DNA with DNAs of the most dangerous serial killers in history, based on the TUA comics. They also erased part of his memory and gave him a quirk. Izuku's quirk makes him act faster than normal people, so when he activates his quirk, everything goes in slow motion and he can predict other people's moves. His quirk is based on Chronos from Katana Zero. Izuku found out about the apocalypse when he was 29 years old. At the same time, he found out about his surgery and felt betrayed and violated. So, as an act of spite, he decided to stop the apocalypse. No, this is not a way to redeem his sins, and no, he's not doing this to revive his dream of being a hero. He's just some guy doing what most people would do to save mankind. Izuku doesn't really know how the apocalypse happened. The only thing he found on the Commission's archives was that, somehow, All for One and the UA were related to the end of the world. He was running away from people trying to kill him. Give him a break. Izuku destroyed part of the Commission during his stunt. His briefcase was destroyed during the crossfire, so when he traveled back in time, there was a malfunction, and his body returned to his teens. Izuku's memories are slowly returning. It's not fun. His emotions are also a mess. Bakugo will never admit it, but he was bothered about Izuku's radio silence. Izuku doesn't finish middle school. Honestly, he forgot Aldera, and, by extension, Bakugo, because it has been years for him, existed. He has other things to worry about, and he can finish school with his eyes closed. Izuku is a master assassin. Izuku knows melee combat, fire weapons, and cold weapons management. And gymnastics, he is flexible. He can kill with anything you put on his hands. Izuku has phenomenal speed, strength, senses, endurance, and reflexes. His footsteps are soundless. John Wick Kinij. Midoriya accidentally becomes a vigilante. In the first timeline, since Izuku didn't do the entrance exam, Hitoshi was in class 1A. Izuku loves coffee. He is also a FING genius. He also smokes. Izuku tries for the entrance exam while trying to find All for One. Since Izuku doesn't know why the UA is important and he doesn't care about heroes anymore, he goes to General Ed and accidentally transfers to the hero course. He totally ignores Shigaraki's existence. Oh, what a fool. Midoriya Izuku has been on the run ever since he was accused of being a traitor to his school. Betrayed by his own mentor, with no way to contact his friends or his mother, and being hunted by both heroes and villains, he still needs to stop All for One and is afraid of what will happen if he succeeds. Izuku is slipping towards a rabbit hole of paranoia, helplessness, and exhaustion, something he didn't feel ever since before UA. After a fight with a villain, Izuku is found by one of his teachers, and he finds himself at a crossroads: trust a hero or die. Surprisingly, it's not an easy choice. Suspected traitor Izuku. Honestly, I don't believe Toshinori wouldn't protect Izuku with all of his mighty ha. But since this is an AU, I'm sorry, Toshinori. Izuku is accused of being the UA traitor by the HSPC. They reveal his quirkless status and how suspicious it is for Izuku, who had been quirkless since he was 4, suddenly gain a quirk when he was 15. Nedzu only allows the HPSC to investigate because one of his teachers died, and another one almost died as well. He is opening the school to shelter civilians, and the school board and the HPSC are pressing him against the wall. He is tired, FNG stressed, and with his hands, paws, tied, there is nothing he can do. While the HPSC is stupid, they, unfortunately, aren't dumb. They investigate Izuku's background before starting the accusations. They don't interrogate Bakugo. They play with the kid's emotions, taking advantage of the paranoia after multiple villain attacks. They cut the connection between Izuku and his mother and keep an eye on her. They take advantage of that Aizawa, the responsible for the class and one of the people the HSPC hates to deal with, is out of service. They use the investigations to enter UA, that is Nedzu's domain, and Nedzu hates the HSPC, and they use it to get closer to All Might and if they are lucky, Eri, but that's hard since she is Aizawa's daughter, not a UA ward, or another promising student, and even use Izuku himself. All Might, in this universe, decides that his and Nana's secret is more important than revealing it to protect Izuku's innocence. Tsukachi isn't available because he is busy with the fallout of the Paranormal Liberation War, and one of the ways to contact him is through Aizawa. The other is through Toshinori, but since Naomasa knows his secret, it's not an option anymore. Izuku goes after All for One, and the HSPC uses it to aggravate his traitor status. Izuku is found and saved by Present Mike after a violent villain fight, where Izuku almost dies due to injuries, exhaustion, and a fever. Aoyama feels truly guilty because he's the traitor, not Izuku. Bakugo defends Izuku with teeth and nails for everyone who agrees with the HSPC's bullshit. Class 1A doesn't believe the HSPC, but the rest of the UA does. Aizawa is still in the hospital. Inko is losing her patience. Her baby boy is somewhere out there, and those people are preventing her from trying to find him. 13, and Snipe when they are unavailable, is taking care of Class 1A. It was supposed to be All Might, but Class 1A, especially Bakugo, feels betrayed. Bakugo knows what Yagi is doing, and that hurts more than anything. Since Class 1A doesn't know about One for All yet, they feel betrayed that All Might believes the HSPC so easily. They also feel betrayed because of Nedzu. Todoroki truly believes there's something they don't know because, even if Izuku denies it, All Might treats Izuku like a son. He doesn't want All Might to be like his father at all. Midoriya thinks his friends believe he's a traitor. Class 1A doesn't turn vigilantes because of many reasons, including their parents, the UA's security, Nedzu's underlying threats of expulsion, Aizawa's recovery, etc. Izuku was taken to the HSPC before his escape, and let's just say their interrogation methods are neither ethical nor legal. Hizashi knows there's something wrong. This whole situation is completely effed up. When Izuku fully recovers, he leaves Hizashi's apartment in the middle of the night, giving the guy a heart attack. Hizashi tries to find Izuku again because Izuku is one of Shuta's kids, and he would be dead if he wouldn't protect his husband's kids for him. They need to be there to see their teacher again. When Izuku once again moves to another foster home, he isn't surprised. It would have happened sooner or later, and he knows it's going to be the same with this house. It doesn't matter his foster guardian is a pro-hero, the present Mike of all things. It's always the same process. He stays for a while, follows the rules but will be punished anyway, tries to ignore his quirk until he is kicked out for being a burden and the cycle restarts in another place. That's until Izuku goes home earlier and meets the ghost of Aizawa Shouta, Shinsou's dad, and Yamada's husband, and the same man Izuku saw being kidnapped 2 months ago. Izuku can see ghosts, but it's not enough to classify as a quirk, so he's diagnosed as quirkless with schizophrenic tendencies. This destroys his entire life. If the bullying wasn't enough, the destruction of his parents' marriage triggers his abandonment by his own mother. She leaves him in the first orphanage she can find, and Izuku spends years in problematic foster homes while trying to pretend ghosts aren't real and that his therapy is working. However, a new placement makes him investigate a weird kidnapping. And you know how the saying goes, the deeper you dig, the darker it gets. Izuku can talk and see ghosts, but he was diagnosed as quirkless. Aizawa was kidnapped. The police think he is missing. He died and became a ghost. His body was used and reanimated by Dr. Kyudai to make a Nomu. He and Yamada were married and adopted Hitoshi when he was a little kid. All ghosts have white hair. Izuku has some white streaks in his hair. Aizawa is slightly in denial of his death. He wants to find what happened with his body. Izuku was present when the kidnapping happened, but he wasn't aware of it and ran away in fear. Hisashi divorced of Inko when Izuku was diagnosed, and Inko blamed Izuku, so she abandoned him in an orphanage. Izuku was also diagnosed with schizophrenia and is forced to go to therapy. Most of his foster parents didn't take him there, saying it was useless or he was trying to get attention. Izuku doesn't like his therapist that much because she always talks in a condescending way. Unfortunately for him, Yamada-san does take Izuku to his sessions. Izuku's meds give him a fuzzy sensation that bothers him, so he doesn't take them. It's not like he needs them. Izuku's last foster home ended in disaster because teacher neighbors called the police after hearing odd noises. He was taken to the hospital because of grave injuries and was forced to cast his arm. Because of the police's involvement, Hizashi was the best temporary placement, regardless that his husband is missing. Izuku was so drained out during the years that he thinks if he can reach 18, he's already living too much. He doesn't care about his dream anymore, but he still likes heroes. He just thinks it doesn't fit him anymore. Aizawa is insisting in asking Izuku to find a way to let him communicate with Hizashi and Hitoshi. Izuku is annoyed because he can't control these things, and I can't just say to him, "Oh, hey Yamada-san, I can your dead husband." He says he was kidnapped and people killed him to sell his organs. Would you like me to say that, Aizawa-san? But he is also driven by guilty because he was there when it happened, so he's trying to help Aizawa. It's a mess. Hizashi is stressed. Hitoshi is bad at feelings and the epitome of teenage angst. Not a good combination in my opinion. Aizawa is slowly losing his memories and they don't know why. What a man driven by despair can do. Izuku hasn't seen Katsuki in years. Hizashi is awkward with Izuku. Hitoshi doesn't really care about anything. He just wants his dad back, sad face. Midoriya Hisashi was a Twilight Pro hero named Dragon who died before his son could complete 4 years old, leaving behind his widowed wife to raise their son. Somehow, this changes everything. Izuku finds out about his heritage at 10 years old and, moved by his dream of being a hero, decides to follow in his dad's footsteps despite his mother's overbearing worry and quirklessness. That's how he meets Eraserhead, the former apprentice of the dragon. Due to her husband's death, Inko changed because of her grief. She had to raise Izuku by herself and never stopped seeing him as her baby since he was the last reminiscence of Hisashi. This got worse when Izuku was diagnosed as quirkless. She became overprotective, afraid she would lose him too because he was more fragile. When Izuku wanted to become a hero, Inko shot that down really quickly. She tried to repress Izuku's dream and admiration for heroes because that was a dangerous path. Inko already lost someone because of this world. She wouldn't lose her son as well. Everything she did was coming from a place of mother's love and worry, and her own grief, but it doesn't mean it was healthy. Over the years, she started to be bitter about Hisashi, even though she loved him, because he chose that path without thinking about what he would leave behind. Why couldn't he think about his son, about her? Inko works a lot because being a single mother of a quirkless kid in a discriminated world is stressful. Despite his mother's attempts to shut down his dreams, Izuku still seeks to be a hero. He feels guilty about this because he knows his mother only wants the best for him, but it's within his nature to help people. Izuku has more self-doubt because his mother likes to make decisions for him. For your safety, honey. Izuku lies about the bullying, saying he's just clumsy, which aggravates Inko's perception of his fragility even more. He doesn't want to worry his mom, and he's sure she would put him in an online school. One day, Izuku and Inko were doing spring cleaning, and Izuku found an old hidden box where he found out about his dad. Izuku doesn't have many memories of his dad, and his mother always looked like she was about to cry when he asked, so he stopped. He finds out his dad was a hero and is shocked. He also finds a photo where there's his dad, baby Izuku, his mom, and an unknown teenager. Izuku doesn't know why he feels familiar. Scouring through his dad's old stuff, Izuku finds out the teen is Aizawa Shouta, Hisashi's former apprentice and F.A.N.G. Eraserhead. In an epiphany, Izuku slips out in the middle of the night to find Eraserhead. That's how Aizawa Shouta meets his old mentor's kid. This AU is more about older sibling Aizawa than Dadzawa. Izuku is like 12 years old when they meet. Aizawa thought Izuku was a lost kid and now is awkwardly seeing the kid fanboy about him. He's not paid enough for this. Izuku asks the big question, and Aizawa says yes. Aizawa starts training Izuku. Hitoshi was a temporary student of Aldra when he was in foster care, so he and Izuku became friends. Hitoshi is now in a great foster home and waiting for the process of adoption to be done. He has 2 moms now. Izuku doesn't tell his mom about his training, afraid of what she would do. Because of his training, Izuku can evade his bullies without getting hurt. Bakugo hates it, and he's confused because where the F the nerd learned to do that. Aizawa helps Izuku with his self-esteem and self-doubts and becomes an older sibling figure. Hitoshi joins the training. Izuku also meets Yamada-san and Kiyama-san. Since Izuku has a support system who believes he can be a hero, I don't think Izuku would ask All Might if he can be one, but if he does, it ends in the same way, but Izuku doesn't get OFA. Izuku motivations are to save people with a smile and live his father's legacy. Izuku passes the entrance exam with flying colors. But Inko discovers this after seeing the mail, and there's a fight between them. Izuku insists he can be a hero and that he understands why she worries about him, but she has to respect his wishes and stop treating him like a baby. Inko, in a fit of despair and anger, locks Izuku inside his room. It's a symbolism of her trying to keep him safe and protect him but also restraining his freedom. Izuku calls Aizawa for help because he doesn't want to lose his future. He doesn't hate his mom, but he can't help but feel hopeless. If his own mother doesn't believe him, can he actually do anything? All of this AU is based on this TikTok. Ignore the context here. I made this AU to be a series with each work being focused on a character or their relationships. A glimpse of you. Izuku finds his dad's stuff. Red tight shoes, how Izuku's quirklessness affects his life. Lavender and Sage, how Shinsou and Izuku meet plus temporary Aldra student Hitoshi. 2 birds on a wire, Inko's mental state after Hisashi's death plus her relationship with Izuku's quirklessness. Little Dragon Kid, Aizawa meets his old mentor's kid. Soar High, Izuku's growth during the years plus the entrance exam. Howling at the Moon, Inko discovers Izuku's results at the U.exams. Izuku calls Aizawa, scared for his future. Burned Out Ashes, the aftermath. After Izuku meets his idol, his world comes crashing down, but that's not enough to make him give up on his dreams. He just has to find another way out. And what better solution than being a vigilante? It's not like they can arrest him for quirk usage, right? However, not everything goes as planned. Somehow, Izuku managed to catch the attention of the underground, meet Eraserhead, manifest a quirk out of nowhere, and be hunted by a mastermind supervillain. And sometimes, he questions himself if continuing dreaming is worth it. Inspired by Bones, Imagine Dragons. I got this feeling, yeah, you know, where I'm losing all control. 'Cause there's magic in my bones. Izuku never becomes All Might's successor but, somehow, manifests One for All. The Vestiges choose him after he saves Bakugo from the slugged villain. Aizawa becomes attached to the sad small green vigilante. All for One finds out about Izuku and thinks he's All Might's successor. Izuku has a harder time using One for All than it is in canon because he doesn't have a mentor to help him. One for All manifested during a bad patrol. At first, Izuku liked to use a bow staff as a weapon. Inko is worried because she knows something is wrong and Izuku pretends it isn't. This is during the 10 months before the UA entrance exam. Having a quirk is not as fun as Izuku thought it would be. Izuku starts to have nightmares after he manifests One for All. It's just the Vestiges trying to communicate, but the connection is weakened, since One for All technically was never transferred to Izuku. Izuku calls One for All the quirk, because after years of being quirkless, he can't truly believe that quirk is his, even though it's impossible to transfer quirks to someone else. Oh, the irony. I don't have much about the plot, so this is a short AU. On the day the Empire rose, Hitoshi lost his mentor during the Jedi Purge and was forced to survive alone. However, a kind woman saved him and decided to keep him as her son. Hitoshi hid his true nature as Force-sensitive and, not much later, became an older brother to Inko's second son, Izuku. But his past caught up with him. And now they're after Izuku too. After running away from the Empire with Izuku, leaving his mom behind, Hitoshi will go through more difficulties to protect his sibling from the dark side and cross the galaxy to find a Jedi Master to help. Another Star Wars AU. Ignore any errors. I tried to make everything according to the wiki, but Jesus Christ, Star Wars is complicated. Major Arcana is about rebuilding old bridges, fixing past mistakes, and protecting what's valuable. It's also about family, like most of my fics. Anyway, Hitoshi was recently turned into a Padawan when the Great Jedi Purge happened. Aizawa was his mentor. Oboro was considered missing and Aizawa was the first to go after his friend, leaving Hitoshi at a Jedi temple. Unfortunately, Oboro joined the dark side. When the Empire attacked the Jedi temples, Hitoshi managed to hide. He wanted to stay in the temple in case Aizawa came back for him. But that never happened. After a week, Hitoshi went after food and to find someone that would help him find Aizawa. He was chased by stormtroopers but saved by a kind woman named Midoriya Inko. Inko was PRGT, but she adopts Hitoshi and he becomes her first son. Even after everything, Hitoshi still kept his Padawan braid. Over the years, Hitoshi accepts that Aizawa is dead. It's not easy. When Izuku is born, Hitoshi promises Inko he'll protect him with his life. When Hitoshi is 15, the Empire knocks on their door after a Force-sensitive. They were after Izuku, without knowing Hitoshi was one as well. Inko forces Hitoshi to flee with Izuku. Version 1. In this version, Hitoshi and Izuku wander across the galaxy trying to survive. Izuku is only 5-ish when they lose their mother. Hitoshi teaches Izuku the basics, but even his knowledge is limited since his training was cut short. In another planet, they were found by stormtroopers and Hitoshi is seriously injured. Yamada finds and saves them. He takes the kids to someone who can help them. It's Aizawa. Plot twist. Aizawa was alive all this time. Oboro almost killed him, but Aizawa managed to survive. He also showed Aizawa the temple's destruction, knowing Hitoshi was there and thinking he was killed during the purge. He lives in a secret place where not many people would dare to explore. Hitoshi is confused and angry. He waited for years for his mentor to find him. He was there when his people died. He even accepted Aizawa had died. He grieved for nothing after all? Why didn't Aizawa try to look for him? He lost a friend? Well, Hitoshi thought he had lost a dad. He was a kid. Of course, grief comes differently and suffering shouldn't be compared. Izuku is cutely unaware of his brother's feelings. He wants to train and become a Jedi like his big sibling. Hizashi works as a mediator between them. Meanwhile, Emperor All for One sends his pupil Shigaraki to help Oboro. They hate working with each other. Version 2. This version comes with a twist. Aizawa also joins the dark side since he lost his Padawan. He doesn't have a perspective of the future anymore. He lost Hitoshi, he doesn't want to lose Oboro too. Flawless logic, I'll admit it's LH. Aizawa uses a helmet to hide his face. Hitoshi is raised by Inko, but when the Empire comes to find Izuku, Aizawa, and Oboro, is found with a surprise. Hitoshi and Izuku run away, and Aizawa goes after them. Hizashi finds the kid and takes them to Nedzu, who is a little bit like Yoda but not really, an old Jedi Master. Hitoshi and Nedzu knew each other since Nedzu trained Aizawa in first place. Aizawa also finds them. It's not a fun reunion. Hizashi is exasperated. He didn't sign for Jedi bullshit. There's a gun pointed at them. Izuku gulps, and Hitoshi draws a sharp breath behind him. Nedzu stares at them impassively. The file in his hands is heavier than it looks. May I know what are your interests with my school? Nedzu asks. The gun never leaves them, and how did you bypass my security system? Izuku is not religious. His dad was and used to drag him to assemblies, but he had never been interested in it when he was younger. But now Izuku prays for God to answer. Izuku and Hitoshi are thieves. They'd met when they were at their worst, and now they are just trying to survive. The dreams of being heroes have been forgotten. When a mysterious guy assigns them to rob the most prestigious hero school in the country, they don't say yes, but a high amount of money and death threats might have changed their minds. That's how they got stuck in an office with the most intelligent being on the planet pointing a gun at them. Izuku and Hitoshi are thieves because kids like them can't find good jobs. Inko and Hisashi were divorced, and she died when Izuku was sent to live with his dad. Izuku used to live with his alcoholic dad but ran away when Hisashi set their home on fire, because fire breathing and alcohol aren't a good combination, and now lives with Toshi. Toshi decided living in the streets was better than surviving in foster care, always getting beaten black and blue. They survived through a lot of difficulties and discovered stealing things gives them good money. They steal documents, information, objects, and even equipment. And they even created a network system. Hitoshi and Izuku saw how society was effed up, and that changed their dreams. Besides, they were criminals. No way they could become heroes. Do they want a good shelter other than a moldy apartment in an almost abandoned building? Would they change their decisions to run away if they knew they would end up as thieves? Midoriya Izuku and Shinsou Hitoshi are siblings. Shigaraki heard they could enter everywhere, an overstatement, they weren't that good, and decided they were the best to infiltrate in UA. He offered good money for the service, but Izuku and Hitoshi denied it. They weren't crazy to try that. Shigaraki might have threatened to kill them by demonstrating what his quirk can do on their equipment. So now they have a mission to infiltrate one of the most secure places in the country, Joy. Instead of Izuku actually managing to hack into UA, I say it would be more interesting if Nezu actually let him hack the security sys. Mostly because he wanted to see who was stupid ballsy enough to try and hack into the most secure place in Japan, by Sahasrara_Walker. They infiltrate in the middle of the night and try to find the archives in the teacher's room. Unfortunately, or fortunately, they get caught by Nezu. They hastily explain what happened when Nezu forces them to his office, knowing there's no way out. Instead of immediately calling the police, or even killing them, Nezu gives them tea and offers the couch he has in his office, because one of the thieves looks like he's about to pass out. They both sleep after the adrenaline dies out, and Nezu tempered their teas. In the morning, Aizawa is convocated to Nezu's office and is surprised to find two teens he has never seen in his life dozing off on his boss' couch. Yamada Hizashi is a retired hitman who turned into a completely normal civilian after years of bloodshed. He lives in a nice apartment, has good friends, a great husband, and has a decent job. It sounds extremely boring, but it's what makes him happy. However, his old supervisors are not amused by letting one of their best agents become a loose end. So they assign a new agent to the case, who happens to be terrible at his job. Or, Yamada takes an assassin under his wing who is also trying to kill him. Inspired by this post, Hizashi is an unassuming guy. People think he's naive, loud, and even dumb sometimes, without knowing he's really smart, and almost all of what he does is to maintain his persona. Hizashi and Aizawa are married. Aizawa doesn't know about Hizashi's old life. Izuku is a nervous wreck because he just completed his training, and now they want him to kill one of the best agents. He can't do that. He was considered one of the weakest agents in his ranks. Izuku knows this, so why send him? He doesn't understand. Izuku admires Hizashi because he was one of the best hitmen in the agency. Hizashi is a music tutor. They pretend Izuku is one of his students. This means Izuku learns about music. Since Aizawa goes out to work, Hizashi and Izuku stay together most of the time, and Izuku always tries to kill him. He's absolutely miserable about this. Hizashi, what are they teaching you guys? Do you call that training? They got a lot worse after I left. Izuku, sad face. Hizashi, Jesus. Get up. I'll teach you how to actually hold a knife. Aizawa is not even bothered Izuku is there anymore. The kid is nice and polite, better than most of his students. Izuku tried poisoning Hizashi. However, Hizashi developed an immunity to poison. Hizashi is almost like John Wick. Izuku is very creative about his attempts. Hizashi will give credit when it's due. Sometimes, when Hizashi needs to go to a student's house, Izuku follows him. He just stands in the farthest corner of the room until Hizashi is over. It's kinda creepy, but at least the kid isn't trying to kill him during his lessons. The kids don't notice him there because Izuku is good at stealthy. The only person who can sense him or his footsteps is Hizashi unless Izuku makes it obvious to not freak people out. Deep down, Izuku wants to be a normal kid. Ichizashi gives lessons to Todoroki, Jiraiya, Aoyama, Yaoyorozu, Shinsou, and Minoma, who are also Aizawa's students, minus Minoma. Gives Aspect's family vibes without the spies part, I think. Very shorty. In the final battle between One for All and All for One, the cycle doesn't end, but instead, it breaks, ugly and painful. Midoriya Izuku becomes an empty broken shell of a haunted quirk that cannot be fixed. Years before Yagi Toshinori found his legacy, Nezu found a kid, shattered what seemed beyond repair, but Nezu is anything but compliant. The kid will never be fixed, but it's enough so they can hold themselves alone. Nezu keeps their story away, a secret close to his paws, in form of a hero license. Inspired by The Little Deku Who Could, chapters 69 and 92, by an orphan_account and Silver Lining by Simply Karen. Izuku accidentally travels back in time 16 years before he and his classmates entered Class 1A. It's because, before the connection was cut and OFA fragmented, one of the vestiges' quirks was related to time. It worked like a fail-safe to stop Izuku from dying and losing One for All forever. One for All was damaged during the battle against Shigaraki All for One. They tried to take One for All by force, but we know that would never happen. You know when you try to pull something out like a nail stuck in a wall, but it won't budge and it can break or damage the wall. It's almost like that. It damaged the connection between the holders, so Izuku stopped seeing them and couldn't use their quirks consciously. Izuku can't control One for All anymore. Shigaraki All for One weren't aiming to kill, despite Shigaraki's wishes. They wanted Izuku's will to break so he could willingly give up One for All. Izuku's body was found and the police called Nezu after discovering Izuku's hero license. Since it was bound to Midoriya Izuku to be born, Nezu changes his name to Akatani Mikumo, and his file is totally classified. Izuku's memories are f'd up, with gaps and blurred images. However, the trauma is very much still present, regardless if he remembers why they exist or not. Izuku still has flashes from his past life and follows some of his old instincts without realizing it, flinching because of explosions and loud noises, muttering and fidgeting when nervous, analyzing things, muscular memory, weird things he learned but forgot when exactly he did that, compulsive tears, impulsively running to danger when someone needs help, etc. Izuku has his old scars, villain battles, his previous bullying, the broken bones, but also a new set, cracked scars, like shattered porcelain. Inspired by But Who Saves You? _. On bad days, Izuku disassociates or has visions of his timeline. He also has chronic pain and nightmares. On rare occasions, he has sleep paralysis. Akatani has dark brown hair and green eyes. His freckles are mostly invisible because of his mask and scars. Technically, Izuku was adopted by Nezu, but legally, he is a Yui ward. Izuku managed to become Aizawa's friend in Gen Ed. Nezu put him there because Izuku wouldn't have to use his quirk. Akatani is registered as quirkless. Nezu thought Izuku's friendship with Aizawa was a good thing because of Shuta's quirk. Until Shoyuta dragged Izuku with him to the hero course and, well, Izuku only trusted Shoyuta and the other way around, there was no way Nezu could separate them. Of course, Izuku doesn't remember who Aizawa is, but when they met, some part of his mind related Shoyuta to safety and trust. Akatani became part of the rooftop gang. It was kinda obvious Izuku went through some shit, so Oboro, Hizashi, Shoyuta, and Nimuri made sure to help him. Izuku went to the underground and became the fundamental heroics teacher. Years later, Yagi becomes his assistant instead of teacher, so he could still watch young Midoriya. Izuku used to go to Nezu's office while he was working and enjoy the tea scent and the background noise. and they would play chess if Nezu wasn't busy. Fun fact: before I made this version where Izuku is a different person, I tried to use more of the original material so Izuku and Aizawa would be the same person. So, you are a Sith? Hitoshi asks from Shuta's side. Was. Midoriya stresses, I was a Sith. Right. Hitoshi drawls, not convinced. And now, you are wanted by the Empire. Yep, he nervously chirps. Because you have something they want. Someone, Midoriya stresses again. Yuta notices how tense the kid's shoulders look and how he's ready to run. I have someone. Not something. You have someone they want. So you are asking us, Mandalorians, to help you and that someone to find another someone, who you don't know where they are, and put ourselves at risk because of a mess you've made. A heavy silence covers the room with a blanket. Yes, Midoriya answers, not above a whisper. Why do you think we would help your kind? Hitoshi coldly. He glares daggers at the boy in front of them. Even the helmet can't hide Hitoshi's sneer. Izuku, despite being one of the prodigies of the dark side and one of the appendices of the Emperor himself, is quite dumb. No one with good mental faculties would kidnap a force-sensitive kid from the Empire's cells and steal a ship. And no one would seek help from the most dangerous people in the galaxy. Another Star Wars AU. Also inspired by The Mandalorian and Ad Astra by Helenite. Again, tried to follow the canon timeline, but it's messy. Izuku is a Sith and one of the Emperor's apprentices, along with Shigaraki, who is an Inquisitor. Shigaraki is jealous of Izuku, despite being better than Izuku, all for one's first apprentice and a general. Izuku was Toshinori's Padawan before the Jedi Purge, and when his mentor was killed by All for One, instead of being killed along with the others, the Emperor ordered his torture to allow the dark side of the Force to manifest in the young Jedi and raised him as a mentee. This is inspired by Trilla Suduri's lore, the second sister from Jedi Fallen Order. Despite using the Dark Force and forsaking the Jedi way, Izuku is kinder than most Sith. That's why Shigaraki considers him weak and unworthy of the Emperor's attention. Izuku thinks Toshinori would be so disappointed and disgusted to call him his Padawan. Izuku's hair is white, and his eyes change to red. Before the Purge, Izuku's appearance was like his canon's. That's not how the Force works. Shigaraki rebelled against the light side and sought All for One's guidance. He was Nana's grandchild. Toshinori was considered a hero before his death. One day, Shigaraki's troops find Eri, a Force-sensitive unicorn who exhales unexplored potential for All for One. Chisaki Kai and Dr. Kyudai are All for One scientists, and those who tortured former Padawans into becoming new Sith, and were ready to explore her abilities. Izuku's sympathy toward Eri, and how she reminds him of himself, is what pushes him forward to kidnap Eri from the Empire's bases and steal a ship. He talks to an informant who indicates 2 Mandalorians who may help him. After Eri's initial fear, she starts considering Izuku as her hero since he was the first to save her. Izuku is very protective of her. He promised he would take care of her. This is important. One step closer, and you will know why I was made the Emperor's apprentice. Aizawa adopted Hitoshi years ago, and he turned into a foundling. Hitoshi was raised to the Mandalorian ways. Despite being dad and son and Hitoshi being 15 to 16, Aizawa trusts Hitoshi with his own life. They fight together. They get hurt together, and they stand together, side by side. He protects Hitoshi, and Hitoshi protects him. Aizawa and Hitoshi fled during the Mandalore Purge and survived, becoming bounty hunters. They, Hitoshi's is more noticeable, hold a grudge against the Empire, and Izuku was literally a Sith. They do it for Eri, but she wants Izuku with her. Even if Izuku wants her to go without him. He's trying to find a way to leave her with them because he's a bad person. She would be better off without him anyway. Izuku wants to find Gran Torino, his master's old master, and if he's dead, he will try to find Nezu. At first, Hitoshi is wary of Izuku and tries to make Eri feel more comfortable with them so that if the Empire finds them, they can take Eri and leave Midoriya behind. People think Sith choose the path they took, and it's true in most cases, but not Izuku's. But of course, Hitoshi and Aizawa don't know that. It will take time for them to soften for Izuku. The three of them are soft for Eri. Found family. But with a ton of angst, smiley face. Everyone needs a hug. Minus all for one, he can die in a ditch for all that I care. When Izuku is 4 years old, his dad's fire turns green, and his home turns ashes. Everyone says it's a force-manifested quirk, but Izuku doesn't feel as happy as he would be to finally have a quirk. Not when his mama isn't there to celebrate with him. 2 years later and his life is miserable. He doesn't have friends or a real family, he still suffers the effects of his quirk, and he isn't useless anymore. No, now he is a villain. And villains can't be heroes. Can they? Izuku's quirk. Izuku's new quirk is pyrokinesis, a mutation between Inko's and Hisashi's quirks. Izuku can't originate flames, but he can control them from a pre-existent fire. When he's in control, the flames will turn green, like Greek fire from Percy Jackson. Because of its color, Izuku called his quirk Pyre. Technically, Izuku's quirk wasn't supposed to exist because Izuku's body is the same as a quirkless person, so his body doesn't stand his own quirk. I like to think that quirk drawbacks are more severe if the quirk wasn't originally yours or incompatible with your body, like in Izuku's case. If Izuku uses Pyre for too long, his fingers will start to scorch, and so will his hands and arms if he continues to do so. Izuku needs a lot of control because his quirk also makes the flames more powerful, ergo easier to lose control. The bigger the flames, the more powerful he makes them. He has to stay close to a fire source because his body lost its natural heat. He can suffer from hypothermia and die. Izuku may have pyromaniac tendencies, but at the same time, he's traumatized by his own quirk. I like giving Izuku a fire quirk. Plot. When Midoriya Inko dies, Izuku is 4 years old and recently diagnosed as quirkless. His dad is always mad with him, and despite his mom's best attempts, not even she can soothe his anger. Hisashi wants his son to have a quirk at any cost, and so he tries to beat the quirklessness out of Izuku. When Inko discovers this, she's furious, and a fight breaks out. Hisashi tries to use his quirk on his wife in a fit of rage, and to protect his mom, Izuku manifests a quirk. His home is engulfed by flames and his mom dies. His father barely survives because of his natural fire resistance, but he's in a coma. Without a guardian fit to take care of him, and because of his social worker's disdain, Izuku is put in foster care. Katsuki was mad because of his auntie's death and lashed out against Izuku. Katsuki blamed Izuku because his quirk killed auntie. He also says he would have been better off dead instead of Inko because Izuku is now a villain. Izuku is transferred after an accident. Izuku suffers bullying at his schools, and his foster homes are shitty. His social worker always makes sure to tell everyone that Izuku is a villain, and his burn scars don't help to appease his image of delinquent. He meets lots of kids, including a purple-haired kid with a mental quirk, until they are separated. When Izuku turns 11, he takes his lighter, an old, almost burnt, photo of his mom and him, and a pocket knife and slips out of the window during the night. He's declared missing and 2 days later, dead because of the police's incompetence. Izuku starts to live in the streets. He meets Dabi, whose quirk is similar to his. They bond a little bit but part ways because Dabi's motivations are different from Izuku's. He meets Stain, who helps Izuku but leaves to continue his life mission. Izuku commits some vigilantism, and he thinks it's fun. And then he meets Eraserhead. Aizawa starts to bring coats, food, and other lighters after Izuku's old one is without fuel. Izuku thinks Aizawa will leave because everyone leaves him behind, but Aizawa never leaves. He asks if Izuku wants to have his guest bedroom, but after all of his experiences, Izuku doesn't accept it. It takes a long time for him to trust Aizawa enough to tell him bits of his past. Eventually Aizawa adopts Izuku, but that's a spoiler. Izuku has a quirk, despite what his register says. His mom always told him to be careful, to never use his quirk in public because bad men would find them and try to take Izuku. Unfortunately, no matter how much Midoriya Inko tried to hide, one day she would pay the price. And she did. Midoriya Izuku sees his mom's dead body inside their home and understands. This is a message. His dad is trying to get him. Well, he can try all he wants and Izuku will be ready. He will find his dad and make him pay for going after his mom. Hero or not, Izuku won't hesitate to cross the line to see his dad bleed. 6 years ago, Eraserhead met Dagger, a young vigilante who is after to kill his dad to avenge his mother's death. Ignoring his homicidal tendencies, Shouta can recognize the kid is grieving and seems to be deeply traumatized, so he tries to be someone the kid can trust. Years later, Dagger, or Midoriya Izuku, is under his care and ready to become a hero in training. However, when a new enemy rises to take the hero society out of the bat, a familiar face shows up, making Izuku's past come to light. Sometimes, Shouta wonders if it's much to ask for a break for his kid. Slightly inspired by Ill-Gotten Gains by Ghostmabite and his Kidlanti by Otaku6337. Midoriya Hizashi is all for one. Izuku has all for one. Hizashi wanted Izuku as his successor because of his quirk, but Midoriya said no and left. Instead of going to Dr. Tsubaba, Inko falsified Izuku's quirk register with their doctor. She tells Izuku to keep his quirk a secret. Even if people treat him badly because he's quirkless, he will be safer like this. Inko teaches Izuku morally ambiguous things to keep him safe. She learned a lot of things being a wife of a supervillain. Izuku's natural hair is white, but Inko dyes it in green. It was Izuku's idea. The only person who knows about Izuku's quirk is Bakugo because he was there when Izuku manifested it. Not even Mitsuki and Masaru know this, just Katsuki. Katsuki and Izuku stay friends. Unfortunately, when Izuku is 9 years old, his mom is brutally murdered inside their home, and he knows what this means. When he's sent to foster care, Izuku runs away at the first chance he gets. He warns Kaken he is leaving and Katsuki offers his parent to take him, but Izuku kindly declines, saying there's the risk of his dad finding his family. Katsuki makes Izuku promise he will be safe. Izuku becomes a vigilante to find his dad and destroy him. Izuku's vigilante name is Dagger. He still wants to be a hero and he will be one, but first he needs to take care of something. He is homeless. Izuku can easily hold grudges. He has a bit of paranoia, but it's justified. Aizawa is stressed because there's a feral vigilante kid who is trying to commit murder. Also, his dad's senses tell him the kid needs a hug. However, Izuku is slippery. Despite running around the underground for months, it's quite hard to find Midoriya Hizashi, especially if your dad is considered a myth, you don't have support or a network, and you are 10 years old. Izuku likes to visit his mother's grave and bring her favorite flowers. Aizawa wants to help, so Izuku tells just a bit of information he has. They keep getting nothing and soon enough, it has passed 1.5 years. They bond during this. Izuku even tells his quirk to him. One day, Aizawa casually mentions this to Tsukachi, who is going pale minute by minute. Tsukachi asks for Aizawa to bring Dagger and he instantly calls Toshinori. After a lot of convincing, Izuku relents and goes with Aizawa to the police station. There, Aizawa and Izuku meet All Might's weakened form and Toshinori tells All for One is dead. Izuku cries of frustration and relief. He doesn't tell All Might what his quirk is, afraid of what he's going to say. Since Izuku never used a quirk, Tsukachi let him go without charges. It's a lie, Izuku used his quirk most of the time to catch villains, but Tsukachi doesn't know that. And Aizawa is no snitch. Aizawa takes Izuku to his apartment. Izuku finally visits Katsuki again to tell him the news, not everything, but enough to satisfy him. Izuku lives with Aizawa until he starts UA. He even joins Aizawa during patrols, but mostly as a backup now. Toshinori likes to visit Izuku sometimes. He even tries to offer one for all, but Izuku kindly denies, since he already has a quirk. Katsuki and Izuku go to UA together and Izuku feels more happier than ever. His mom's death is avenged, even though not being by his hands. He has a better dad now, he's with his best friend and he's going to be a hero. Of course things start to go wrong at the USJ. The crusty man hurt his dad, now he's going to pay. Stain goes next. During summer camp, Izuku and Katsuki are kidnapped and Izuku Afanji said. Staring at him, he finds Shigaraki, who wants Kaken to become a villain. They're so done. And later, he finds his dad was alive after his battle against All Might. When All for One kidnaps Izuku, he wasn't expecting murderous intent emanating from his kid. He's slightly scared. The Kamino Ward fight happens and Izuku tries to attack his father, but Katsuki grabs Izuku and drags him to leave the battlefield. At least he manages to hit one of the respirator's pipes, so the fight ends earlier. Version 1. All for One dies before he's sent to Tartarus. Version 2. All for One is in terminal state. Izuku is restless. Because his father is still alive, Shigaraki is somewhere out there and there's no All Might anymore. None of Aizawa's attempts soothe Izuku's stress. Izuku hates the HSPC for keeping his Faffer alive for research purposes. If depended on Izuku, he would already be dead. I don't have an ending for this, sorry. When a war strikes in the kingdom, the king Yagi Toshinori goes to the front lines to help his people. Instead of following him, Aizawa Shouta, the royal knight, is ordered to stay and protect the prince and Toshinori's only son, Yagi Izuku. What are you doing? Is Frower crows, the prince exclaims, excitedly showing Shouta a tangle of colorful flowers with their stems tied in knots. It's messy. He hopes the gardener never sees this. Based on this, inspired by Passerunthupums, Aizawa is the Silver Knight and Toshinori's personal royal guard. Technically, he was supposed to go with him to war, but Toshinori made him promise he would take care of his son in his absence. Inko died when she gave birth to Izuku, so there's no queen. Toshinori calls Izuku his sunshine. Night Eye and Nedzu are Toshinori's advisors and they take care of the kingdom while he's gone. Izuku likes to call Aizawa Uncle Shouta. Izuku loves flowers, drawing and animals, except gooses. Izuku is friends with Kaken, Katsuki, Shaken, Shudo, Toshi, Hitoshi, Momo, Tenten, Tenya, and Cheiko, Ochako. Katsuki, Shuto, Hitoshi, Momo and Tenya belong to noble families. Uraraka is daughter of one of the former servants in the castle. Her mother used to work there, and now she has an atelier. Endeavor is a good dad. Namuri and Momo are related. Izuku always asks Aizawa to tell him a story of his dad before he goes to sleep, even though Aizawa always say this is going to be the last time he does this. It never is. Izuku wants to be a knight, like Uncle Shouta. Hizashi, Oboro, Tensei and Namuri are the kingdom knights. Everyone loves Izuku. Izuku likes to spend his time in the garden and in the library. Izuku presents Aizawa with a flower crown every day. He has lots of them in his room. He also presents them for other people. I'm not sure if I will kill Toshinori or not. Very fluffy and with bits of hurt comfort. Along with the manifest of quirks, people began to be born with wings. Generations later, almost everyone in the world had a quirk and a pair of wings. Not everyone were born with wings, but they had a quirk to compensate. What happens when you don't have a quirk or wings? Midoriya Izuku isn't ordinary. He's part of the 20% of the population that is quirkless, and also part of the 21% of the population that wasn't born with wings. Combine those two factors and you will understand how hard it is to live in his skin. Despite all the adversities, Izuku wants to be a hero, and after passing the UA exam, he feels closer to his dream. Will he give up or will he thrive? People are born with wings. Quirkless people can be born with wings. It's not exclusive. Izuku just draw the shortest stick. After generations of adaptation, people are towlet than they were centuries ago because their bodies adapted to support their wings. Izuku is considered the shortest of the class, except for Mineta. There's a reason why the classroom doors are so big. Izuku uses his height and his lack of wings at his favor. He can enter places if people can't, he is quick on his feet when it comes to melee combat, and he can be more stealthy. Izuku has a lot of knickknacks, knives and a taser. Wings are heavy, so heroes like Eraserhead had to train a lot to maintain their agility while having a weight slowing them down. Most of Class 1A doesn't have this training. To be honest, Izuku got to enter in Class 1A because of sheer luck, a lot of determination and tools. Uraraka is still saved by Izuku. Izuku doesn't get one for all. But he still cleans Takoba Beach so he can get stronger. If Izuku didn't enter the hero course, he would go to support. Izuku started to learn mechanics so he could build mechanics wings. That was one of his dreams. When he asked for that on his costume, the department declined, because they are assholes. Aldrahvi. Bakugo and his lackeys liked to grab Izuku from his legs and drag him across the courtyard or pretend to let him go. The USJ goes a bit different. Funnily enough, in the USJ, Izuku was teleported with Bakugo and Todoroki. They just left him behind. Actually, Bakugo left them behind, and Todoroki went the other way. Since they were too busy stroking their egos, Izuku tried to find his way back to the entrance. He found the plaza instead. He managed to use Shigaraki's distraction to save Azui, Kaminari, and Uraraka. Not satisfied, while All Might and the Nomu were fighting, Izuku tried to save Aizawa-sensei. He asked Azui, Kalmitsu, Karo, to launch him across the plaza with her tongue, since they couldn't leave Kaminari by himself in his Wii state. But one teenager alone can't carry a full-grown person, so he had to fight Shigaraki. Fortunately, All Might overwhelmed the Nomu and Kurogiri forced Shigaraki to leave. During the sports festival, Izuku is declassified at the first game. He can't win if everyone is flying in a race. Todoroki doesn't use his fire. Izuku meets Hatsum regardless, and she sees him doodling inventions and apprimations in his equipment. She's starstruck and offers a partnership. Hatsum and Izuku become friends. Next day, unsurprisingly, Izuku doesn't receive any internship, but Aizawa tells him he will go to the principal's office after class. Izuku thinks he will be expelled. When Midnight asks if he has a hero name, Izuku lies and says he's going to think about it. Aizawa takes him to Nedzu's office. Izuku thanks both Nedzu and Aizawa for giving him a chance at the hero course, and that he knows he's there because he will be expelled. Nedzu reveals he wanted to talk to Izuku because he wants to offer an internship. Nedzu is one of the few pro-heroes that don't have wings, so he can help Izuku with that department, and with the cameras, he knows Izuku is a smart kid. Aizawa would help where Nedzu can't, which means Izuku would train combat as part of the internship with Eraserhead. Izuku even cries a little bit, a lot. His hero name is the wingless hero, Kiwi. Kiwi is a bird that doesn't have wings, and also a fruit that is green inside. Very fitting. Aizawa also starts to train Shinsou after his placement at the sports festival. Izuku is gossip at the UA ever since the first day when he entered the cafeteria. He doesn't have wings, and because Bakugo screamed at the top of his lungs Izuku is quirkless, and someone heard part of the class want to talk about it, so by the end of the first week, everyone knew Izuku was quirkless. Very short and unfinished AU. I have little doodles from 2020 to 2021, so it's old stuff. NDR dog, NDR dag. A competitor thought to have little chance of winning a fight or contest. A person who has little status in society. When Izuku is feed by a kind person, he's shown the brutal world of underground fights. He wouldn't have it another way. You better watch out. There's an underdog in the ring, and he won't back down easily. Izuku lives with his uncle after his mother's passing and life kiss. His guardian is a grade A a-hole. The bullying at school is annoying and he feels farther and farther away of his dream. After a bad fight, Izuku is locked out of his uncle's house and spends the night wandering around the alleyways. A kind man takes pity of him and gives him some food. The guy is part of an underground ring fight, and Izuku can't help but think he's so cool. Despite being just a kid with no fighting experience, they let him fight. That's the beginning of his journey as underdog, the quirkless wonder. Izuku lives with his uncle, Akitani Mikumo, after his mom dies. Inko was very sick. Since Hisashi was out of the picture, they put Izuku with his closest relative, his dad's brother. Mikumo is an a-hole. He mistreats Izuku a lot. Izuku pretends he doesn't hate his uncle, but he does. Can't run away from your anger, Izuku. Izuku probably has unresolved anger issues. Aldra also kiss, and that doesn't help with Izuku's stress and mental health. One day, after a beating, Mikumo says Inko was a weak woman for creating such wimpy excuse of a son. Don't you dare talk about my mom like that, you F-cur. Izuku spends most of his days on Katsuki. You can expect him learning some swear words. Anyway, Mikumo locks Izuku outside the house and Izuku tries to explore around the city. Izuku meets Sasuke-ju, or Paladin, who sees Izuku is beaten up and offers him food. They go eat in a food truck close by. Ju tells Izuku a little bit about what he does and Izuku thinks he's so cool. He offers Izuku to see him fight, which he accepts. It becomes a routine. Izuku will slip out of his room by the window and go to see the fights. Ju asks if Izuku wants to try, since he'll need to learn this if he wants to become a hero. Izuku is holding pent-up rage because of his uncle and his classmates. He just got suicide baited, so he accepts as a dumb move. Izuku of course loses. Everything hurts, but he feels euphoric. It's weird but not bad. So he keeps going. He loses every single time, but it's different from what happens at school. He can't explain why, it just is. Izuku learns from some fighters and by being punched. Sometimes failure is the best teacher. Months later, Izuku wins for the first time. By now, he's more agile. He can duck faster, tuck and roll, throw punches without hurting his hands. He knows how to ignore the pain, and he's learning how to fight and analyze at the same time. His first win is considered an rite of passage. That's when the fighters choose underdog as his alias. After a newbie wins for the first time, they can finally say they're a figure, and the veterans choose a name for them. After the first time, Izuku starts to win more than lose. Now he can defeat opponents stronger and bigger than him. He unloads all of his stress in the fights. Izuku learns some dirty tricks. He starts to make a bit of money because of the bets. Most veterans know Izuku and let him wild at the newbies for underestimating him. Izuku is an adrenaline junkie. And a bit unhinged. Midoriya Izuku. Being short has some advantages. Analysis is a lifesaver. Izuku is missing 2 teeth and his nose is now crooked. His finger joints are weird after punching for a long time. He already had broken and dislocated bones during his fights. High pain tolerance is very useful. Ju and Izuku are best friends. He's more of an older sibling figure than a mentor. Quirks within the ring are allowed. No weapons unless it's a special fight. There's a training area since the ring also works as a gym at daylight. Most fighters don't give a shit about Izuku being quirkless, but those who does. Well, let's just say they've learned their lessons. Izuku feels so accepted and respected at the ring. It makes him so happy. The ring is full of people with discriminated quirks. At first, Izuku was worried because there were criminals around the ring, but now he knows the world is not black and white, and he doesn't mind interacting with thugs. Unless they were really bad people. He knows where to draw the line. Izuku has better reflexes and is quicker than most of his peers, so he can easily escape them to leave unscathed. That makes Bakugo said. There was one time where Izuku punched Bakugo in the face because of reflexes. Aldra called his uncle, and it didn't end well for Izuku. The fighters were so worried because Izuku was swaying on his feet and looking worse than he does after the fights. So now, Izuku tries to run away as fast as he can. When he enters UA, he still comes to fight in the ring. At the sports festival, the ring cheers for Izuku, especially for the 1-by-1 rounds. Izuku ends in a high placement. Aizawa is a bit impressed by Izuku's moves. Most of his class is flabbergasted. I don't know if Izuku ends up in class 1A at first try, or if he goes to general ed first. Aizawa Shouta, a lower mercenary, is paid to infiltrate the castle and kill the king. Everything is falling apart, and the citizens are tired of listening to a cowardly, faceless monarch. It's good money and Shouta doesn't care much about the king to care. Entering the castle is easy enough, and finding the king's quarters doesn't give him trouble. In fact, it's like the castle is empty. It doesn't matter. He just needs to be quick. Kill the guy and get out before someone notices he is there. What Shouta is about to learn will change a lot of things. Version 1. Izuku became king when he was 7 years old after his father died of sickness. His mother died when she was sailing to visit her home kingdom. Hisashi's royal advisor took advantage of Izuku's naivety and his emotional state to get more control. He was the one to suggest Izuku should pretend to be his father so his people would think nothing was wrong. Sometimes, Izuku would pretend to be his dad at the main window at the castle so the citizens would know he's there, taking care of the kingdom. The advisor manipulated Izuku to make decisions that would benefit himself. And most of the time, the advisor would be the king's spokesperson and give orders in the name of the king, despite Izuku not knowing about these decisions at all. Because of this, the citizens, the other kingdoms and the council hated the king. Izuku stays in the castle most of the time, at his dad's office. If he had free time, which most of the time he didn't, he would stay as his quarters or the library. Not even the servants know about this. They talk like he's still a prince. The only way the servants can speak with the king, it's through the advisor. The guy even delivers the food, news and mail. The king's office is off limits. One day, Izuku receives a mail and is shocked to find the news of a threat of war. He didn't know about this. Instead of calling his confidant, he takes a walk in the village. He goes disguised as a normal traveler, so no one recognizes him as the prince. During his walk, he hears everyone talking hateful things about his persona and how he's an awful person. This breaks him. He returns to the castle and the advisor screams at him for leaving the castle, afraid they would get caught. Izuku thinks how stupid he was for believing in him. Instead of blaming his advisor, he blamed himself for disgracing his dad's name. When the advisor leaves, Izuku dispenses the nights due to his father's orders and enters his quarters. He writes a letter for his people and climbs the rail of his balcony. At the same time, the council is planning a coup, and Aizawa is infiltrating the castle. He's horrified to find a kid at the edge of falling down. Izuku tells him Aizawa a bit of his story after realizing why he's there. He asks Aizawa to kill him, bowing down on his knees, so they can both have what they want. Aizawa offers a way out because he doesn't think a kid deserves that. Note that Izuku is 13 when this happens. Focused on angst, more dramatic stuff. Izuku is not on a good headspace right now. Aizawa becomes a very worried dad. Found family with road trip, 'cause those are the best combination. Version 2. Hisashi is a tyrant king and Aizawa is sent to kill him. Before he can escape, Izuku finds him with blood on his face and the kid's dad's corpse on the floor. Izuku meekly asks if Aizawa will kill him too. Aizawa is surprised the kid didn't start screaming or running away. Izuku implies Hisashi was not a good dad and asks Aizawa if he can come with him. He confesses with tears that he knows he's not a good person because he doesn't want to be a king, and he knows everyone will expect him to become one after they find his dad is dead. Aizawa is not comfortable with this, but he also doesn't think it's a good idea to let a kid take the crown. Izuku is like, what? 6, 7 years old? Doesn't seem logical. He awkwardly pats Izuku, minding the blood on his, and decides he can take the kid to Oboro's inn and let his blonde friend deal with the rest. Izuku guides Aizawa to his room so he can grab his stuff. He doesn't trust Aizawa won't leave without him. While Izuku is taking his stuff, they hear one of the servants screaming. Aizawa panics, grabs Izuku and jumps out the window. Found family and road trip. Very fluffy and with attempts of humor. A bit of hurt comfort. Class, meet Midoriya Izuku. If you have any doubts, ask him, not me. Geez, thanks, Zawa. The boy, Midoriya, huffs dramatically before smiling at them. Hello, everyone. My name is Midoriya Izuku and I'm in Class 2A. I thought everyone in Class 2A was expelled? Kaminari asks, dumbfounded. They were, Midoriya and Aizawa-sensei say at the same time. They don't add anything else. Midoriya Izuku is born 1 year before Class 1A. This changes everything and nothing at all. Based on some fix in the older Midoriya Izuku tag. Izuku is 1 year older than Class 1A. And also the only student in Class 2A. Aizawa expelled his entire class last year, with Midoriya being the exception. I know he offers them a second chance in canon, but let's pretend it's not a logical ruse. Before you, Izuku was a vigilante and worked along Eraserhead. Izuku already had a lot of experience after being a vigilante for 5 years. They already had a pretty close relationship. Izuku's vigilante name was Batter. He had a baseball bat as a weapon. Aizawa managed to convince Izuku to try for the entrance exam. Since he was Aizawa's only student and already had better knowledge than in average first years, Aizawa focused on teaching him second and third year subjects. Izuku still patrols with Aizawa, even outside internships, but now they can claim he's Eraserhead's mentee instead of a vigilante. Izuku is considered the staff's young brother. Kinda. It's complicated to describe their relationship, but Izuku is closer to the teachers than any other student. Except for Aizawa, that's his dad. Izuku was put in the second year's sports festival. That's how he met Mirio, Nijire, and Amajiki. It's not like the first year's sports festival was that popular anyway. During the sports festival, one of the games was paintball. Surprisingly, Izuku nailed it. That's why Snipe annoyed Aizawa to borrow his kid so he could teach the Sprout how to shoot. And also, he won the second place at the sports festival, losing for Mirio. One of his matches, Izuku used a rock from a hole in the floor as a weapon since Hero Corps students can't bring weapons. Everyone was scared of him after that. Aizawa cackles every time he is reminded of this. Izuku has big brother energy. He has first aid lessons with Recovery Girl. Honestly, Izuku is more a TA than a student. Aizawa bullies him to do his paperwork. Vlad and Izuku are frenemies. Izuku shows up at Mix radio show sometimes. Before Izuku was a vigilante, he met All Might. The sludge villain incident happens before canon, but Bakugo is not involved. This happens after his fight with All for One. I'd like to think Yagi's vision about a quirkless person being a hero is a product of his injuries. His injuries, on his point of view, made One for All be limited, and as a source of his strength, powerless. Mixing this with his hero complex, All Might realized he couldn't save people without his quirk. If he's not All Might, he's just Yagi Toshinori, a quirkless person. And that changed his worldview. Maybe if Izuku asked him about being a hero before his injuries, maybe he would have said yes. But that's just my view. I'm sorry if it sounds confused or if it doesn't make any sense. Anyway, All Might says no, and that's one of the reasons why Izuku becomes a vigilante. Bakugo and Izuku have a strained relationship. Katsuki considered Izuku as his big brother, despite being only 1 year apart. Until Bakugo started to avoid Izuku after he was declared quirkless because he didn't want to be seen with a useless Deku like him. And then, Izuku disappeared. Bakugo doesn't admit, but he is regretful because he lost his brother, and he can't apologize, not after many years without talking to him. This relates to Inko's neglect and Izuku's vigilante career. Izuku gave up waiting for his mother's love, and packed his things. As an act of spite, Izuku never warned her he left, so one day, Inko woke up with an eviction letter. Living in the streets convinced Izuku he could help without being a hero. At first, it was just small actions. Guiding heroes to victims, trying to help homeless people and lost kids, before he started to wreck shit and stop the bad guys. Aizawa adopted Izuku after he entered UA because Izuku didn't reveal his identity until later. Which is funny because Aizawa knew almost everything about his kid, except for his face and name. Found family is truly a blessing. Izuku's main weapon is not a capture weapon, but he knows how to use one. He uses 2 small ones around his arms. He uses them for mobility and to grab people and stuff. It's like a grappling hook. The reason for this is because he doesn't feel like the capture weapon is a good choice for him, and he is not as skilled as his dad. Aizawa thought it was a good idea to teach him because a good hero always have more than one weapon. They have a cat named Raccoon. Actually, Raccoon was Izuku's, but after he moved in, he is now Aizawa's cat as well. Izuku is a vent gremlin. Izuku has a collection of knives, his bat, and a soft gun. Since he doesn't have a license yet, he can't use a normal gun. But he modified his bullets so they can deal more damage. Nedzu and Izuku have an afternoon tea time. Aizawa highly disagrees with this. Izuku doesn't hold grudges against All Might, but he still feels uncomfortable while interacting with him alone. A light-hearted AU, nothing impressive, just a bit of crack. Every year, the capital chooses 2 teenagers from each district to become tributes and put them inside an arena to fight to death, until one is last standing while the whole nation watches the carnage. These are called the Hunger Games. Or, in any universe, Midoriya Izuku is bound to be a tribute. Version 1. Izuku was chosen when he was 12. He was an orphan, and only had Shinsou as his family. They liked to think they were brothers. Unfortunately, Shinsou was also chosen as a tribute. I know they chose a boy and a girl, but in this universe, they chose regardless of gender. Shinsou was 13 at the time. They were both from District 12. Their mentor was Gran Torino. Storytime. Gran Torino and Nana trained Toshinori as a tribute, however, he didn't make it. Nana grew too attached to him, and that made her interact with resistance groups, which lead to her death by the capital. Gran Torino grew old and died 1 year after Izuku won. Due to circumstances, Midoriya was the last survivor at the arena and winner of the 125th Hunger Games. Losing a brother and having to murder other people in cold blood scarred Izuku. Izuku is the youngest victor in the games. He is known as Switchblade because he killed his last opponent with one. 2 years later, Izuku has to mentor Eri, 12, and Kota, 13. Fun fact, I wanted Izuku to train Aizawa because I thought it was comically tragic a 14-year-old kid train a 18-year-old, but I decided to change that. The other tributes were older than him, he learned to create a detachment. But Eri and Kota are the same age as he and Shinsou were when they were selected. It's hard to not let his emotions interfere. It hits too close to home, especially knowing one of them has to die. Izuku lives closer to the woods. He hates the victor's village. Eri lived with her uncle Chisaki Kai and grandpa, who is bedridden. Chisaki is less of an a-hole, but still a prick all the same. Kota lives with Mandalay, his aunt, Pixie Bob, Tiger and Ragdoll, after his parents' death. Kota isn't afraid to insult the capital, but only in the presence of safe people, because his family always told him to be careful of making his opinions known. Eri is afraid of blood. This makes training her hard for Izuku since she refuses to hold a weapon. Izuku is a bit cold towards them, but he also worries a lot. Being a young victor is hard, especially if you are on your own. Version 2. In this one, Aizawa is a victor and mentors Izuku and Uraraka along with Lady Nagant. Aizawa focuses more on Izuku, and Lady Nagant focuses more on Uraraka. Uraraka is older than Izuku by 3 years, so she almost feels like an older sister. Izuku takes care of his mom, Inko, who is sick. When they leave, Inko gives Izuku her wedding band as a token. Aizawa is almost 30 and he saw many children die. He knows it's wrong, but he can't help but think Izuku won't survive. The kid is the youngest and from a poor district, his chances to win are slim to none. That's why he's incredibly surprised to see Izuku alive leaving the arena. When they return to District 12, Izuku discovers Inko passed away after her sickness got worse due to stress and lack of food and medicine. Since Izuku wasn't there, Inko could never say goodbye. Actually, Inko knew her death was close, but she thought saying this to her son would only distract him during the Hunger Games and get him killed. Uraraka's parents blamed Izuku for their daughter's death even though Izuku wasn't even responsible for it. They were at the wrong place at the wrong time, and Uraraka died on Izuku's arms. She asked him to say to her parents she loved them and to help them if he won. Izuku sends them supplies every time he can and doesn't blame them for their anger. In fact, he agrees them. Aizawa has a prosthetic eye and leg. Aizawa and Nagant are roommates because the houses at the victor's village are too big and they don't have families. Aizawa also kindly forces Izuku to move in with them. There's no romantic relationship. Izuku contemplates why he needs to stay alive now that he doesn't have a reason to live anymore. He stops taking care of himself and spends his day at his mother's grave. They all have unhealthy coping mechanisms. A fed-up found family. Version 3. This resembles the start of the canon Hunger Games. Aizawa is Izuku's older sibling and trying to get enough food for their survival. They're orphans. When Izuku is 12, his name is called. Scared for his future, Aizawa volunteers to go on his place. Before he goes, Hizashi, his best friend, promises to take care of Izuku. Izuku gives Aizawa a yellow visor he found while scavenging. Even before the games, Aizawa never takes the visor off, despite his stylist's complaints. Aizawa meets Oboro, another tribute of District 12. You know where this went. After Shoyuta comes back home, he and Izuku move in the victor's village. Aizawa wanted to bring Hizashi's big family too, but he wasn't allowed. It were hard times with Aizawa dealing with trauma while taking care of his sibling. Izuku wanted to help, and he did, but sometimes, no one can help, not if they didn't experience it. Aizawa doesn't regret volunteering, not if it meant keeping his brother safe. When Izuku is 15, he's chosen again. This time, Aizawa can't stop it, and neither can Hizashi. The irony of the destiny is a divine comedy. Izuku accepts the way it is while Aizawa is angry. Not at Izuku. He's angry at the capital, at the universe, the gods, whatever made Izuku be chosen again. Maybe it was meant to be. Aizawa gives Izuku his visor as a token. Todoroki Shudo is also a tribute. Tuya is a victor from a year after Aizawa. Fuyumi and Natsuo couldn't volunteer for Shudo because they were already 18. Endeavor used to work on a mine and is an alcoholic. Rei died years ago. Tuya is part of a resistance group so he can help Shudo out of the arena and because he's tired of the system and people doing nothing. There is a tension between Aizawa and Tuya because their little brother's lives are in line, and there can only be one standing at the end. Despite this, Tuya shares his information with Aizawa, who also wants to get Izuku out of the games. It's a mutual benefit assured relationship. Is that how it's written? If Izuku and Shudo survive or not is your choice because I don't have a definitive ending. After the war, Japan slowly begins to rebuild. All for One is dead, and without their leader, the League isn't a problem anymore. Aizawa Shouta feels like he aged 10 years, and now he has 21 kids, including his adopted ones. To be honest, he expected most of his class to give up the hero career, but surprisingly, they stayed. His husband is recovering, UA restarts its classes and society turns back to normal. And for a few years, everything was fine. Until Midoriya Izuku showed up. The war happens during Class A's first year. Since they stopped having classes because the heroes needed every help they could get, the courses will have to come back to school as freshmen instead of going straight to second year. All for One was killed during the war by All Might. Instead of fighting All for One 5 years before canon, their fight happens at Kamino Ward, where All Might is almost fatally injured. Most of canon happens normally, but of course, without Izuku's presence, there are some major changes. Shinsou is in Class 1A. Aizawa and Mike adopted Shinsou and Eri before the war. Oboro is partially healed and lives with Shouta and Hizashi. Bakugo never had a childhood friend. Uraraka was also a general at transfer like Shinsou because of her punctuation. If I'm not mistaken, Ochako got enough points to pass because she saved Izuku, right? So, I thought it would be interesting to play with this. With no one to send a SOS signal, Ida had to amputee his arm because of stain. Todoroki was coached to use his fire during the war, but he doesn't feel comfortable or reclaim his fire side because he never told anyone about this story. Where does Izuku fit in all of this? Well, he's All for One's reincarnation. Inspired by what happened to Makima in Chainsaw Man. Midoriya Izuku was born and declared quirkless. Until he manifested his quirk months after his quirkless diagnosis. His quirk? All for One. Midoriya Inko, terrified of her son, flees. Izuku, not knowing where his mom is, decides to go at the police station to ask if they could find his mom. The HSPC learns about Izuku's case and decides to arrest him. The heroes are convoked to decide if they arrest him in Tartarus or kill him. Everyone thinks Izuku is All for One's son, but he isn't. Most heroes are divided between their opinions, but few think about the child's well-being. Aizawa is one of those. The horse and the infant starts to play HJ. Aizawa barely manages to convince the heroes to do a test run. They don't even know if the kid is like the villain. For God's sake, why kill an innocent child? Anyway, Aizawa and Mike take Izuku in. Izuku was always considered a strange child. Too quiet, always seemed mature by his age, never had many friends and sometimes would space out. Izuku frequently remembers about his past life, but it looks like blurs, flashbacks, and he never understands anything. It leaves him spooked anyway. Because of the changes at UA, Class A is in their third year. Does a person is defined by their parent, in this case, past life, or how they are raised? Let's find out. Even though he advocated for it, Aizawa can't help but be wary of what Izuku could become, because after what everyone he loved went through, it's hard to let go of grudges. Izuku still doesn't understand what's going on. A bit wholesome with angst, existential questions, and complicated relationships. World building is still wacky, so this is not the final draft. Most of my AUs aren't final drafts anyways. But still, it's not confirmed how the world building will work. Vigilante partners Hunter and Lilac find a weird kid passed out in a dark alley and bring them to their humble abode. Without no one waiting for them to go home, Izuku and Hitoshi welcome them to stay as long as they need. That's how Crimson joins the fray. Meanwhile, present Mike, Yamada Hizashi, searches for his missing husband. Crack treated seriously, I think? Izuku and Hitoshi met each other in a group home and got close like glue. They ran away after they grew tired of the bullying and abuse. At first, they tried to survive with small jobs, but no one wanted to hire them. So they turned to illegal stuff. This opened the way to vigilantism. They learned from other vigilantes, anti-heroes, and criminals how to fight. Since they ran away, they now live in Hosu, running away from the heroes and the police, fighting villains, and saving people. They live in a moldy building with people who also can't pay for something better. There's no hot water. Sometimes there's no energy, and the pipes leak through the walls. However, it's the only home they have. The kids have been doing this for years, living with hurts and scars, but they've learned from the experience. Aizawa changed his shift to replace another underground hero in Hosu and forgot to mention it to his husband. He was hit by a quirk that de-aged him to his teenage years, 14 to 15, before he entered UA. He passed out in an alley, and someone stole his capture weapon. Hitoshi and Izuku were patrolling around the area when they found him in an alley. They decide to bring him to his apartment until he wakes up. When Aizawa wakes up, he only has the memories of his body age, which means he doesn't know anything about his 15 years and forwards. Hitoshi lends Aizawa his clothes since they are almost the same height. Aizawa is a bit shorter than Hitoshi though. They ask him if he has somewhere to go, because that alley was far from the popular area, so either he was lost or he didn't have a home. Aizawa, who lived with bad parents most of his life not by choice, finds an opportunity to never come back. The kids welcome him to their apartment. A new vigilante hits the streets. In Mizudafu, Hizashi freaks out because Aizawa didn't come back after patrol last night. He checks hospitals, other underground heroes, the police, and finds nothing. Hizashi asks his friends and Nedzu for help. The kids' vigilante names are based in shades of colors. Izuku is Hunter Green, or just Hunter. Hitoshi is Aizawa is Crimson, 'cause of his eyes. I don't know how or when Aizawa turns back to his actual age. Listen, I know it may be tough, Eraserhead says, but being a villain isn't worth it. You should give up. Wait, why are you saying this? Izuku asks. His voice weavers, are you saying this because I wasn't good enough? What the hell, kid? No, the hero says exasperated. I'm saying this because being a villain is a crime. But do you think I could be one if I wanted to? How would you rank me on the villain scale? Is it good? Is it bad? Do you have any tips? Shoyuta groans. He can't do this today. Instead of growing up with heroes as his role models, Midoriya Izuku grows up with a great dad who happens to be a villain. That doesn't stop his fanboy tendencies though. This is the journey on how Midoriya Izuku sets a path to become a powerful villain and somehow hooks pro-hero Eraserhead and many others into this mess. Inspired by a Tumblr screenshot on Pinterest. Here. Also inspired by Black Rabbit, The Foggy London View. A bit of crack, very wholesome. Sorry for the shortness of it. Midoriya Hizashi was a supervillain mastermind who disappeared after his marriage. He lived well with his wife, Midoriya Inko, and had a beautiful son, Izuku. Hizashi didn't have an easy life and decided he would be the best dad to his son because he didn't have one as a child. Instead of wanting to be a hero, Izuku thought being a villain was way cooler. Kaken would be the #1 hero, while he would be the #1 villain. But Izuku still likes heroes. Somehow, Katsuki is still friends with Izuku even after his diagnosis. One of the reasons he wants to be a villain is to be close to his favorite heroes. Despite being a villain, Hisashi has more morals than most villains and heroes. In the underground, cough all for one and endeavor cough. Izuku wants to be a villain to make his dad proud. Since everyone says he can't be a villain, might as well continue his dad's work. Regardless of it, Hisashi is proud of whatever Izuku wants to be. Aizawa didn't sign for this sheet and is slowly adopted into the Midoriya family. I'm not sure if Hisashi is killed, arrested, or lives well with his family. You can decide what happens to him. Inko knows what Izuku is doing but is supportive of her baby's choices. All for One and Hisashi hated each other. Hisashi's villain's name was Blaze. Izuku's villain's name is Spark. Even though he has the support of his loved ones, Izuku is still a nervous wreck and a kid trying to live up to his dad's legacy, so you can understand how hard it is for him. Spark is trying his best. Izuku is an anxious green bean and a chaotic little sheet. He is multitasking. It's the laws of meta-regulation were recently declared, and Japan is on the edge of a civil war. Those who have meta abilities are revolting against the government, and terrorist attacks are all over the country. A great portion of the metas are ostracized and considered too dangerous to keep living, so they try to survive by any means, including breaking the law. That motivates a group of individuals who want to protect and help those in need. Before the heroes, there were vigilantes. And before the limelight, there was the underground. Just a bunch of outlaw misfits finding a family in each other because the world is a shitty place. A more light-hearted AU of Under the Red Lights, Chapter 14. What inspired me to write Help in the Rain? The bar is a neutral ground where criminals and vigilantes can drink or trade information with Izuku or other people. Kurogyari is out of the bar most of the time, doing God knows what, so Izuku is in charge of the bar. Tuya is like a bodyguard in case of trouble, and Himiko does what she wants. Some characters, Oboro, Aizawa, Kayama, Mike, and Tuya, are aged down to 17 to 18. Besides Mike and Tuya, Oboro, Aizawa, and Kayama are vigilantes. All the kids have problems. Everyone needs a hug. Izuku has direct contact with Recovery Girl, who is slightly younger but still older than everyone else. Some canon characters become criminals and vigilantes, or part of the police, like Yagi. Also, there is an appearance of OCS, but they aren't important. The bar has a Tetris machine Kaminari found in the junkyard. Sometimes they have Uno and karaoke nights. To pay for information, you have to tell a secret or other information. And, of course, get a drink. Izuku has a brain cell most of the time. Yamamo has one. Somehow, Bakugo also has a brain cell. Kurogyari has two. Aizawa has one. The others share the last brain cell. Jairu and Izuku like gossiping. Kaminari is the battery for the karaoke machine. Now for the characters. Izuku. Izuku is adopted by Kurogyari and becomes a barman. Still an informant though. Izuku ran away from home and Kurogyari found him. Izuku insisted to Kurogyari he could pay for shelter by doing a job as a bartender. No one knows what Izuku's quirk, meta ability, is. People think is a 5-point contact, because he uses gloves. But it's just an aesthetic choice and because he handles drinks. Izuku's codename at the bar is Echo. Izuku likes to do card tricks and invent drinks for the people he likes. Tuya, plus Shudo. Tuya was almost killed after manifesting his meta ability. Everyone thinks he's dead. Kurogyari found him and also brought him to the bar. Tuya's codename is Dabi. Dabi is always happy to kick the butt of anyone who tries to break the rule of pacifism. His favorite drink is Blue Flame, made by Izuku. Years later, Shudo also manifests a meta ability and runs away to find his brother. That's how he finds the bar. Himiko. Himiko's codename is Ghoul. She found shelter in the bar and never left. Sometimes she makes trips to the underground to gather information for Izuku. Himiko and Izuku have the same age, so they treat each other like twins. Her favorite drink is something Izuku invented just for her, an appropriate version of a Bloody Mary with gooseberry syrup, blood, and no alcohol. She had selective mutism at first, but now she's getting better thanks to Tuya and Izuku. The parasites, affectionate. Aizawa Ekima, Oboro, Cloud 9, and Nemuri, Midnight, are vigilantes. Bakugo, Ground Zero, Shinsou, Siren, Kirishima, Red Riot, and Yaoyorozu, Tia, are also vigilantes. Mike, Soundwave, Uraraka, Spacewalker, Zero, Snatcher, and Hagakure, Whisper, are thieves. Gyre, Rumor, is also an informant. Kaminari, Chargebolt, is a hacker wannabe. Most of the kids have school even if they don't go to the same. Oboro is a college student struggling to keep his grades. Namuri and Aizawa stopped studying after high school. Namuri is a waitress and Aizawa is a cashier in a grocery store. Mike ran away years ago when he was in foster care and has been a criminal ever since. He used to have selective mutism. He took Hagakure under his wing, and later, Uraraka. Aizawa and Oboro work together sometimes. Aizawa doesn't have erasure, his eyes are just biologically red. He has a telekinesis quirk. Most of them suffered discrimination and/or abuse inside their homes. Yaoyorozu's parents are politicians and pretend their daughter doesn't have a meta ability. Bakugo's parents are scared of him, which is because Mitsuki manifests her fear through verbal, and sometimes, physical abuse. Shinsou is in foster care and also has selective mutism. Uraraka steals to help her parents. Other characters. All for One created a cult. Shirigaki is still his apprentice. The Meta Liberation Army is somewhat allied with All for One. The HSPC is a government program to deal with the metas. They also kidnapped them. Eri and Nedzu were experimented on at the same facility and helped each other to escape. The Narahata vigilantes make cameos. The big trio are vigilantes, except for Tamaki, who is there for moral support. Night Eye pretends he's a private investigator, but he's a vigilante. Hawks walks a fine line between vigilantism and villainy. Maruko takes names and kicks buttes. Stain is a vigilante and Spinner is his apprentice. Compress and Magna are thieves, they know each other but don't work together. Twice is a criminal but also not really. Mustard is a little sheet and a criminal. Yagi and Tsukachi are detective partners. Recovery Girl is a clandestine healer and a hospital nurse during the day. Endeavor is a police officer and still an a-hole. In the past, Eraserhead met a kid with a heart of gold and shiny green eyes. Now, he meets Retaliation, a villain with dead green eyes and a thirst to destroy hero society. Midoriya Izuku was kidnapped by the HSPC after they found how useful he could be. They molded him to be their perfect little soldier, a weapon. After escaping his personal hell, Izuku finds the existence of the League of Villains and decides that the Commission has already played their game, and now it's his turn. It's an eye for an eye, and Izuku doesn't care if the world goes blind. You can decide if Izuku has a quirk or not and which one he has. My first choice was to give him a quirk that lets him control things with puppet strings, but as shrugs. I personally think this works best with quirked Izuku, but I'm not sure. But regardless of your choice, Izuku still becomes a vigilante. Izuku didn't fight bad guys, but he helped victims and the heroes. He also sends his analysis to heroes' agencies. Eraser didn't like the idea of Izuku running around at night, but the kid promised they would behave and stay away from the fights. Izuku is found by the HSPC because they have eyes and ears everywhere. So one day, Izuku just stopped showing up at patrols. Aizawa thought Izuku stopped being a vigilante and was relieved. Oh, that poor fool. The HSPC thought Izuku had great potential to be a soldier for them. Izuku spent years being their weapon, a little puppet to their schemes. He grew bitter and filled with rage. Izuku, instead of wanting to be a hero, now had only one goal: destroy the HSPC. He got to escape the HSPC and found himself in the streets. His mom was dead, and he was alone in the world. He got interested in Stain but thought his methods were useless. That's how Izuku meets Spinner, and they both hear about the League. Spinner considers Mikumo, Izuku's fake alias, as a friend, but Izuku isn't interested in making friends. Like Dabi, Izuku's goal isn't about All Might, but it's a step towards the true reason for their actions. Akatani Mikumo creates Retaliation, a villain with a big goal and who will do whatever it takes to do so. During summer camp, Izuku and Aizawa accidentally find each other in the forest and fight. Aizawa is shocked, and a bit heartbroken, to find the same kid who wanted to help people fell so low. Of course, Aizawa doesn't know what happened, but still self-blames because maybe if he tried to help more or had stopped Izuku the first time, none of this would have happened. But the past is past. His feelings don't matter. What matters now is that a villain is trying to attack his kids. The Kamino Ward fight happens, and Izuku manages to escape with the League. After the Shai Hasaikai arc, Izuku is taken into custody along with Kurogiri. Technically, Izuku was supposed to be sent to a rehabilitation program, but the HSPC said, nope, and sent him to the maximum security prison in Japan. Extras. Aizawa wants to help Izuku. However, Izuku thinks he is doing this out of pity and because of a hero complex. Which isn't too far-fetched. Aizawa wants to help because Izuku is around his kid's age, and he feels it's partially his fault for why Izuku became what he is. I'm not here to fix your sins, Eraserhead. Don't use me to make you feel good about yourself. Izuku taunts him asking what about the other kids the heroes didn't help, what about Toga, Mustard, and countless kids discriminated against, suffering abuse or worse. He asks about the kids who want to be heroes, sent to die fighting villains, praised to risk their lives for a meaningless sense of justice. Izuku isn't angry at Aizawa, but he wants to make Eraser think about the system he works with. And he doesn't want pity. He wants revenge. Edit. I forgot to mention that it's very likely that Izuku escaped with the others when All for One destroyed Tartarus chapter text. A 3-part series featuring vigilante coffee shop owner Aizawa, quirkless barista Izuku, cats, hot cocoa, sad moments, lots of hugs, found family, and more. Part 1. I can't remember who I was just last December. Helplessness wasn't something Shoyuta was familiar with. The reason for this was that it was illogical to think that way. Letting himself feel helpless would hinder his progress to become a hero, and that was something he couldn't do to himself. So, for years, Shoyuta never let himself break under the pressure, the traumas of his childhood, and all the ostracism because of his quirk. That was until the day Oboro died. Helplessness took his mind and never left. After that, everything started to go wrong, to remind Shoyuta of how weak he was, that he was pathetic for trying to pretend he was in control of his life and deny the truth. Helplessness became a recurrent feeling, suffocating his lungs and making him forget how to breathe. Now, months later, away from his dream, laying in an empty dirty apartment with unopened boxes, Shoyuta sleeps on a cold floor, alone. Completely helpless. Main song, Oh My God by Alec Benjamin. This is part of the universe of Street Cat, being Aizawa's backstory that leads to canon. The HSPC put the fault of Oboro's death on Aizawa and forced you, to expel him. Actually, they wanted to arrest him, but Netsu managed to convince them not to do it, but he could have done more if he wasn't just the vice principal. Oboro, Hizashi, and Shoyuta were boyfriends until Oboro died and Shoyuta was expelled. Hizashi and Shoyuta fought and broke up after Shoyuta left the school. The reason was that Hizashi thought Shoyuta was leaving willingly and decided to just leave him behind. That, of course, wasn't true, but grieving teenagers aren't always with their heads in the right place. Aizawa's parents were neglectful but not physically abusive. They just didn't care for him. Not even a week after his 18th birthday, they ditched him from the house, which forced him to find another place to live. Aizawa's old apartment was dirty and almost falling apart, but it was the cheapest place he could find on short notice. The vigilantism started not much later since Aizawa moved to a low part of Mizudafu where criminal activity was normal, and heroes didn't frequently patrol. Erasure was useful but not that much without a weapon, his capture weapon, so he had to adapt his fighting style. The Pumpkin's Corner wasn't initially from Shoyuta but actually from an old lady who was nice enough to hire Shoyuta, who looked like a dead walking corpse and not very friendly. Unfortunately, she died, but she passed the coffee shop to him. She was like a family he never had. Pumpkin was the cat's lady and the reason she named the coffee shop. Aizawa started smoking not much after he moved in. He still has the googles Oboro gave him. Aizawa also started a gardening hobby, somehow, years later. The scar he has in canon was given during a fight with a nasty villain, not a Nomu. So when he meets Izuku, he already has the scar. Aizawa has a lot of nightmares. Most of them are about the day of the work studies. Aizawa is morally gray. Part 2, like you're hanging by a thread, but you gotta survive. When Izuku is 4 years old, he realizes love is unconditional unless you are quirkless. When Izuku is 10, he finds a little note after school and all of his mother's things gone from the apartment. For a whole month, Izuku refuses to acknowledge the grief for something he has never had, the terror inside his chest threatening to choke him and all the weight and tiredness he shouldn't feel it then. When a warning comes from the mail, Izuku finally breaks and accepts he is completely alone. He knew how hard it would be to find a job, considering his age, lack of experience, and quirklessness. The world wasn't fair. And after many rejected interviews, his hopes lay in passing a test for barista in a cozy cat cafe, owned by the scariest man he has ever met. Main song, Numb Little Bug by M. Bayhold. Inko left Izuku to fend for himself when he was 10. Izuku is hard of hearing and doesn't have hearing aids. They are too expensive. Aizawa is picky with his interviews, and everyone knew about it. That's why the clients were surprised to see Izuku working there. A little reference to his quirk assignment test and a parallel between him and Hizashi. Izuku was scared of Aizawa's cold demeanor, but he slowly starts to trust him and understand Aizawa is a softie. Aizawa emotionally adopts Izuku, and he's not even aware of it. During New Year, Izuku found Aizawa a bit tipsy, and they watched the fireworks together. I have the draft of this. If you want me to post it on Tumblr, please tell me. In Izuku's file, Aizawa is listed as his contact in case of an emergency. It took a lot of insistence from Aizawa to Izuku put that in his file because he didn't want to cause the man any trouble. Tsukachi is a recurrent client in the coffee shop. Shinsou also frequents the coffee shop very often. He met Izuku before the UA, so they are best friends. He was in foster care but is now in the process of being adopted by his 2 new moms. Hitoshi drinks sickly sweet abominations, not just coffee. Aizawa cringes every time he sees it, and Hitoshi makes sure to annoy him with that. Aizawa packs lunch for Izuku even if he knows it's probably going to be destroyed by the bullies. It still makes Izuku tear up every time. One day, Aizawa almost went to Aldra to beat Bakugu and every teacher on Izuku's behalf, but Izuku managed to convince him otherwise. Aizawa started sewing Izuku's gakuren because of the burns and scratches from his bullies. Namuri goes to the coffee shop sometimes. She is trying to amend his and Hizashi's friendship but things are effing complicated. Part 3. The heaviness that I hold in my heart's been crushing me. On the anniversary of one of his boyfriend's death, Aizawa Shouta finds a kid on a roof after a patrol. Said kid is his only and best barista, and the closest thing he would call family. On the day of his eviction, Midoriya Izuku feels like he went through hell and back, and all of his dreams were shattered because of his idol. Before he can take a drastic decision, a familiar face stops him. A family sometimes can be a depressed cat cafe owner part-time vigilante, an also depressed, quirkless barista kid, and a bunch of cats. Main song, Pluto by Sleeping at Last. To be honest, I should just make a Dadzawa and Izuku playlist. The same day Izuku's eviction notice came in was the day of the sludge villain incident. So you can understand he was a mess. Aizawa was patrolling, a bit worried that the kid didn't come to work, but he tried to not think about it. Until he found Izuku at the top of a rooftop, on the edge, ready to jump. Izuku wasn't going to jump, not really, but he was considering it. Aizawa can count how many times he was scared in his whole life. That moment entered on the list. They managed to come down the building and walk to the coffee shop. I don't want to be alone tonight, Aizawa-san. Izuku lays down the truth about why he was on the rooftop and why he works at the coffee shop. Aizawa makes Izuku swear if he ever thinks about suicide, he needs to tell Aizawa. He also tells Izuku he's a vigilante and that's how he found him. Aizawa kindly forces Izuku to take his bedroom for the night, and that they will bring his stuff. Later, Izuku wants to pretend everything is fine, and nothing is wrong, because he wants to feel he's in control since his life was out of his grasp ever since his childhood. Hugs, lots of hugs. They both need it. Extras. Aizawa finds Eri and kidnaps her. If anyone asks, she is her niece. Eri calls Izuku Aizu and Ai. She calls Aizawa Zawa-san. Toshian is an honorary sibling. Aizawa's fridge in his apartment is full of photos, colorful magnets, and Eri's, and sometimes Izuku's, drawings. He is trying to quit smoking because of the kids. After Izuku enters Aizawa gives his kid the goggles Oboro gave him. Aizawa sometimes wonders what would have happened if he wasn't put the blame for Oboro's death, if he didn't fight Hizashi, or if he had died instead of Oboro, and if he was too late to save Izuku. He has a new nightmare now. Hizashi is 1A's homeroom teacher. He is also the teacher with an expulsion record, which doesn't make sense considering his cheerful persona. Really, he terrifies the first years. Cats. Devil was a cat in the pumpkin's corner that only obeyed Izuku, no one else. Sadly, the cat died of old age. Bsrd likes to climb on Aizawa and hang himself in his hair. The trick is to scratch behind his ear and his neck, then he falls limp. He also likes to bite Izuku's ankles. Eri is his favorite. Hitoshi doesn't have favorites, but he calls Beans his godness. She is a Persian cat. Hat likes to make the client's hat his home. Especially if it's Tsukachi's hat. There are other cats, but those are the most mentioned ones. There are cats from other universes here too. Fun facts. There is a more fun version of this where Eri is rescued earlier by Aizawa and it's Izuku finding out about his vigilantism, and they trying to hide Eri from the underground. The Pumpkin's Corner was supposed to be called Sweet Whiskers and also a coffee shop where villains and criminals would fraternize at night. Hizashi was Hitoshi's foster parent, but decided to give him 2 moms instead. The cloud eraser mic was an accident, but I'm not complaining. When Izuku was left to die by a hero in an accident, he thought that was the end. His pathetic life was done, and he didn't even get one step closer to his dream. But life is full of plot twists, and Izuku returns to the land of the living. Not the way he was supposed to be. The death of his childhood best friend, Victim, makes Bakugo rethink some of his choices, and it sets him on a path of vigilantism. And someone needs to control the unhinged spirit running around Mizutofu. Somehow, Midoriya, Izuku, and Bakugo Katsuki are always connected. It doesn't mean it's a good thing. Unhinged vigilante Izuku, regretful Bakugo, also a vigilante. After Izuku is left to die by a hero, he becomes a ghost and seeks revenge. I'm not sure how he dies, you can't decide that. His death unlocks a ruthless side of him. Bakugo changed schools and wasn't the big fish in the pond anymore. Izuku's death made him realize he was to his former best friend and has a slight change of character. And changing schools gave him a reality check. Izuku finds Katsuki, who thinks he's hallucinating. Katsuki is the voice of reason, because Izuku will watch the world burn and laugh. Not because he thought how many heroes ignored people like Izuku and didn't have anyone to protect them. Izuku is a vengeful spirit. To be honest, they don't know what Izuku is, but a vengeful spirit is the closest description of his new personality. You're an a-hole now, and I don't like it. The a-hole here is me, not you. You're just mad that I have a backbone now and don't care about your anger issues. I can't decide if this is an immortal, Izuku FIC, or a ghost, Izuku one. At first, due to the side effects of returning to life, Izuku treated Katsuki with disdain and coldness because of their past. Now they are on better terms and bicker all the time. Bakugo is protective, despite the fact that Izuku can't die anymore, and hates it. Bakugo wants to be a limelight hero, but at the same time, underground heroics is looking good now. Shinsou just happens to be close by all the time. I think we can't mansplain, manipulate, man-whore our way out of this one. Manslaughter it is, then. He's so done with them. Hitoshi is the sanest in the group, which says a lot about these kids' mental health. I don't know why Shinsou is here, I just like to put him to deal with other people's messes. And because that trio sounds really funny, maybe there's Dadzawa? The beginning is full of angst, but later it's just crack. Midoriya Izuku is born with a quirk, just like everyone else, while Aizawa Shouta is the only quirkless hero in Japan. That changes a lot of things. Izuku is fairly well known by the police because he is always in trouble. He has a lot of illegal quirk usage charges against him since his quirk activates on reflex, and he has a hero complex. Despite what everyone says, he isn't a vigilante. Tsukachi and Sansa don't even try to lecture him anymore. Aizawa and Izuku met during one of those incidents, and the hero walked him home. Since Hizashi and Aizawa are married and he doesn't have erasure, Hizashi's quirk made a lot of long-term damage. Hizashi is deaf, and Aizawa became hard of hearing. That didn't make Aizawa love Hizashi any less. Aizawa uses Canon Izuku's red shoes. Quirkless people are forced to wear those shoes. At least it highlights his eyes, according to Hizashi. Aizawa's hero's name is Spider Lily. His hero costume is like in Canon, but with an intricate pattern of spider lilies on his sleeves and chest. Izuku has experience in doing things blind. His peers, and sometimes teachers, used to BLNDFLD him. Deku and Izuku are friends. Funnily enough, Izuku can easily pass as Aizawa and Yamada's kid. Izuku's eyes are green, just like Yamada's. They both have a cheerful persona and are more emotional. Aizawa's eyes are biologically red, just like when Izuku uses erasure. Izuku has black highlights in his hair, like Aizawa, whose hair is black. And they both use capture weapons. Izuku takes the Eraserhead name because of Hizashi's suggestion. All Might is a little wary of erasure since it can easily reveal his secret. But he doesn't hate Izuku or anything like that. Yagi actually admires Aizawa for being a quirkless hero since even in his generation, the quirkless weren't seen as hero material, so he's glad Aizawa rose as a respected underground. But he still worries about the man. Not everyone knows Aizawa is quirkless. Some people think he has an unknown quirk. I give Izuku some necromancing powers, and that changes some fates. Is this just an excuse so I can almost kill characters, make them meet Izuku earlier, and adopt him on spot? I'll be honest, I don't have a plot for this. It's just Izuku saving people, dead or not. Is he human? A god? Or a cryptid? An angel? The life? An eldritch being? Who knows? My favorite fact about this AU is that every person Izuku revives has freckles. They get multiple silver freckles, like stars, after Izuku revives them. He also has those. This means Aizawa, Dabi, Toshinori, Hitoshi, Tenya, and Sir Night Eye have freckles. I'll draw this, just you wait. Izuku's quirk can bring a person back to life and heal them enough so they can't die. The person still deals with pain and the aftershock but is out of danger. Izuku saved Aizawa after he fell off a building during a villain fight. He was tired and burnt out, so he kinda slipped. Izuku also helped Tenko before All for One fully made him his apprentice. Aizawa adopted both of them despite being so young. Because he had 2 kids, Nemuri sent his curriculum to Nedzu so he could get a decent payment. Izuku somehow found and revived Tuya, and that created a snowball of events that led to Enji losing custody of the kids. Because Rei was still at the psych ward, the Todorokis went to live with their grandma. They still come around the Aizawa household, especially Tuya and Shuto. Shuto becomes Izuku's friend. After All Might's battle against All for One, Izuku found Yagi and revived him. He still has his injuries though. Izuku sensed there was someone else dying on the battlefield, but Yagi, dead on his feet, bleeding, kindly coerces Izuku to turn away. So All for One is dead. Some weeks after he leaves the hospital, Izuku finds All Might saving people in the city and gives him a lecture about self-care. Imagine a small 10-year-old scolding a grown-but man who is growing more and more panicked. Anyway, Yagi becomes another presence in the Aizawa household. I kinda want to make this eraser me, but you can take this with a grain of salt and consider them as strangers co-parenting the child that saved them and his adopted siblings. Izuku also finds Hitoshi and Himiko through the years. Hitoshi died trying to escape his foster home, but Izuku said nope and brought him back from the dead. Aizawa has to sit down with Izuku and explain he can't keep bringing strays. He knows he won't say no to Izuku's puppy eyes. Himiko is adopted by Vlad King, but she also likes to stay with Izuku. Izuku gets one for all. Tenko and Tuya go to work with something that isn't heroics. Himiko goes to the support course. To be honest, the only villain attack is the incident with Stain, but Tenya is fine after Izuku revives him. Night Eye still doesn't think Izuku is a good successor, which pisses everyone off. But he might as well accept it after Izuku revives him during the Shai Hasaikai raid. After Eri is adopted into the family, she realizes most of them have silver freckles and she paints them on her face so she can be part of the family. This doesn't make any sense, but I'm still here for it. In a world where heroes are more of a marketing gimmick than protectors, Keikai rises as an unknown vigilante in times of crisis, fighting bad guys and saving people. It has been months since Yagi-san disappeared, and Izuku is desperate. His mentor wouldn't go MIA without warning him. That's not how they work. Keikai. The action or state of keeping careful watch for possible danger or difficulties. Version 1. Inspired by Fearless Child, Broken Boy, Tell Me What Is Like to Burn, Sage 43. Izuku is a vigilante named Keikai and has been doing it for a while. Most of the canon characters are villains, except for some heroes and the kids. The corruption around the HSPC and the hero rankings is more prominent. Yagi was aware of the HSPC's doings, and that's one of the reasons why they tried to eliminate him. After his battle against All for One, his injuries started to affect his hero work, and so the HSPC tried to understand why because they wanted to know and control everything. Somehow, they found out something about One for All. They didn't know everything, but they found Toshinori manifested a powerful quirk when he was 15, and that's not an ordinary feat. They also found some shady stuff about Yagi's and Naitai's investigations. The HSPC wanted Yagi to train one of their agents to be a successor and give his quirk to them. Yagi refused because he wanted to choose by himself and he didn't trust the commission with that kind of power. Months later, Toshinori is almost murdered in his own home. All Might was declared dead after a villain fight. This triggered a rise in criminal activity, and Yagi couldn't fight because the HSPC would go after him again. And he was still physically debilitated due to his still healing injuries. One day, he saw a green-haired kid saving a little girl from being hit by a car in the middle of the street. Despite hurt, the boy smiled and helped the girl to calm down. And suffered discrimination after the people around the accident found out he was quirkless. Yagi, touched by the boy's kindness and seeing himself in that kid, decided to make him his successor. Without All Might, Japan needed a new kind of hero. After an awkward encounter and explanation, Yagi starts to mentor Izuku. Instead of wanting Izuku to go to a hero school and become a pro-hero, Yagi wants Izuku to not apply to the entrance exams. If Izuku is in a hero school, the HSPC would find him more easily, and if Izuku becomes a pro-hero, he would be bind to the commission's corruption. Izuku and Yagi have fights over that matter. Like in canon, Toshinori has a lot of secrets, but in this AU, he's not easily convinced to tell them. Izuku wants Yagi-san to trust him so he can help. He can't keep doing things blind. The less people know my boy, the better. Even before Izuku manifests One for All, he is already doing vigilante stunts around Mizudafu. He starts to write more notebooks about villains. One day, after Izuku receives One for All, Toshinori disappears. Izuku was still breaking his banners while using the quirk, and he and Yagi had another fight. But Yagi-san wouldn't just abandon him, right? Days turn into weeks, turn into months. Keikai starts to investigate. Izuku finds Gran Torino while looking through any clues about Toshinori on the internet. Gran Torino, suspicious of Izuku, fights him until Izuku proves he is All Might's successor and that he's looking for him. Unfortunately, Torino doesn't know anything, but he is willing to help Izuku. Keikai starts to dig deeper in the underworld. Meanwhile, a new organization, the League, starts to rise and underground is buzzing. For the context, Nedzu is the boss of a villain group called Checkmate Vanguard. It's mostly the canon UA heroes but villains. Some of their alias are different, like, for an example, Present Mic is Resonance. There's also a part of the plot where All for One finds out Izuku has One for All and it starts a manhunt to get the kid. Oh, and a little bird tells the HSPC about a certain vigilante, and they get interested to bring him to their side. Someone needs to give this kid a break. Where in the world is Yagi? Who knows, smiley face. Class 1A makes some cameos, but they don't show up a lot. Version 2. Yagi is not hunted by the HSPC, so he's still All Might. Izuku doesn't get One for All, and he becomes a vigilante by himself. He has been one for a few years. Most canon heroes are villains. Yamada finds out Izuku is a kid. Some of the villains are smart, but they are all dumbasses for not noticing they have been fighting a child. Hizashi is worried he can get charged of child abuse. Aizawa is so effing done. I think they will be more worried about your villainous activities rather than you having your butt kicked by a child, Yamada. Yamada starts to be concerned about his little foe because who would let a kid fight villains? Somehow, the whole vanguard becomes involved in the secret. They start to meet him in civilian persona. Izuku is confused because he doesn't know any of those people. They want to bring him to their side. However, Shigaraki also wants to bring Keikai to their side. It's a wholesome mess, with a bit of angst. This doesn't have much plot like the previous version. Version 3. I just wanted to write this down because I can easily forget this AU. Just think about it. Villain Aizawa mentoring vigilante Izuku, based on Sage 2 Sweet Whiskers and Bitter Coffee. If you want a whole chapter about this AU, just say in the comments, laughing face. Fun fact. The second version was the original version, but then I started to draw an angsty version of this AU and I went too deep in the rabbit hole. If for any reason, Keikai went to the canon universe through dimensional shenanigans, he would be terrified because he's in an unknown location with people he doesn't know and people who were trying to hurt him not a while ago. Yes, I thought about that scenery because I also enjoy the accidental dimensional travel trope. Shinsou Hitoshi, delinquent and villain in making, meets Kurai, Mizudafu's cryptid, and the monster around the alleys. They bond. Kurai. The absence of light in a place. Hitoshi had been locked out of his foster home and slept in the streets for the night. While exploring the alleyways, he finds a weird shadow. It looks like a normal shadow, but it's not his. The shadow starts to mimic Hitoshi, making Hitoshi try to do different poses and movements. Until the shadow leaves the wall, transforming into a big dark dog with bright green eyes. Hitoshi nervously says he prefers cats, so the shadow transforms into a kitten. Hitoshi names the shadow Kurai. Kurai is actually Midoriya Izuku, a quirkless kid who went missing years ago. Izuku was taken by Dr. Kyudai and transformed into a Nomu. Izuku escaped but is still trapped in his shadow form. Izuku starts to follow Shinsou around in his dog form. He can be anything, but he likes to be a dog. It's a wolf, but no one says anything and the kids didn't realize it yet. Izuku isn't totally aware that he is a person, because of what happened before he became a Nomu. What people see is a purple-haired kid with a big dark dog following the kid like a lost duckling, which is not too far from the truth. Since his foster home hates pets, Hitoshi sneaks out of the house to give Kurai food. One day, Hitoshi abruptly transfers and Eraser and Mike foster him. Since Hitoshi is wary of them, he doesn't tell them about Kurai. He manages to convince them that he's okay to come back home by himself. He always meets Kurai after school. The months go by and Hitoshi starts to like the Yamazawa household, but he still doesn't trust them to reveal Kurai. Until it's winter. When a blizzard happens, Hitoshi gets worried about Kurai and sneaks out to find him. Hizashi and Shoyuta see that Hitoshi is missing and Aizawa goes looking for him. Meanwhile, Hitoshi finds Kurai lethargic and too cold to touch. He starts to get desperate for his friend until Aizawa finds him. Hitoshi begs his guardian to help him, and he's so hysteric that Aizawa relents. Fortunately for the kids, the Yamazawa don't mind sheltering Kurai since he makes Hitoshi so happy. Sometimes, if he's feeling like it, Kurai transforms into a cat to make Aizawa like him more. How do they find Kurai is a human kid? Erasure. Aizawa wasn't aiming at Kurai, but he was in his line of sight and got affected. They see Kurai shift to a kid of flesh and blood, completely scarred and sick. When he turns it off, Kurai returns to his shadow form and everyone is so confused. Aizawa and Yamada start to investigate, while Hitoshi helps Kurai with his existential crisis. But they will only find everything out after Kamino. In the meantime, they will help Kurai to be a kid again even though he doesn't feel like one. And also try to help Hitoshi heal from his old experiences as a foster kid, and adopt him, of course. Fun facts. Hitoshi and Kurai were supposed to be vigilantes, and when Aizawa would meet Hitoshi he would offer to take him in, but Hitoshi would say he will only go if his friend was allowed to. Aizawa would be so stunned he would be quiet for 5 minutes. That version was inspired by this. Personally, I like both versions, but the old draft was too similar to CH7. I wanted them to register Kurai as a service dog to Hitoshi so he could join him in classes and help with Hitoshi's panic attacks in case he can't reach Aizawa or Hizashi. However, they would probably try to incentivize Kurai to be more human, since he's one. Inspired by Penumbra by Flower Petal 275. My Hero Academia is a successful franchise that tells the story of Midoriya Izuku, a kid who gains a superpower and becomes the next #1 hero. A new generation of actors has a chance to shine as the protagonists and cause chaos on the set. I thought about giving the actors the same name as their VAs, but I don't believe this is a good idea. I also thought about their names changing to a new one, and their real name would be the canon ones too. Avoid misunderstandings, but I'm not sure. I'll use their canon names to explain it so it's easier to understand. Anyway, it's a modern AU where everything is part of a movie TV show. Inspired by some fan arts I saw from Juniper Arts, Noodle and T, Meru 90. Everyone is friends. Izuku and Shigaraki are siblings. Yagi is a very well-known actor and Engi is his last production before he retires. He and Enji are good friends. He is one of Izuku's inspirations and they both are nerds over superheroes. Aizawa and Hizashi are married in real life, and because of this, their characters have chemistry together, hence why most of the fandom ships Eraser Mike. Aizawa used to be a tap dancer. Ashido has a TikTok account where she posts almost everything that happens on the set. She always drags one of them to do a trend dance. Kaminari appears most of the time. Aoyama also has one and likes to take the most unexpected pictures. He likes to break the fourth wall as well. Most of the kids are active on social media, especially on Twitter. There are a lot of bloopers and interviews compilations on YouTube, MCUs and MHA Vass Energy. All for One is very good with the kids. He helps them when the kids have to do homework in the set. Bakugu's parents work in fashion, so he used to do a bit of modeling, thus is aware of how to deal with the spotlight. The Todorokis aren't related. There are rumors that Tuya and Takami are dating, but nothing is concrete. Eri is Chisaki's daughter. She became Eri because the other actresses were too afraid of Chisaki's character, inspired by Juniper Arts. Night Eye also likes jokes in real life and is more upbeat than his character. Some of them have a different appearance compared with their characters. Izuku is a little sheet. Nedzu is a puppet, but during rehearsals, their VA acts in its place. This also happens with Hagakure. The actors have a bit of training to act during the fights. Shinsou has a Twitch channel. A silly AU with a bit of crack. If you have more suggestions, you can comment them. A series of murders around Muzutafu puts Eraserhead to track a ruthless serial killer, and all the evidence points to a vampire. Which doesn't make any sense, because vampires don't exist. However, Aizawa might start to believe in them now. After Izuku kills his sire in an attempt to free himself, he becomes a vampire hunter. Izuku was a fledgling who was forced to stay with an abusive sire because of blood contracts. This leads to Izuku committing murder, trying to free himself. It works. But during the fight, Izuku bit his sire. It was to say vampires that bit other vampires, especially if they were sires, were cursed, or that they would die. Actually, that wasn't totally true. As a side effect, Izuku was more powerful but easily starved. Izuku starts to hunt for sires that also abuse their fledglings. There's a secret society of magical creatures, and the vampires are a community with their own laws and mores. Hunters exist and are still active. World building with urban fantasy. Izuku is considered a pariah and a criminal for killing his sire and feeding from him. Izuku refuses to drink blood from humans, which led to a couple of unpleasant situations with his sire, and feels guilty for doing that with animals. Izuku is a bit unhinged, but still very much an emotional mess. The poor kid is traumatized. Aizawa is skeptical, it makes him more terrified in the long run. The world ended in flames, and Shoyuda was there to see it burn. Aizawa Shoyuda, formerly known as Eraserhead, is one of the last remnants of the hero's last brigade. He has already lost his comrades, his family, and his kids' class, and now, down on his knees across Nemesis, he stares the villain in the eye, reflecting on their already lost war. There's no symbol of peace to save them and no last resource to use against the League. All Shouta can do is accept his death with open arms and join his friends on the other side. And then he wakes up. Accidental time traveler Aizawa, but with a twist, smiley face. Yes, I know this trope has already been used multiple times. This is purely self-indulgent, like my other AUS, honestly. Inspired by many others' time travel fix-it with villain Izuku. The war is lost, and the villains win. Aizawa is executed and accidentally time travels a year and a half before everything happened. Nemesis is considered one of the most ruthless villains among the ranks because of his accurate ways to destroy villains. He's like Mastermind, from For the Want of a Nail by Mihedin, It's Not Coming Down. Nemesis ordered the death of many heroes and some villains. After Aizawa comes back, he focuses on eliminating all the threats of the future. And that includes eliminating Nemesis. Except, Aizawa discovers Nemesis's past as Midoriya Izuku, a quirkless kid who is hanging by a thread. He knew Midoriya was Nemesis, but he knew nothing about his past except the basics. Aizawa starts to keep the kid close so he can control and avoid Nemesis' rise. Cue to an extremely reluctant Dadzawa. Yamada is worried about his husband's mental health. And he knows there's something fishy going on, but he wants his husband to come to him and trust him with his burdens. Honestly, Mike is great. Midoriya is confused and an anxious mess. His home life isn't great. In the first timeline, Yamada and Aizawa adopted Eri. Aizawa is so done. Morally gray Aizawa. Non-confirmed stuff. There are two ways I imagined Izuku's downfall to becoming a villain. The traditional version where his dreams are shattered by All Might, and after being ridiculed by the heroes after saving Bakugo, he walks a darker path. The other version is everything went normal until Aizawa's quirk test assignment. Eraser expels Izuku, and All Might orders Izuku to give his quirk back. Instead of wanting to be outcast and worthless again, Izuku disappears from the map, taking one for all with him. Shinsou was Yamazawa's foster kid in the first run. Bakugo's redemption. League of Villains redemption. In a universe Yamada Hizashi never became present Mike, he's bound to meet Aizawa Shouta anyway. Oh, and did I say he's a villain? And there's a problem Green Child too. An enemies to lovers where Aizawa and Hizashi both try to co-parent Izuku. Don't ask me Jay. Hizashi's villain's name is Loudspeaker. Most call him Soundwave because it's cooler. Hizashi adopted Dabi and Toga. Not really adoption, he mostly mentors and provides a safe shelter for them, but they are free to do whatever they want. Hizashi has a network web that connects some other cities besides. Muzutafu. Hizashi and Aizawa are petty toward each other. Since Hizashi never became a UA student, Aizawa's hero name isn't Eraserhead. I haven't decided yet, so if you guys have any ideas, please send them. Toboro still dies. Sorry man. Izuku is a homeless kid who likes to meddle a bit too much in people's business. That attracts trouble. Hizashi and Aizawa don't have enough level to unlock Izuku's backstory. Just joking, I have no idea what Izuku's backstory is. Izuku has trust issues. They have a mutual goal which is to help Izuku, while also going for each other's throats. I'm not sure about the plot, it was supposed to be a mystery of sorts, but the chapter text. Before most of Earth's population developed what people call quirks, they were called meta-abilities and were a rare phenomenon. While a small percentage of scientists were worried about the next generations, the military, the government, and most scientists would kill to put their hands on a metahuman. And they did. That's how the Foundation was created. A place to study and control metas, trying to put humans inside cages. That's how they created monsters. After escaping their torturers, newly appointed Izuku and Hitoshi decide to enjoy their freedom while also avoiding the authorities or being found by the Foundation. After running kilometers away, they need a hitchhike. Luckily, they meet Kayama Namuri and her pickup truck. Inspired by the dog days are over, by Pathic Sowl, The Firestarter by Stephen King, and Stranger Things, kinda. Izuku and Hitoshi. Izuku and Hitoshi are unconsciously arrogant about their abilities. They don't consider normal people a threat, except if they are related to the Foundation. Since they didn't know their names, the boys chose their own names. They both have barcode tattoos on their necks. Every subject at the Foundation had one. Hitoshi and Izuku used to have really short hair, almost shaved. When they escaped, they decided to grow it out as a sign of freedom. They both have a high tolerance for pain and are deadly skilled. Trained to kill since birth. Izuku and Hitoshi take turns on who's the older sibling and who's the chaos gremlin. Izuku was born inside the Foundation while Hitoshi was taken from his family when he was young. Sometimes, Hitoshi gets overwhelmed because of everyone's brain noises and has a meltdown. Izuku knows how to help with those. Hitoshi has telepathy, which gives him access to mind control, like his canon quirk. Izuku has telekinesis. Nemuri. Mom Night. Nemuri was visiting her family after her dad's funeral. It wasn't pleasant. Her family hates her guts, and she's not fond of them either. Nemuri is married to Aizawa and Hizashi. I found out this ship existed and thought it was really great. Nemuri almost hit the kids with her car BTW. It was an accident, but luckily, nothing happened. There are many Banff midnight moments since some stuff happened during the trip. One look at the kids and she knew they needed help. Hizashi, oh, hi Nem, how was the funeral? Nemuri on the phone. It was great. Listen, there's something I need to tell you. Shouta. What did you do? Nemuri looking Izuku and Hitoshi prove ice cream for the first time at the distance. Hizashi, that you adopted kids. Without us. Shouta, that's what you're worried about? Fun facts. I couldn't decide which one of them would meet the kids. In the original work, the trio would be Aizawa, Hizashi, and Toshinori. I found out ship existed around the time I created this, so I'll be honest and say I'm still not sure which trio I want to use because both have great potential. Technically, in the original version, Aizawa would find the kids, and then I changed for Yamada, but now it's Nemuri chapter text. Based on CH64. Shouta knows what it is like to be dragged through the mud, to be less than the dirt on people's shoes, and how all men aren't created equal. That was one of the first lessons he was taught after he was diagnosed as quirkless, like it's a FING disease. Before he became an underground hero, he was already aware of how the world worked for people like him, the scorns of society, ever since he was 4 years old. Nowadays, Shouta fights with claws and teeth to protect his people. He will never forget where he came from. That's why when he meets 7-year-old Midoriya Izuku, he doesn't hesitate to reach out. There's a whole quirkless community with its own rules and stuff. Quirkless people wear red shoes. World building because hell yeah. Based on Oda's Lace World Building by Otaku6337. See You in the Morning by Broken_Radio. It takes a village to raise a child. It takes a town to save one. By User-Own Hiatus, and Alone in Crowds, but Not Alone in Sentiment, by Kijo Saka. Quirkless Aizawa. We need more of those. Aizawa's hero's name is Spido Lily, just like in Sage 64. He's dim and well known by the quirkless people and they consider him his patron. He's always awkward and embarrassed when people call him that. Izuku loves to spend his time in Safe Haven where he can interact with his people and pretend just for a moment that he isn't considered different. Aizawa meets Izuku when he went to visit and spotted him there sometimes. Aizawa likes to help in the community by doing charity work or just being present there to help people feel safe. He may not be a people person, but he likes to be somewhere where he belongs to. They just interacted after Aizawa caught Izuku's classmates bullying him and he went feral. Aizawa insisted on helping Izuku with his injuries and is worried about Izuku's home life after Izuku says some stuff. Many kids were abandoned or abused because they were quirkless, so Aizawa is there to rescue them and make sure they are not sent to another bad place. Even though it's not common because the new generations are less prone to be born with no quirk at all. Izuku doesn't like to talk about his bullying because his mother will worry and she's already so stressed, and she will think he's fragile or something. He doesn't want to be a burden. Izuku starts to interact with Aizawa more now that he knows he's a hero and quirkless. All Might is still his favorite, But Spider Lily is his personal hero and most of all, he knows he's safe. One day, Izuku brings up the fact that he wants to be a hero and Aizawa decides to help. This leads to a very careful and intense conversation about Izuku's future with Inko. Despite being a good mother, Inko can't help but see Izuku as her little fragile baby boy, because moms do that sometimes, and his quirklessness doesn't help with her. Bruce. Aizawa calls her out on this and says Izuku won't be a kid forever. Aizawa understands her worries, he does, but there's a difference between worrying and overprotectiveness. Inspired by Shinsou and Inko's segment in Zich 13, Aizawa promises Inko he will be there to teach Izuku how to be a hero, and that she's not alone in this journey. Of course, Izuku is still too young to start training, but he needs his mom there to believe in him. This leads to Aizawa being adopted into the Midoriya family. Aizawa and Inko co-parent Izuku and become good friends. No, it doesn't end in ship. As a sign of affection, Izuku likes to knock his shoes on Aizawa's shoes, like a shoulder bump, but with their shoes. Aizawa starts to do that as well. Izuku trains with a capture weapon. Spite made Aizawa unhinged, so of course his protege would also be unhinged, though he knows how to mask it well. Fun facts, plus a bit of the world building. Tsukachi, Nedzu, and Recovery Girl are part of Aizawa's hotline when there are some major troubles. Aizawa checked with the community if he could include them in the know. Watanabe Akemi, an OC, is a social worker and one of Aizawa's friends. She is responsible to relocate the kids and make sure they go to a safe environment. Allies of the community use a special pin so they can be recognizable. Present Mike and some other heroes, mostly underground, use those. After Izuku and Shinsou become friends, because of course they would, Shinsou starts to wear the safe pin. In fact, most of Class 1A starts to wear that pin. It made Izuku cry a lot. Yagi goes visit the community when he's not busy, but it's rare nowadays because of his workload. Late bloomers are still accepted in the community. Since Aizawa doesn't have erasure, his hair floats because of the static electricity his capture weapon creates. Izuku often calls Aizawa Dad. The first time was so embarrassing and funny at the same time. Inko loves to remind them of that. Non-confirmed stuff. Since Aizawa doesn't have erasure, Dr. Garaki never had a reason to go after him, and thus getting Oboro. Maybe Oboro is alive. Or maybe he's dead but didn't turn into Kurogiri. Izuku's hero name, give me ideas in the comments, please. So you're the new kid? The purple boy suddenly asks from his spot at the corner of the room. He hesitantly nods. I'm Shinsou Hitoshi, the boy Shinsou says. His eyes hold a weariness that makes him wince in sympathy. I'm Midoriya, he says, Midoriya Izuku. Despite not sharing the same blood, Shinsou Hitoshi was the only family Izuku had after his mother died and he was left in an orphanage. They went through thick and thin together, like brothers. Hitoshi protected him from the bad kids at the group homes and always made him smile. Izuku always helped him with his bruises and gave hugs to remind his brother he didn't have to face his burdens alone. They tried to survive in a world trying to drag them through the mud. The villain and the weakling bounded to be left behind. But that didn't matter, they had each other, and that was enough. Until it wasn't. Inko died and Izuku was sent to an orphanage. He met Shinsou there and decided to be friends with him. Shinsou was shunned by the other kids because he had a scary quirk. Shinsou didn't want to be friends with Izuku, but he pushed through Shinsou's grumpy personality. He started to defend Izuku because people always mistreated him. They are around 6 when they met. They started to be sent to other foster and group homes together. They even shared the same social worker. Izuku always supported Hitoshi's dream of being a hero, since he wanted to be a hero himself. When they were lucky, they liked to go to cat cafes. The only thing Izuku had from his old home was an All Might plushie. One day, when they were 11, they were forcibly separated and sent to different foster homes. Hitoshi was transferred to another social worker, so he didn't know where Izuku lived. He waited for Izuku, suffering but always hoping to find his brother again. Until he snapped and left his foster home. Shinsou's descent into villainy was for his survival at first, but then he became a villain out of spite. and to destroy the system because he was tired of the unfairness of it all. Shigaraki and All for One were there to whisper in his ear and convince him hero society wasn't worth it. My first idea for his hero name was Momus, the personification of satire and mockery, and several literary works used him as a mouthpiece for their criticism of tyranny. Source: Wikipedia. If you guys have other ideas, I'm happy to read them. Meanwhile, Izuku is also struggling to survive in foster care. Things are tough, but he doesn't bend, he stays. However, he's always missing Hitoshi. During one of his many transferences, Izuku is assigned to the Eraser Mike household. At first, Izuku is terrified of Aizawa and Hizashi, despite their attempts of welcoming Izuku with open arms. Deep down, he wants to trust them and tell them about Hitoshi, but he's not sure they are safe. Even after Izuku goes to UA, he still doesn't trust them. I don't have much about the plot, but I can guarantee it's full of angst, smiley face. Fun facts. Most of the key points of this AU, except for the villainy part, are based on another AU of mine with Big Brother Aizawa. I'll admit is more wholesome than this version. I can post it if you guys want. Non-confirmed stuff. I'm not sure if Izuku gets one for all. I'm not sure if Shinsou is a spy, or if he's Shigaraki's player too. Midoriya Izuku is a liar. He fights his classmates, he cheats on his tests, he is never dressed accordingly, he skips his classes, and the list goes on. Despite his efforts, no one believes him when Izuku says Bakugo attacked him, or when he scores better than his classmates. No one. Not even his mother. So he just stopped denying it. If they blame him? Sure, of course it was him. Yes, he's an attention-seeker freak and a useless Deku. Yes, he fought with Bakugo because he was jealous. Yes, he cheated because he was lazy and didn't study. Yes, he skipped class on the roof because he liked to be in trouble, not because his peers locked him in there. Yes, he wrote death threats on his desk because he was bored and doesn't have any respect for the school. It doesn't matter what he does, they will always find a way to put it on him. So he decides to do whatever he wants, because if it's always his fault, at least let's give them a reason for it. But of course, things can always get worse. After his mother considers sending him to a reformatory camp for delinquents, Izuku is finally done and decides to run away from home. And he becomes a vigilante because why the hell not? Inspired a little bit by Lost and Found by Assassin Bug. Things are rough for little Izuku, but school gets worse when Izuku meets his new homeroom teacher. Simply put, the guy is an a-hole. Instead of ignoring Izuku or lightly reprehending him because he's quirkless, he doesn't know any better, he always blamed Izuku. If something is out of place, it's Izuku's fault. He starts berating him in front of the class and accusing him of cheating on his assignments. He hates when Izuku mutters. He claims Izuku is jealous of his peers because they have quirks. And this encourages the staff and the students to do that to him as well. His punishments are the worst. They get physical sometimes. The school had Inko on speed dial because Izuku is always in trouble. This affects her work because she has to leave earlier sometimes to go to Aldra. Izuku always tries to defend himself, but this leads to his homeroom teachers start calling him a liar. And this influences everyone around him. Even his mom starts to believe his teacher instead of Izuku. At first, Izuku is so sad about disappointing his mom even though it's not his fault, but she doesn't believe him. But as he grows up, his sadness turns to bitterness. Izuku realizes that it doesn't matter what he does, he will always be the one at fault. So he starts to don't care, even though it hurts. Fun fact, Inko used to treat his injuries even though she was mad at him, but nowadays, Izuku refuses to let her help because of his bitterness. Deep down, he wants her to believe him, to realize all the lies. The bullying gets worse. Izuku tries to defend himself, keyword tries, because since it's always his fault, might as well stop to be defenseless and stand his ground. Inko gets more and more stressed and desperate because she doesn't know what to do. They fight a lot at home, which is mostly one-sided because Izuku gave up ages ago arguing with her, but Inko insists on repeating the same stuff over and over again. She doesn't recognize her baby boy anymore. And whose fault is that? Because Inko was always at Aldra. Izuku's homeroom teacher meets her and they both bonded because of their attempts to help Izuku. To Inko's eyes, Izuku's homeroom teacher is a nice man who has his best interests at heart and seems to understand her struggles. So the teacher starts to show up more at Izuku's home because of his closeness to Midoriya Inko. And Izuku is so mad at this. Soon enough, Inko and the teacher start dating, and now Izuku has to live with him, which leaves Izuku at his mercy most of the time. And this is why Izuku starts to explore the city instead of staying at home where he has no one. Gradually, the teacher starts to plant a seed of doubt in Inko that maybe Izuku isn't worth her time, that she's stressing too much and her son is selfish, not realizing everything she has done for him. One day, Izuku finds out they want to send Izuku to a reformatory camp for troubled teens and delinquents. That's the straw that breaks the camel's back. Izuku runs away from home, angry and heartbroken. He accidentally becomes a vigilante because he never gave up being a hero. His vigilante name is Black Sheep. I kinda wanted to not use this name because I didn't want it to be restricted to just one AU. Aizawa. Let's be honest, you were waiting for him. Izuku loves to hear pre-Quirk songs during his patrols. His favorites are Cherry Bomb by Runaways. Cherry Bomb was going to be his vigilante name in the first draft. Teenagers by My Chemical Romance and many others. Based on my own rock playlist. Can't say there's a specific plot, but I imagined a bit where Aizawa fondly accuses Izuku of being a bad liar. Maybe he was lying about his sleep schedule or an injury, and that hits him too close to home, making Izuku reply, "You could say that," and leaving Aizawa confused chapter text. Despite not sharing the same blood, Aizawa Shouta was the only family Izuku had after his mother left him in an orphanage. They went through thick and thin together, like brothers. Shouta protected him from the bad kids at the group homes and always made him smile. Izuku always helped him with his bruises and gave hugs to remind his brother he didn't have to face his burdens alone. They tried to survive in a world trying to drag them through the mud. The villain and the weakling bounded to be left behind. But that didn't matter, they had each other, and that was enough. Until it wasn't. Izuku was abandoned by Inko after his diagnosis. He met Aizawa in the orphanage and decided to be friends with him. Aizawa was shunned by the other kids because he was scary. At first, Aizawa didn't want to be friends with Izuku, but he pushed through Aizawa's grumpy personality. He started to defend Izuku because people always mistreated him. Aizawa was 10 years old and Izuku was 4. They started to be sent to other foster and group homes together. They even shared the same social worker. Aizawa became a big brother. Izuku always supported Aizawa's dream of being a hero, since he wanted to be a hero himself. In bad foster homes, Aizawa tried to defend Izuku from their guardians. Before Aizawa went to UA, they were forcibly separated and sent to different foster homes. Aizawa promised Izuku that when he reaches 21 and become a hero, he would get a foster license and get Izuku out of the system. He was transferred to another social worker, so he didn't know where Izuku lived. Izuku waited for him, suffering but always hoping to find his brother again. Until he snapped and left his foster home. Aizawa worked hard to leave the system and give his brother a home. Since getting his own apartment was expensive, Hizashi and Aizawa shared an apartment as roommates but pretended to be partners to justify why they were living together for the foster license application. Hizashi is the best. And, besides, he wants to meet his best friend's little brother. Should I mention that Aizawa has a crush on his best friend? When he finally got his foster license, he tried to reach Izuku's social worker until he found out Izuku was missing for weeks. Aizawa was said. He changed his whole patrol route, trying to Izuku, and asked Tsukachi, a detective he worked with a few times, for help. Fortunately, Izuku found Aizawa. He was running away from some bad man trying to teach him a lesson, and he was already hurt. Izuku was already sleeping in the streets for some weeks. He bumped into Eraserhead and immediately they both recognized each other. Since Izuku was running with adrenaline, the relief of finding a safe person made him pass out. Shouta was happy and horrified. After a heartfelt reunion, full of tears, Aizawa manages to get Izuku's custody. Izuku tries to be the wingman and put Shouta and Hizashi together. his brother comes to complain about the blonde's obliviousness. Of course, he's going to do something about it. Hizashi notices how Aizawa is soft toward Izuku and that makes him smile all the time. And annoy his best friend. Just fluff with hurt comfort, I'll be honest. Not all men are created equal. That phrase took root inside Izuku when he was diagnosed as quirkless, as if it were some kind of FING disease. And it was one of the reasons why he became so bitter. He has written a list. The list, honestly, is huge. His old teachers, his middle school peers, Bakugo, All Might, his mom Inko, society in general, everything. Being bitter is tiring, but nowadays, it's one of the only ways he can live without being crushed by the pressure of hero society. Besides, of course, determination and pure spite. Hope is a feeling he lost a long time ago. He remembers the hope of becoming a hero and helping people, comforting them with a smile on his face, like a certain pro-hero number 1, screaming at the top of his lungs, "I am here." Looking back, he can't decide whether he feels pity or resentment. Izuku stares at the mirror of his bathroom, looking at the most recent scar Bakugo craved on his skin, curling around his neck, and feels a pool of resentment and anger in his stomach, growing and growing, filling him like a hot-aired balloon. Izuku thinks he has reasons to be bitter. After a traumatizing near-death experience, his dreams shattered by his idol, and public humiliation, Izuku accepts the whole world is against him. He only has himself to trust. 10 months later, Izuku enters General Ed class and focuses on trying to transfer to the hero course. Izuku dives into training and doesn't let anything stop him. The walls around his heart weren't ever as strong as now. The dedication pays off, eventually. Or, Izuku and Hitoshi role swap where Hitoshi is in Class 1A, one step closer to his dream but with many challenges along the way, and Izuku is a spiteful General Ed student ready to throw hands at anyone who wants to put him down. As the summary says, it's a role swap of sorts, a little bit. Very oldie. I even have an incomplete drabble about this. Izuku goes to Gen Ed and never gets OFA from All Might. Izuku is a sassy and spiteful little sheet. He declares he wants to be the first quirkless hero in front of the class, on the first day of school. When Hizashi hears it, he instantly thinks about Shoyuta. His classmates didn't like that, some even made sure to show him their dislike. He also declares war against Class 1A before the sports festival. Meanwhile, Shinsou is having the time of his life except his classmates are cheerfully annoying and want to befriend him. Kaminari is the most successful. Bakugo is an a-hole, sadly. After their round, Izuku can't help but feel cheated. Sure, Shinsou's quirk is amazing for hero work, but he didn't have the chance to try. Aizawa still offers a private apprenticeship. Izuku and Shinsou have a chance to meet each other better after the joint training, the one where Monoma is a BSTRD and Izuku unlocks Black Whip. Uraraka also meets the kid that saved her during the entrance exam. She was a bit sad he didn't make it to Class 1A. I don't have much about this one. A soulmate you because those are really cool. Aizawa and Izuku share a parental soul bond. In this AU, Izuku is born a bit later, so Aizawa is older than canon, not by a lot though, just 1 to 2 years. Izuku was born when Aizawa went through a difficult time in his life, still grieving Oboro and as a new debuted underground hero. I kinda imagine that, during this PRD, Aizawa didn't have much regard for his own life, but after his soulmate was born, he started to take care of himself, so he wouldn't accidentally hurt them. Soulmates share injuries and intense feelings sometimes. Great angst potential, smiley face. At first, he thought it was a mistake. He just became an adult. How is he supposed to be a parental soulmate? He just rolls with it later on. Meanwhile, Izuku lives a tough life as an orphan, legally, and as a quirkless kid. His bio parents left him because he didn't share the parental soulmate with them. He dreams of meeting his parental soulmate and having a family. But he can't help but think that he will be rejected because of his quirkless status. Little did he know Aizawa didn't give a shit about it. Bakugo and Izuku share a platonic soul bond. After Izuku's diagnosis, they almost fell apart, but Bakugo pulled his head out of his butt and decided Izuku's lack of quirk didn't matter because he was Katsuki's soulmate, and that was all that mattered. Bakugo is the only person that believes Izuku can be a hero nowadays. Anyways, Aizawa spends years sharing injuries with his kid while he can do nothing about it, except treat them, hoping, praying even, that he would find the kid and bring him home. They do meet eventually, but due to some unusual circumstances. You see, Izuku is also a vigilante informant, and Aizawa works with them. Bakugo also knows about Izuku's activities and is so done with his best friend. Shenanigans and plot ensue. It does end in a happy ending though, I think. Eventual Aizawa Shouta adopts Midoriya Izuku. Version 2. I also thought about what if Izuku doesn't have a mark at all and, despite this, creates deep connections and gets a family without soul bonds. Or he finds out he does has soul bonds and is iffy about it because he spent his entire life being treated like he was less than anyone else because he didn't have a mark, and now that he finally has one, people are seeking him out because of their soul bonds. Regardless, it's just variant ranting, don't mind me chapter text. It's Izuku's final year as an apprentice. The countdown to his professional HSPC exam to have a pro hero license and prove he can be a hero begins, but his dad's new class and the rise of a supposed League of Villains are very distractful. Join the adventures of Midoriya Izuku while he becomes Class 1A's new big brother, proves to be a menace to hero society and makes his dad proud. Or, Izuku is older than Class 1A and a reformed vigilante with a dark past. Izuku is 18 to 19. Izuku is a Rois not plot relevant, but it matters to me. He lived with his good mom Inko and has a fairly normal childhood. Despite the hardships of being a quirkless kid and having only his mom to raise him, he was very happy and satisfied. Until his mom died and his dad, who surprise is all for one, came to raise him. Shigaraki was influenced to create a rivalry with Izuku since he felt his position as sensei's student threatened because AFO is an a-hole. He calls Izuku an extra or NPC depending of his mood. Being created without restraint and Amsat spoiled Shigaraki was prone to have fits and use decay in frustration and anger. Unfortunately, Izuku was a target of said fits sometimes. All for One also forced a quirk on Izuku, but his body painfully rejected it, so he took it back. Tired of this life, Izuku ran away and became a vigilant. AFO treats this as childish behavior and just a phase, inspired by White Diamond from SU. Izuku's vigilant name is Rogue and he became popular in the underground. Rogue and Eraserhead had a game of cat and mouse before evolving to a partnership and fully trusting each other. And then Izuku was adopted. Instead of taking the entrance exam, Izuku was vouched by both Aizawa and Nedzu to become a heroic apprentice instead due to his previous knowledge. And because Izuku didn't went to a formal school for a long time. Izuku could watch classes, but he also had permit Ion to go on patrols with Eraserhead, had to fill reports, answer to his agency and go through the HSPC evaluations to prove he could continue being an apprentice. He also do gigs as a tutor sometimes. He is Nedzu's pupil too. Aizawa and Izuku are really close and see each other as equals, even though they are father and son. Aizawa knows he can trust Izuku to take care of himself because of everything he knows Izuku can do, and his son already survived years without his help. He is not a common child, even if sometimes he wants to mourn this. Izuku should have had a normal childhood, but he didn't, and Aizawa, as much as he wants to, he can't fix that. Izuku knows Bakugo, but Bakugo doesn't know him. Inko and Mitsuki knew each other, so Izuku knew Bakugo, even if he was just a baby, but Bakugo doesn't remember it at all. The same year Izuku is taking his final exam to prove he can have a pro hero license. It's the year canon starts. Izuku becomes Class 1A's big brother. No all-might bashing. He's a cool, chill guy, but an inexperienced teacher, and he has issues. After Yagi's reluctance in accepting Izuku's role, Nedzu's warning, and a bad first lesson later, he asks Izuku's help with his teaching, who happily complies. All Might does consider Izuku a candidate for One for All, but he thinks better of it and realizes this would erase Izuku's dream and his future accomplishes as a quirkless hero. USJ is a terrible reunion. Shigaraki starts to referring Izuku as Player 2. Izuku relates a little bit with Todoroki's struggles and slowly coaxes him to use his fire. It's a long process, but they are working on it. there's no rush. Izuku saves Ida from doing something stupid in Hosu. Shinsou is the one who talks to Shigaraki at the mall. Izuku offers himself to the League so Shinsou and Bakugo their picks to join them as villains can be safe. Another terrible reunion between SPRM donor and offspring. Aizawa is worried. He hates Izuku's self-sacrificial tendencies. The Shai Hasaikai raid almost ends in tragedy, but thanks to Eri and Izuku, Sir Night Eye is saved. Eri becomes an addition to the Aizawa Midoriya household. Izuku does become an underground pro-hero in the end. Kids are taught that you can pick what type of hero you want to become. You can be a limelight, going after big-ranked villains, rescue-based, to help victims in disaster, patrollers, always watching the streets for danger, and many others. What they don't know is that there is a secret type of heroics, underground heroes, better known as killing agents. Midoriya Izuku, despite being an avid fan of heroes, borderline obsessed, wasn't aware of this. Which is ironic considering he was a perfect fit for the category, according to the HSPC anyways. Aizawa Shouta is not paid for this. Or, where underground-leaning heroes in training, instead of taking the common lessons to become a hero, are pulled aside and carefully groomed to become perfect assassins. Unfortunately, it's part of the job. Heavily inspired by How to Silence, both guns and people, Shadecrawler. Basically, underground heroes are like the ANBU from Naruto, considered a special unit focused on assassination. They don't work only in Japan, but also overseas, infiltrating governments as sleeper agents, killing influential people, escorting important people, and etc. HSPC is really intertwined with the government, thus they also work from them. The entrance exam is standard, made by, you guessed it, the HSPC, and your points designed for which school you will go, like a sisu of sorts. Normally, highest scores go to U.A. During the exam, those with quirks, abilities, and background leaning to underground are pulled aside, and instead of going to a hero school, they go through a specialized training to become a killing agent. Izuku wanted to be a patrolling hero, since it was better fitting for his analysis, and he didn't want to be under the spotlight that much. However, he was designed to become underground and was left under Aizawa's wing. Aizawa, also pulled aside during his exam, was not paid for this sheet. Izuku is confused as hell, understandable, and panicking a lot because he doesn't want to kill people. He didn't sign for this? Aizawa and Izuku have a bit of a strained relationship because Aizawa is socially awkward and terrible with children, and Izuku doesn't want to be Hirsch. They do learn to care for each other, but it might take a while. Training is hard as F, physically and emotionally. Izuku's first kill is a mess, and he doesn't leave his room for days. They bond sometimes over hot cocoa and cats, but like I said, it takes a while for them to open up and truly care for each other as mentor-student. Aizawa is ordered to infiltrate in the UA for a while. The kids think Aizawa is a underranked, low-profile patroller. When the dorms come up, Izuku is forced to move in with Aizawa, which raises a lot of questions. Fun facts. Since underground unit are kept in the dark, Shinsou isn't aware of the existence of Eraserhead or heroes with weak vile quirks, so he isn't interested in going to heroics, but after the sport festival he was pulled to be part of them and trained by Namuri. While the quirk works in favor to pick a new agent, the background is taken in account. Kids more likely to not be missed by anyone are better looked upon. Netsu knows about the underground heroes and is trying to work against it, one of the main reasons why he lets Aizawa work in the U, even knowing that's suspicious. Snipe, Midnight, Nagant, Best Jeanist, and others are underground as well. New agents are designed to a mentor and go through the official HSPC training and their veterans training. Aizawa and Yamada know each other, but only outside of their hero personas before Aizawa becomes a teacher. Reports are not written but recorded as statements for better preservation.